Bonjour micro. Merci.
Check. Lucas, est-ce que tu peux appeler l'STC de venir voir les pupitres qui ne montent et ne descendent pas? Peut-être c'est juste un truc électrique, mais il faut que quelqu'un vienne vraiment tout de suite, s'il te plaît. Merci.
Sur Internet, c'est...
Dis-moi.
Est-ce que tu sais, c'est parler au micro président
Bonjour, bonjour, la présidence du Parlement européen. 1, 2, 3. Test pour la Digicom. Ça va, ça marche. J'espère bien que oui. Et on est là. Ah, merci pour l'image, pour le retour d'image. Voilà.
c'est bon.
Ah, il y a pas mal de retard. Hein? 3 secondes minimum. OK. Pas grave. Les Lutra maintenant, le speaker. Je n'ai pas de retour vidéo. J'espère que tout ça va bien. Tutto bene?
Tutto bene.
Perfetto, on rentre.
Voilà, je parle en anglais, 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 anglais.
Test 1, 2, test.
Ok, merci, grazie.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you all. The sitting is open. One announcement from my end. Milan Mazurek is a member of the ESN group as of the 22nd of January 2025. Next item on the agenda is European Council and Commission statements, conclusions of the European Council meeting of 19 December 2024. By way of reminder, after the first round of speakers on behalf of the groups, members who have received speaking time from their political groups or non-attached secretariat will be called to speak and will be reminded of their allotted speaking time. This means that I ask you to keep an eye on the screens where the current speaker and the next two speakers will be displayed, and then you will be called to come up to the lectern. And the normal rules regarding blue cards and catch-the-eye procedure will apply during the debate. Now I have the pleasure to invite the President of the European Council for the first time in his office to address us in this Parliament on the conclusions of last meeting of 19 December. Antonio, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Madam President, Madam the President of the European Commission, dear Minister Schwabka, honourable members. In my first speech in the European Parliament as President of the European Council, I would like to address my greetings to all you in this House, elected by the European citizens. I am looking forward to our close cooperation, to the debates and to the exchanges with you, to the debates after European Councils, to exchanges with President Metsola and the political group leaders in the Conference of Presidents, because only together can we address the biggest challenges Europe is facing. It was that sense of unity that presided over the first European Council I shared in December. I took away three main messages from that meeting. First, on Ukraine. The message was clear. The European Union reaffirmed its support to Ukraine for as long as necessary and at whatever it takes for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace. This is the message that we conveyed to President Zelensky, who joined us for an important exchange. We pledge to strengthen Ukraine's position for every scenario. Peace must be the peace chosen by Ukraine and by the Ukrainians, for the sake of Ukrainian security, for the sake of Europe's security. Second, on enlargement. We are fully committed to enlargement as the biggest geopolitical investment for peace and security for our people and our continent. This is also a central topic in the Western Balkan Summit I chaired the day before the European Council. The 6 Western Balkan countries, Ukraine and Moldova, are working hard to deliver on their commitments. There is no doubt that the future of these countries is in our Union. It is time for us to deliver on our promises as they deliver on theirs. Thirdly, the European Council had a strategic discussion on Europe's role in the world. We need to renew our relations with the United Kingdom and work for a stronger transatlantic relationship rooted in our common history and deep bonds with the United States and Canada, a partnership that has underpinned peace and economic growth for decades, based on our shared values and common interests. The European Union and the United States are each other's largest trading and investment partners. It is in the interest of both to keep fostering a stable, balanced, and predictable trade relationship. We are looking forward to working closely with the new US administration to advance a positive and fair economic cooperation and to work on our shared priorities for prosperity and security while naturally protecting our own interests. The world today is multipolar, and it opens new opportunities for Europe. The European Union needs to strengthen its bilateral and multilateral relationships with third countries based on common interest, mutual prosperity, and shared priorities like climate action, sustainable development, or poverty and disease reduction. Because the world is multipolar, expressions such global south and global north makes no sense. It is, in fact, a plural world which requires tailored approaches and even more energy in our engagement. Therefore, I look forward to the upcoming summits during the current semester with South Africa, Central Asia, Brazil, and Japan, and also to the visit from the European Council to India, to advance on those challenges collectively and more effectively. Honourable members, the European Union is a pillar of the international rules-based order, upholding the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of borders, continuing to support an inclusive and multilateral system under the principles of the United Nations Charter and international law. We, EU, remain committed to all our international engagement, to a comprehensive agenda to tackle climate change, inequality, and the reform of global financial institutions. We remain committed to the Sustainable Development Goals, the Pact for the Future, and the Paris Agreement. Our Union is a project for peace that has been stable for decades because we value our alliance, our economic interdependency, our integrated societies. But to preserve peace, we need to assume greater responsibility for our own defense, our strategic autonomy, our sovereignty. This is why, since 2014, and especially after 2022, the Member States have been increasing their budgets on defense. Today, the 23 Member States that are also NATO allies, altogether are expected to be spending above 2% for defense investment. We have also taken major efforts together during the last years. We are implementing with determination the strategic compass. We fully use the new tools we have to ramp up to our ammunition production and to acquire the most urgent and critical defence products. The Commission has also already put forward a defence industrial programme, and the European Investment Bank is updated its policy on supporting dual-use technology. There is an overall sense of urgency and a strategic purpose among us. We are on the right track to build the Europe of defence. That sense of urgency and purpose has led me to invite European leaders for an informal meeting on defence on the 3rd of February. This is the very first time the European leaders will get together in a meeting exclusively dedicated to defence, to prepare the ground for the next decisions we will have to take and to provide political guidance for the White Paper on Defence being prepared by the European Commission and the High Representative. NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer will join us for parts of our discussions because Russia's aggression in Ukraine and our resilience from hybrid attacks are shared priorities. It is in our interest to do more in the field of defence, to become more resilient, more efficient, more autonomous, and a more reliable security and defence actor. This way, the European Union will also become a stronger transatlantic partner, including in the context of NATO. Honourable members, the European Union is also an economic and trade power. Yes, there are important challenges to our competitiveness, but Europe is home to world-class research and industry and high-skilled workers, critical for our economic growth, strength in the years ahead. We owe the future generations the ambition to build a strong and vibrant Europe that brings shared prosperity for all and ensures a just and inclusive climate and digital transitions. The European Council in March will turn to economy, energy and competitiveness. We made it clear in the Budapest Declaration that we all agree with the analysis to Enrico Letta and Mario Draghi, and we must now decide on the right policies and deliver. I'm looking forward to the Commission's proposals on competitiveness compass, the clean industrial deal, and bureaucracy reduction. I will work closely with President von der Leyen to advance on these fronts. Finally, defence and competitiveness go hand in hand. Investing in defence in the integrated way while building a safe European supply chains network, energy autonomy and an innovative industry can boost our economies and job creation, as well as adopting a modern and reinforced European Union budget that is up to the challenges Europe is facing. A budget that invests in our collective security. A budget that fosters competitiveness and innovation and promotes a twin transition that works for citizens and businesses, leaving no one behind, no region forgotten, no problem without solution. Unity is the core element of our Union. United, we are stronger, and stronger, we are greater. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Costa. I give the floor now to the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen.
Thank you, President Metsola Di Roberta, Mr. President of the European Council, Di Antonio, honourable members. It's a pleasure to join this plenary debate with President Costa for the first time. And I would like to start by thanking you, dear Antonio, for the excellent cooperation between us in the first weeks of our common mandate. We're only 3 weeks into 2025, but the glimpse is already there into the change that is coming to global politics. We have entered a new era of harsh geostrategic competition. We're dealing with continent-sized powers, and they engage with each other based mostly on interests. This new dynamic will dominate more and more the relations between global actors. The rules of engagement are changing. Some in Europe may not like this new reality, but we must deal with it. Our values do not change. But to defend them, some things must change. First of all, we have work to do here at home. If we want to protect our interests and uphold our values, we must also be economically strong. And Europe has, as you said, Antonio, all the instruments for successfully playing its role in a concert of powers. We have a private sector with a long innovation tradition. We have a top-class workforce, highly educated. We have a unique social infrastructure to protect people from the great risks of life. And we have a huge single market of 450 million people. And that is our safe harbor in rough waters and our strongest leverage in tough negotiations. But our union and our single market do need attention and care. For us Europeans, the global race begins at home. And this is exactly what we've been discussing in the European Council. And all member states agree on that. It is the core of the Budapest Declaration on Competitiveness that we agreed during the Hungarian presidency. And now, under the Polish presidency, this consensus must be implemented. And that is why next week we will present our new competitiveness compass, which turns the excellent Draghi report into action. It will be the North Star of this new Commission and drive our work for the next 5 years. We're setting 3 goals. First, closing the innovation gap with our competitors. Second, we need a joint roadmap for decarbonization and competitiveness. And third, strengthening our economic resilience and security. And let me give you a few insights on each. On innovation, Draghi's analysis is very clear. There is a vicious cycle of low investment and low innovation. And this has led, for instance, to a slower uptake of digital technologies here in Europe. So how do we break this cycle? Public investment must definitely play a role. For this to be effective, the coordination between the European level and the member states needs to improve. In particular, in a few strategic areas where we really have to focus on, for example, AI or quantum or biotechnologies, just to name a few, but we have to focus on that. We have to invest there. Member states have to chip in, but we all know that public funding can never be sufficient. So to boost innovation at the right scale and speed, private capital has also to come in. The good news is that European companies are already ramping up their investments in innovation. Last year, Europe's industry increased its R&D investment by almost 10%. And for the first time now in 10 years, that is more than both in the United States and China. But we have to catch up a lot. So thanks to these efforts, we're now back in second position globally in terms of total private R&D investment. But again, we must coordinate, we must concentrate, and we must focus on the crucial areas. For that to happen and to be successful, we need a conducive capital market for our companies and specifically for our startups. And to support this, We will be launching a European Savings and Investment Union. We will create new European saving and investment products, new incentives for risk capital, and a new push to ensure the seamless flow of investment across our union. We must mobilize more capital to let Made in Europe and risk-taking innovation thrive here. My second point, I would like to focus on the issue of energy prices. Energy prices in Europe are still structurally higher than in the United States and in China, and they vary significantly within the European Union. So we must bring them down while we complete the phase out of Russian fossil fuels. So both objectives are important, and they should go hand in hand. How can we achieve this? Not only must we continue to diversify our energy supplies, which we've done over the last 2 years, we will also have to invest in next-generation clean energy technologies, because this is energy made in Europe, so it gives us independence. Take the topics of fusion, for example, or enhanced geothermal, or solid-state batteries, just to name a few. We must also mobilize here more private capital to modernize our grids and storage infrastructure, so again, the topic of a deep and liquid capital market. We must remove any remaining barriers to our energy union, and we must better connect our clean and low-carbon energy systems. All of this and much more, of course, than I mentioned today, will be part of a new affordable energy plan that we will present in February. My third and final point is how to bolster our economic resilience and security. Global powers are now vying for access to raw materials and vital supply chains. In the last years, we have concluded more than 35 new agreements with partners across the world, precisely to ensure our access to raw materials and hydrogen, for example, and to diversify some of our clean tech supply chains. This work will be even more crucial in the years ahead. As you know, since the start of this mandate, in less than 2 months, we have already concluded 3 partnership agreements with Mercosur, Mexico, and Switzerland. And last Monday, we relaunched our negotiations with Malaysia. These partnerships address some of our key economic interests. They open new and dynamic markets for us. They protect our distinctive products with the geographical indications and key sectors like agriculture. And they guarantee our access to critical minerals and clean energy. So widening our network of partnerships was a crucial recommendation of the Draghi report, and we work with Parliament and Council to move these deals forward. This new engagement with countries across the world is not only an economic necessity, but it has to be a message to the world. It is Europe's response to rising global competition. We want more cooperation with all who are open for it. And this, of course, includes our closest partners. I think, of course, of the United States of America. No other economies in the world are as integrated as Europe and the United States. Millions of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic depend on our trade and investment. The trade volume between us is 1.5 trillion euros. But beyond these numbers is also so much more: friendship, family ties, common history, culture. This is something we will always keep in mind as we engage with the new American administration. Our first priority will be engage early, discuss common interests, and be ready to negotiate. And when the time to negotiation comes, we will be pragmatic in seeking common ground, but I also want you to know that we will always stand by our European principles. Thank you, and long live Europe.
Thank you very much. President von der Leyen, now for the EPP Group, Jeroen Lenners, 2.5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, President, dear President von der Leyen, President Costa. Welcome, President Costa, for your first appearance here as President of the European Council. Congratulations on your first EU summit and on the 50th anniversary of the first meeting of the European Council. There is an impressive history there, but now more than ever, we need to focus on the future. And thank you for being with us today. It's unfortunately not what we were used to in the last months of your predecessor, and we count on you to continue coming here regularly for exchanges with the elected representatives of Europe. This is an important part of our democracy. Looking back at the European Council summit in December, I must admit, it already feels like a lifetime ago. The world looks different. The EPP welcomes the ceasefire in Gaza and the progress it represents for the release of the hostages and for addressing the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. It's a significant step to end the immense suffering on both sides, and we call on all parties to fully commit to their obligations. On Ukraine, there is less reason for optimism. President Trump, unfortunately, has not kept his campaign promise to end the war within 24 hours. The fighting, dying, and destruction continues also today. The European Council confirmed its unwavering commitment to support Ukraine, and of course, we welcome and support that. But I also listened very carefully to President Zelensky yesterday, asking Europe to step up and learn how to take care of itself so the world cannot ignore it. He even posed the question openly whether Europe will even have a seat at the table when the war against Ukraine ends. Now, I don't have to explain here how crucial it is that Europe is sitting at that table. When it's about the future of our own continent, we must be there. And I'm looking at the European Council to indeed step up and provide an answer to these strategic questions with more ambition. With the inauguration of President Trump, we have also entered a new phase of geopolitics. Yes, the US remains an important partner and an ally, but it's clear that under the new administration, Europe is also a target. Another wake-up call that now more than ever, we need to ensure our own strategic independence. We need to bring back competitiveness to Europe and reduce red tape and unnecessary regulatory burden. Make sure our SMEs and industries can flourish regardless of what happens at the world stage. We cannot simply continue business as usual. We need to step up our efforts in the fight against illegal migration and protect ourselves against the weaponization of migrants by dictators at our external borders. And we need to make sure that Europe can defend itself. We need a proper and ambitious European security and defence policy that really prepares Europe for any future challenges. Those future challenges are manifold, and we count on the leaders of Europe to step up their ambition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lenas. And now I give the floor to the President of the S&D Group, Irache Garcia Perez, 4.5 minutes.
Gracias. Thank you very much, Madam President. Welcome to the European Parliament, Mr. Costa. It's a great honour to welcome you to your first appearance in this House as the President of the European Council. Your presence here symbolises your commitment to the project of European integration, a project that you've always defended with passion, conviction, and with results. Your leadership will be crucial in a moment in which we need more unity, determination, and vision than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, this Parliament is the heart of European democracy, and we cannot ignore the fact that our democracy is under threat. Against our democratic forces, there are forces that seek to divide us, weaken us, and move backwards in the progress that we have made. These forces are fueled by agendas of hatred, lies, and removal of freedoms, such as those represented by Donald Trump and the extreme right that is following in his wake. Trump's return sets up some clear challenges. The US is an ally to face these challenges. Our union cannot just be resigned to react. It has to insist on what we are and what we defend. Our union is based on a series of principles and values that are not subject to political changes in other parts of the world. Trump is a symptom of the impoverishment of the middle classes who have seen their purchasing power deteriorate and have seen their access to basic rights such as housing disappear. We mustn't forget about this reality because it exists on our continent too. And that's why we need to act with determination to strengthen the social pillar with dignified salaries and minimum wages to protect the most vulnerable, and an ambitious investment of at least 50 billion euros a year into public housing. Given Trump's climate denialism and his choice of fossil fuels, which are a direct threat to the planet and human life, we must continue to implement the Green Deal, not only because it's the only solution to the climate crisis, but also because it's key for our energy independency, our security and our global competitiveness. Given Trump's and the billionaires' attacks on democracy, we must defend a digital transition that's at the service of the citizens and human progress. We must restrict the activity of those oligarchs that do not comply with the law. Democracy cannot be negotiated. Democracy has to be defended. Given the inhuman treatment and massive deportations of immigrants by Trump, we have to show that solidarity and humanity are compatible with an orderly regulation of migratory flows. A migration policy that is well managed is the best guarantee of our welfare state, which is unique in the world, and to preserve our fundamental values. And faced with the expansionist ambitions of some people and some announcements of their retaliatory tariffs and their threats to our security, we need to reinforce our trade links with our allies and strengthen a European defence industry. Faced with their disdain for peace in Ukraine and the Middle East, we need to speak with a single voice, not with double standards. There's no better way to defend a fair peace in Ukraine than by authorizing long-range weapons against military targets on Russian soil. There's no better way to build a fair peace than by sending 200 billion in frozen Russian assets to reconstruction and the rearmament of Ukraine. And there's no better way of promoting a fair and lasting peace in the Middle East than by defending the two-state solution rather than the Abraham Accords, which only brought more hate and destruction. Mario Suarez spoke in the College of Europe in 1977, and his words then should be our guide. As a Portuguese and as a European, he said, "I trust that the Europe that we all wish for cannot be just a simple club of rich countries. It should be a true community that is truly open to the outside and shows fundamental solidarity between its parties that, due to geography and history, make it up." Let's remember those words and let them be our guide for the work that we have ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the chair of the Patriots for Europe group, Jordan Bardella. 1.5 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, President, Madam President of the European Commission, President of the Council. Ukraine, the Middle East, Moldova, Georgia, Venezuela. All of these countries ensured that the last agenda of the European Council meeting were pretty full, lots of problems around the world. However, those present didn't deem it necessary to deal with the highly inflammatory situation in Algeria, despite the recent arrest of Willem Sansa, a Franco-Algerian writer. What did he do wrong? In his books and in public comments, he criticised the Algerian authorities, its drift to authoritarianism and its critical position regarding Islamic political Islam. This is a challenge to France. Algeria maintains its people in poverty and oppression. It instrumentalized history to conceal its failures since independence. Similar problems in the trade field. It blocks French agricultural products and Russian grain. It encourages criminals, Islamic radical criminals who are often obliged to expel so as to guarantee the security of its citizens. In terms of national domestic security, France should interrupt the right for Algerians to have visas. It should suspend the 1968 Franco-Algerian Treaty. It should end development cooperation and freeze private funds belonging to citizens and members of the regime as long as that country remains hostile. Europe cannot simply stand by. We see the Algerian government attacking a French government. Only Europe respects the agreement between France and Algeria. It should be suspended, and its implementation in 2025 should be abandoned. 172 billion euros. This is the money. 172 million euros. This is what Algeria has got from the generous European Union. Nothing justifies these payments. All these payments do are maintain those in power who oppress their people. We should finally ensure that we be properly respected by a country, a government which has gone beyond the bounds of decency. How can Europe hope to rivalise with major powers in the world if we show such a weak position in the face of a country which simply mocks us?
Now let me give the floor to Nicola Procaccini, the President of the ECR Group. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam President, President von der Leyen, President Costa. The European Council dealt with some decisive issues, and I'd like to focus on one of those in particular. European governments are finally understanding the urgent need to take concrete measures to fight illegal immigration. The most efficient response is now clear to almost all of us, and that is to deal with the phenomenon outside of European borders. Indeed, we need bilateral agreements with the countries of origin of these migrants that should be helped in their fight against human trafficking. We don't need to take a sterile attitude within the European institutions towards the governments of these third countries. This is the only way to offer a fair, limited quota of men and women who want to contribute to developing our nations, as long as they have work to do, documents in order, and a safe way to come to Europe. How long have we lost? How much time have we lost behind the no-border ideology, which has seriously influenced this Parliament? How many lives have been lost due to this immigrationist doctrine? And how many European cities have been sacrificed? Finally, the EU is beginning to align with the idea of stopping people from departing, while at the same time they're working on creating legal opportunities for migration according to the varying requirements of member states. This is a pragmatic and good sense approach taken by the government led by Giorgia Meloni, and the numbers that result from that are available for all to see. But it's also the geopolitical destiny that Europe needs. Rather than crying over the new powers of the United States of America, being present in Asia and Africa with its own policies, with its own productive and trade opportunities, is a mission that the European Union should take on in order to have a reason to exist. Rather than producing endless regulations that European citizens frankly don't see as necessary or urgent. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to President of the Renew Europe Group, Valérie Hayet, 3 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. President Costa, President von der Leyen, I would like to welcome you both to this House. We pride ourselves on having very open exchanges here. And I would underline that you'll probably have a difficult task over the next few months reaching agreement between member states, but I can assure you that very frequently you can count on the support of the Parliament. On the question of defence in particular, as you said, you soon will bring the leaders together to discuss this. It's an important initiative which I welcome and commend at a time when Europe's voice is becoming hard to hear in the confused geopolitical situation. It's good to have a united single voice. I'd like to start by talking about Ukraine. North Koreans, Cubans, Ghanaians, Sri Lankan, Indians, Syrians, Nepalese. Just a few of the nationalities which figure amongst Russian troops in Ukraine. Russia has made the choice of internationalizing this conflict. So my group's priority, the new priority, is to support the Ukrainian victory as an important step towards a lasting and durable peace. Peace is essential, and it must be maintained for the Ukrainians, by the Ukrainians, with the Ukrainians, and on the conditions of the Ukrainians. President, I call on you to continue to support Ukraine and to continue to work on sanctions. There's a real problem in terms of implementation and enforcement of sanctions. They're still being circumvented, but they must be fully implemented against this war, against the Russian shadow fleet, against countries which are complicit with Russia. Next, the Middle East. Our call for peace has always been clear, and it's still entirely relevant. The agreement leading to a ceasefire and the release of hostages was, of course, essential. The last few days have demonstrated that this agreement is, however, fragile. The ceasefire in Palestine must be applied without violations, and it must be lasting. Hostages, all the hostages, must be released. Humanitarian aid must be delivered without any barriers. And we all know that in the longer term, the only solution is a two-state solution. And this is something which inhabitants on both sides of the divide are calling for. Next, Georgia. In that country, democracy has been openly attacked by Putin's supporters in Tbilisi and elsewhere. European supporters have been demonstrating for months after their election was stolen from them. These elections are becoming more and more virulent. They sing the European national anthem, they brandish our flag. And I would like to salute the enormous courage shown by these demonstrators in Tbilisi. We cannot forget those in Georgia. We must continue to support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to the co-president of the Green Group, Bas Eickhout, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning also to the President of the Commission, but especially, of course, very much welcome to you, Mr. Costa, and President of the Council. And we're very happy you're here. Indeed, as my colleague already said, it didn't happen that often that the Council presidency was president in the Parliament, and I do think it's good that you are showing that you are willing to open up this debate with the European Parliament, because there's a lot at stake. And the Council has a lot of challenges. If we look at the situation of Europe, to our east, we have a dictator that is willing to conquer, go into wars into countries like Ukraine. On our west, in the United States, we have a capitalistic autocrat. I can't mention it differently. You have to be more diplomatic, so I can say that. But also on our southern side, of course, in the Middle East, there's turmoil continuously. So we need a council that is stepping up, that is fighting for a strong Europe and replying to that. But there, let's be honest, the councils have become a bit obligatory. If you read the council conclusions, and I think less and less people read those council conclusions, and I just want to mention you one example. With all these challenges, EU in the world, and what do the council conclusions say? The European Council held a strategic discussion on the EU's global engagement and priorities in the current geopolitical context. That's it. That was it. It's great you had that discussion, but what does it mean? What does it mean? And also here, when the President is saying our values will not change, then I hope that you will also more challenge the leaders of Europe in these discussions, because our international credibility is at stake. If we are saying the rule of law is important, international law is important, but when there is a ruling from the International Criminal Court and there is an arrest warrant for Netanyahu, and some of our leaders are saying we're not going to follow that through, then we have a credibility problem. That should be discussed, and not only these lovely broad sentences. We also need more targeted councils, I think, and therefore I very much welcome your specific council on the 3rd of February on defense, because I do think these general councils discussing everything are not solving a lot. We need to have more focus and be challenging enough to each other, and therefore I'm happy that also the Commission will come forward with its competitiveness compass, and that also you already said in March you want to discuss that, because Draghi said this is an urgent matter and it needs to be addressed now, but he said that in September last year. So the urgency is maybe a bit relative here. And I know here Trump is of course changing the world, but I think we need to be more proactive and more trusting in each other, because Trump is shooting in his own foot as well. In his energy definitions, now even renewables are not defined as an energy source anymore. What will that do with all the investors that want to invest in renewables? It is a chance for Europe. And it's the same that he's pausing the IRA. So he is creating uncertainty in the United States. That is a chance for Europe, but then we need to step up. Then we need to talk about the investment gap. Then we need to talk about maybe not always the bureaucracy on reporting, but the bureaucracy in our state aid rules, access to finance. That's what we should be discussing, and not always get distracted by only the blah blah on red tape, but really look at what is hampering our industry. And therefore we also need more rules on lead markets, we need more energy cooperation, cross-border infrastructure. That's what we need, and that's also where we hopefully can be more concrete when we are expecting a clean industrial deal from the Commission and the Council to discuss that. We are ready. I hope the Council as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now the co-president of the Left Group, Manon Aubry. 2 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Mr. President. The arms have finally gone silent in Gaza. The instigation of the ceasefire is an enormous relief, and its prolongation should be an important priority for the Council rather than adopting new trade deals to satisfy Ms von der Leyen. I'd like to think of the hundreds of thousands, the millions of Gazaris who have lived in fear for the last 2 years. They finally see a light at the end of the tunnel. I think of the hundreds of thousands of children whose only space to play was a battleground, ruins, and they will be able to find a few moments, I hope, of quiet and relief. We should also think about the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Israelis who recover their family members and their freedom. However, what's happened over the last 2 years has left a bitter taste. Too much time has been wasted. 46,000 civilians or more have already been killed by Israeli bombs. The European Union just stood by. Not only were we silent, we were complicit with this martyrdom of the Palestinians. Ms von der Leyen, Mr. Costa, how many lives could we have saved if European states hadn't been such terrible cowards, if they hadn't continued to send weapons to Benjamin Netanyahu, if the European Union had suspended its cooperation agreement with association agreement with Israel? Ms von der Leyen, you did nothing whatsoever to stop the war, but you can still act to try to promote peace. Even if the massacres have stopped perhaps for a short time, the suffering of the Palestinians is far from over. Those who continue to live on a country of ruins will still be the targets of Israeli missiles or attacks such as that carried out yesterday in Jenin, in the occupied territories. The whole city has been destroyed, its population massacred, hospitals blocked, aid prevented from entering the country by an extreme right government whose leader is subject to an international arrest warrant from the ICC. So yes, the European Union should state clearly, war criminals must be tried, the destruction, massacre of Palestinians must be ended, and an independent Palestinian state must finally be created. Ms von der Leyen, you showed enormous, you were guilty of terrible inaction during the genocide. You can now try to put that right by offering the children of Gaza a brighter future. To wind up, I'd like to mention the words of Mahmoudi, a Palestinian poet. I want to listen to the birds. To listen to the birds, the bombers must stop. They must stop forever, so that finally Palestine can re-find its peace.
On behalf of the ESN Group, Alexander Jungbluth, 1.5 minutes. Just minutes.
Frau Präsidentin. Madam President, immigration, Germany needs it, so does Europe. And the European Council then has asked all the parties in Syria to ensure the voluntary return in security and dignity. Finally, we hear a reasonable request from the Council. These returnees to Syria, we should be helping them and supporting them. Instead, we keep taking measures and look at the figures from recent years. More than 1 million migrants under the cover of asylum have entered the Europe, and 250,000 have come to Germany. And the German media said, well, that's wonderful because this is allegedly 30% less. However, we don't see any reason to celebrate, because if you see essentially the number of an entire large city entering Germany, people who are going to essentially be dependent on transfer benefits their entire life. And we of course don't want any more attacks on German cultural events, for example, as we saw in Magdeburg, and we don't want any mass rape anymore. We don't want any knife attacks. We want re-immigrate. Thank you.
Now to Mr. Cunha, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, President. The political agreement, which is at the foundation of the European project, has 3 pillars that we cannot deny: the consolidation of the European project in Ukraine and the defense of the rule of law. In the US, the government there has shown how important strong transatlantic relations are. More than ever, sovereignty and the strategic position of Europe are key to guarantee its independence faced with global challenges. We want to build a partner Europe that does not depend on its partners. We want there to be internal agreement on policies such as reducing the cost of energy and unblocking investment across the economy. We have to give a dignified response to the complex phenomenon of housing. Our growth is threatened by global competition. This needs to be a new opportunity to build a united Europe around its values, and this president should build commitments with all national governments.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the motorway of geopolitical developments, you can do different things. You can be very fast, you can be very slow, you can be in the wrong lane. But the European Union, with this Commission, is very rapidly driving in the wrong direction as fast as possible. And looking at what's happening in the United States, with Donald Trump, the new president, we could see quite a lot of positive things happening. And it's really, for example, they're now going to deport the illegal migrants. And at the same time, the EU is simply opening its doors to welcome millions of more illegal migrants. So the US is leaving the WHO. And what are we doing here in the EU? And the Paris Agreement, the United States is leaving it. The Paris Agreement is deindustrializing Europe. So that's fine. And when the European Union would look more at the spirit of Donald Trump or the spirit of Viktor Orban, or you can see what's happening in Austria with Mr. Kichel, then the European Union is really going to be in the right lane. Thank you.
1 minute.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Szanowny Panie Przewodniczący.
Thank you very much, President, ladies and gentlemen. It is true, not a month has gone by since the last Council, and the geopolitical reality has changed. We have to draw the lessons from the mistakes that we committed in the previous years. But having listened to President von der Leyen, she said that we have into account what is written in the Draghi report. We have to apparently boost the competitiveness of the European economy. Nonetheless, we are to go in the same direction, the direction that has made our economy not competitive. All of that started when, quite forcefully, the so-called Green Deal was implemented. Well, you said, Mrs. President, we have to go away from fossil fuels. All right, I agree, but here is my question. Germany has reopened all of their coal power plants. Now Germany wants to buy similar coal deposits in Poland. Why? Now, we will see European farmers strike in front of the Parliament. They are not happy with the new deal. I hope, as a former Polish Prime Minister, I hope that the Polish presidency will be the presidency that will make Europe change this wrong direction. Thank you.
I give the floor now to Carlo Ressler. 1 minute.
Dear President of the Parliament, of the Council, Commissioner, the eyes of the world this week are directed to Washington and the inauguration of the new old President Trump. The political moment and the signals that we see must make us aware. If we don't wake up, Europe will continue to dive into the labyrinth of its own bureaucracy. The geopolitical match becomes stronger. The energy policy, migration policy requires additional responsibility. The new reality requires a strategic approach, a more decisive approach, but also more courage here. That means to have to decrease the administrative burden, to have smarter and greater investments in defense, but also be ready for hybrid threats. Before us is a year of clear movement away from business as usual, and also a clear and strong year of courageous policies that are going to lead to a bigger and a stronger Europe.
Gracias. Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Costa, welcome. What would you say if I told you that in 2024, almost 30 people every day lost their lives trying to reach the Canary Islands? Over 10,000 people died trying to reach the southern border of the EU. That's an unacceptable figure, isn't it? And it's a very painful one. But this is not an accident or a natural disaster or something inevitable. It's the direct consequence of the border control policies that mean that these routes are increasingly dangerous. Policies that supposedly pursue orderly, regular migration. That's a euphemism, and you know that very well, because without safe and legal routes, there is no possibility for orderly migration. We should not deceive our voters. We want legal migration routes. Among other things, in December, Mr. Costa, the Council eliminated the humanitarian clause. That's very concerning. By doing so, we're criminalising rescue NGOs that only try to save lives at sea. And in parallel, the Commission has started to dismantle the right to asylum, selling out to the far-right policies on migration. This Parliament cannot be complicit. Human rights are going down like the Titanic, and we are like the orchestra playing on to the far-right's music. I won't be part of it.
Done. 1 minute.
The conclusions of each council should be the following. Let's not go mad. Otherwise, we would be like Juliet in the balcony scene and ask ourselves with naivete, why are the farmers protesting? So why are we bringing in really cheap workers? Why are we changing our civilization about face, like 180 degrees? Why are we paying lip service to political correctness? And why are we only encouraging European industry to sell tricycles? We are asking ourselves why political movements that used to be seen as a joke are now ascendant. Europeans have been feeling very disheartened. We are very amazed that Trump is trying to make America great again, but in the name of our common roots, we need to make Europe great again. And we need to bring Europe where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be the main factor of civilization so that it can create prosperity for European citizens. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Nächste Rednerin ist die Kollegin Győri.
Thank you. And the next speaker is our colleague Győri.
Dear colleagues, the Hungarian presidency finished in December and gave a new hope possibility to the EU, showed a new path, and I would like to encourage you to continue follow this road. Clear objectives, we had good policies, we were introducing strategic thinking for a stronger Europe. That's why our Prime Minister went on a mission for peace. As long as peace is not present in Europe, we cannot be strong. We had to fight against very strong attacks. EPP, S&D attacked us very strongly. They were blocking 18 dossiers. This was 18 chances lost. Ursula von der Leyen forgot about loyal cooperation. And then in December, our political opponents said, thank you for our work. Well, raise above your Orban phobia, because the results speak for themselves. We have the Budapest Declaration on competitiveness of the EU. Romania and Bulgaria joined the Schengen area. We relaunched the frozen Western Balkan accession negotiations. We started cooperation in defense industry, and we laid the foundations for a common agricultural policy. Fighting against illegal migration, we focused on returns and protecting our borders. So please, I ask the Commission to follow these lines, and patriots will hold you to account. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker on the list is our colleague, Mr. Volgan.
Уважаеми колеги,
distinguished colleagues, in recent years, the European Union has written the most shameful pages in its history. Once a union of strong and independent states, it has turned into a poodle of globalist forces. The constant application of the principle of lack of selection within this union has led to the fact the vast majority of EU leaders are people without qualities, without any ability to make independent decisions. The average European manager is not even a person in the true sense of the word. It's a homunculus, a little person artificially created in the laboratories of transnational alchemists. And these little persons are not even aware of the damage they're doing to European countries. They don't even understand the fact that the war in Ukraine is not about freedom and democracy. This war is being waged to deprive Europe of cheap Russian energy resources, make it pay for the much more expensive American ones. These Euro homunculi will ruin our countries. We should liberate Europe from the current model of the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Catch the Eye. We have 8 requests for the floor. We'll be able to take all of them into the account. First, Mrs. Gavashova and Mrs. Grappini.
Madam President, Mr. President, I wish you every success in your new term, and I want to thank you for being here today until the end of the debate, because Madam President von der Leyen says what she has to say and then she leaves, as she does every time. That's not communication. The President of the Commission has never stayed until the end of the debate, so thank you for staying. Mr. President, you said you want a solid peace for Ukraine. And you say you want a peace that Ukraine has chosen. How are you going to do that? I have a report here, and I would like you to answer my question. This report shows that 3.5 billion in taxes in Russia were paid by American and European companies last year. Many of them in G7, many of these countries in G7. So they just enriched Russia's budget, making Russia even stronger. That won't gain us any kind of peace. Moreover, you said you want us to have a competitive industry, and we all agree on that. How can we have a competitive industry, though, when in the last term we had a reindustrialization program, but reindustrialization has not begun? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kavashova and Andriukaitis should be preparing.
Yes,
I think it's also pity that the President of the European Commission has left the room, because the message I had was over to her and to the European Commission. I think it's very important that the new competitiveness compass, as Madam President has said, will be released next week, reflect the current EU-US reality. Donald Trump is not only a reality for our relationship, but it is also an opportunity for Europe. And I was missing that word opportunity, as was outlined as was not outlined by the President of the European Commission in her initial remarks. Opportunity to really make sure the European Union competes and offers companies and investors from across the Atlantic something that the US will no longer be able to offer. And I mean, red tape and savings and investment union is a bare minimum, but it is not something that makes Europe now more competitive and could be make us more attractive for companies and investors from the US. So I count on the European Commission making bold steps, ambitious steps, to make sure we make this also an opportunity for Europe. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Es spricht jetzt der
Thank you very much. Our colleague Andrea Kaitis is next. And Marianne Hath should be preparing.
Dėkuoju, gerbiamą pirmininkę, gerbiamas Alberto Costa, gerbiami komisarai, gaila, kad...
Thank you, Madam President. President Costas. It really is regrettable that Ursula von der Leyen has left us. I would also like to have talked about President Trump's decision to withdraw from the World Health Organization. This is a shameful decision, which will have a harsh effect on our ability to deal, for example, with pandemics. It will lead to higher mortality rates. And we have to find an urgent response to this decision, so as to ensure that the WHO can continue to function. Donald Trump's decision to withdraw the United States from the Paris Agreement is also a shameful decision. The Draghi report has talked about the need for us to promote innovation. Innovation in the world of health is essential. Today, we are faced with excessive mortality rates, so health policy is something which the Commission should be dealing with.
Muito obrigada, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm going to speak the language I have in common with Mr. Costa when we address the issue of forest fires, which is a common problem in our countries. So I'm going to speak in Portuguese to you. And I'd like to tell you about how important it is to consider our outermost regions. They should not be removed from the transport networks. Galicia and Portugal should not be left out of these European transport networks. I'd also like to talk about some macro projects for cellulose production in Galicia. I'd also like to talk to you about peace. You're a man of peace. And we would like history not to repeat itself in Gaza. I think we have a lot to do. And we would like you to take the social dimension into account, and that social rights become a priority for the European Union. And I don't want there to be a disagreement as we saw with Gaza, so I wish you a lot of luck.
Der Kollege López Aguilar bereit machen kann.
Now, Mr. López Aguilar and Mr. Guido Oliveira should be preparing.
Now? La mejor respuesta de la Unión Europea ante el regreso de Trump a la Casa Blanca es establecer una relación transatlántica basada en el respeto mutuo, lo que exige que la Unión Europea se respete a sí misma y su legislación. Por tanto, ninguna concesión, ningún retroceso en la transición verde justa y en la lucha contra el calentamiento global. Ningún retroceso en la autonomía estratégica, que exige innovación, pero también inversiones, incluidos en el capítulo de defensa. Pero sobre todo, no imitar a Trump en su agenda. Again.
Look, there's a
Sobre todo, no imitar a Trump en su agenda cruel contra los migrantes y demandantes de asilo. El Consejo y la Comisión de...
There is
Also the reset of reset.
problem here. So you can speak, we can hear you, but so
Good thing the video's working. Oops. Have a break? Your mic's on.
we have to wait a bit, Juan Fernando. We have to wait a bit. We need translation.
Shall we wait?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Ah, that's good.
You give me a sign, yeah? They are checking. My micro is working, but they are checking the translation, and we will get a signal when we can restart. Hmm?
Then,
let's see.
haben wir Übersetzungskabine oder nicht?
This is the English booth. Can you hear the English booth now? Would you please wave towards the English booth if you can hear us, please? You can hear us?
Wow, was für eine Situation.
The speaker can resume, we think. Certainly for the English booth.
Und jetzt?
The speaker can resume.
Okay. Okay. Juan Fernando López Aguilar.
Haben wir Übersetzung?
Mr. Lopez Aguilar. Mr. Lopez Aguilar is speaking German. If possible, can I resume? Thank you. Madam President, President Antonio Costa, the best response to an aggressive Trump in the White House is to pursue a relation based on mutual respect in which Europe respects itself and its legislation. We shouldn't make any concessions. We shouldn't backpedal when it comes to our values. We shouldn't backpedal on anything. And above all, we shouldn't imitate Trump with this cruel agenda focusing on migrants. This means that the Council, the European Council, has to insist that member states of the European Union fully comply with its legal obligations regarding all the regulations and rules of the Asylum Pact. I know that some member states are obsessed with returning migrants. All that we can say is that I know you're trying to negotiate mutually beneficial agreements with transit countries, but what we should be doing is guaranteeing safe legal routes, which gives an opportunity to workers who, rather than leaving in the hands of criminal organisations, we should allow them to come to the European Union with guarantees and security ensuring that their right to dignity be fully respected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Now our colleague Oliveira is speaking, and our colleague Reuter should be preparing. Thank you very much, Madam President. Mr. Costa, the conclusions of your first session as Council President are very concerning. The expectations on your election are completely disappointing. I don't think anything's changed. In other words, social injustice, that's really just a footnote in the Council conclusions. And your contribution today was militarism, a discussion of war, the defense industries building weapons. Nothing of that serves people. Nothing of that reflects the needs of the citizens. And none of that helps us create a better future. So please write down on your priorities that you should be increasing wages, that you should be having affordable accommodations and housing for people, guarantees for health, education, culture, social protection, and social security. Please add to your priorities that you could encouraging peace instead of emphasizing war. So if you could put those down as your priorities, that would really reflect the needs of citizens. Thank you very much, our colleague Reuten. And then the last one is our colleague Dimasi.
Mike, please, 637.
Thank you, President, Council, colleagues. I must say I was a bit disappointed with the Council conclusions in December, and it's nothing personal, dear Mr. Costa. You are depending on 27 member states. The Council conclusions on Ukraine, 1 to 9, good. But which countries that so far have given little to nothing of their military stockpiles to Ukraine did you convince since? On enlargement, continued importance, their place is in the EU. Great. But the question is, do we really want it? I don't see the commitment. Too much appeasement of destabilizers in Southeast Europe. And then Georgia, for 55 days, they are on the streets for the European future. And we come up with some diplomatic passport sanctions next week. It's a reflection of the dangerous waiting mode the member states are in. We wait for 5 November, we wait for 20 January, and we hope. If you really want what you are saying, you need a more federal Europe with a majority decision-making on foreign policy, on defense, and much more. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The final speaker is our colleague, Dimasio.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, the electricity shortage that we just experienced is a symbol, and the Commissioner Juncker, now we have Commissioner Bunker. Mrs. von der Leyen is in a bunker in Schumann, and look at the exchange of information with this Parliament. So this is really a genuine symbol of the world coming to an end. We have a president who is leaving the support of he wants to force us. We have an American president who wants to force us to buy more of his dirty fossil fuels and is threatening us with tariffs. And what about energy sanctions and cheaper gas? So it's possible to simply extort us. And we have oligarchs in the U.S. who are running the communication structures. But what are we doing in order to enforce cartel legislation or put taxes on billionaires? What are we doing? We're having an arms race. And said 98 weapons system, and the United States only has 27, and the Commission only became, Mrs. von der Leyen only became president of the Commission because of the arms race in Georgia. So, thank you very much. And now for the Commission, Mrs. Suica.
Honourable members, many thanks for this lively debate and very constructive debate. As all of us know, the world is moving fast, so must we. As has become evident recently, the geostrategic and security context is more challenging for the European Union than ever before. However, we can build on some solid ground of unity and togetherness. and we should engage constructively with our partners internationally. That was a clear message from the leaders at the December European Council. With regard to the new American administration, there are very relevant spheres of mutual interest across the Atlantic. Let us explore these spheres anew and look at mutual gains rather than differences in opinions. Whatever we agree on with our partners internationally, the competitiveness of the European economy is key. We have a strategic agenda for the Commission, as you know, and it is very reassuring that this vision is shared by the European Council. We will need to timely implement our competitiveness compass. Honourable members, since the European Council meeting of 19th December, we have witnessed some positive developments in the Middle East. In Syria, the situation has been rather stable. Together with our partners, we should invest in humanitarian, economic and capacity-building support to help rebuild the country. This will also help create the appropriate environment for the safe, voluntary and dignified return of Syrian refugees. Regarding Gaza, we are hoping that the ceasefire is going to be permanent. We are keen to rebuild Gaza as soon as possible. We will also take forward the multi-year support program for the Palestinian Authority, anchored in reforms. This program will be instrumental on the way to a two-state solution. This means that we will also continue our collaboration with Israel based on association agreement. The world is watching how we sustain our support to Ukraine. One of the most immediate challenges is the energy system. Just like the brave Ukrainian resistance, we will be steadfast. Dear Chair, dear President of the European Council, honourable members, to conclude, we are glad to see that there is a large degree of support in this House to bring our joint vision forward. Let's keep our sense of unity and our sense of action. The world is calling for a strong and united Europe. Let us rise to this occasion together. Thank you very much.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Kommissarin.
Thank you very much. And now for the Council, President Antonio Costa.
Senhora Presidente, caras e caros deputados, agradeço muito.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the questions that have been asked, but as you must understand, I won't have time in 5 minutes to respond individually to each of you. But I would like to pick up on those.
Since the very first day of this terrible war, European Union is overall the first Ukrainian supporter, and we will be there as long as necessary during the war, in peace negotiations, and on reconstruction. And we will be present to help guarantee a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace. Querida Irache, lo que está alimentando los populismos.
What's actually fueling populism is inequality. Access to housing, in particular for middle classes, and the impact of quality of life and people's productivity. And that's essential if we are to tackle the root causes of populism. I think that all of us, each and every one of us, must work together to defend the most precious good we have, which is democracy. And our democracy is under attack. Freedom of expression and freedom of information are under attack. We have a powerful legal framework, and we have to know how to use that framework so as to protect our citizens, to protect their freedom of expression, their freedom of information against algorithms controlled by tech oligarchs. That's also a fight we have to lead for freedom. In French, Mr. Bardella, I took note of your concerns regarding agreements between the European Union and Algeria. I'll be looking into that question. Indeed, migration is something which affects all of us. And we adopted the Asylum and Immigration Pact in April. The European Commission put forward in June or July the implementation and action plan for the pact. The various different member states put forward their national implementation plans in December, implementation of the Asylum and Immigration Pact. The time has now come for implementation. We should start by taking note of what we've achieved. If we compare the years 2023 and 2024, a major reduction is to be noted. About 40% fewer illegal entries into the European Union's territory. We are now waiting for the Commission to present a new version of the Retours Directive. It's important to recognise, though, that when it comes to managing this complex phenomenon, we have to ensure that we work on the question of safe legal entry routes to Europe. This is the only way in which we can satisfy the needs of our economy while at the same time combating illegal human smugglers. Ms. Weyer, the European Union was born as a project for peace. Peace is still our ambition. Peace in Ukraine, peace in the Middle East, peace in Gaza. All of us, of course, salute the ceasefire in Gaza. Above, however, we want that ceasefire to be an initial step towards lasting peace in Gaza. And to achieve that, we have to focus all our efforts and capacity in ensuring that the people of Gaza who are suffering so much be given the humanitarian aid they need. On Georgia, I would call on you to think about this. I think we should try to change the way in which we carry out electoral observation missions. Electoral observation doesn't just start on the very day of the poll, it starts well beforehand. And we have to ensure that monitoring of electoral procedures also starts upstream of the election so as to ensure that we can fully understand what's going on. Mr. Accord.
Union of diversities, with different histories, different cultures, and also look at the world from different geographical point of views. Then we need to use also the European Council to meetings to build common positions. And that's why I introduce certain points to have a free discussion without the pressure of take concrete conclusions, to publish the conclusions. Because to achieve a unity position, we need to talk, we need to listen each other and try to understand each other to build a common position. And we take very seriously drug report. In October, we approved the Budapest Declaration and we tasked the Commission to present in the coming months new and concrete proposals. And today, Madam von der Leyen updated all of us about the incoming proposals that the Commission is preparing. And the Council. We will come back on economics, on energy security and competitiveness in our Council in March. Before to leave, I would like to express my best wishes to the Polish President under the leadership of my very good friend and predecessor, Prime Minister Donald Tusk. All the best for the Polish presidency. Thank you very much.
Herzlichen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you, President. That brings us to the end of that debate. I would like now to suspend the sitting for a few moments.
Dear colleagues, can I ask you to take your seats? Dear colleagues, on the 1st of January, Poland took over the presidency of the Council of the European Union, and today we are honoured to welcome the Prime Minister of Poland, Donald Tusk, to introduce his presidency's priorities to this House. Dear Prime Minister, dear Donald, witamy. Welcome. It is good to see you back in the European Parliament. A strong Poland means a strong Europe, and Poland is ready for the challenge of this presidency. Under your leadership, Poland entered 2025 as a European frontrunner in economic growth and a leading voice for collective European action on competitiveness and security. Dear Prime Minister, you take the reins as the world around us has become more unpredictable. Increasingly, Europe's way and our unity will come under renewed pressure, and I know that in those moments, as we collectively face down these global challenges, Europe will be able to rely on Polish courage and spirit to anchor our union, and you will find this Parliament as a solid partner in your journey. When we see what Russia did in Ukraine, the dictatorship in Belarus, the instability in the Middle East, Europe will be called upon to do more, to stand up for our way, to lead. And Europe will be ready for this new reality. We must step up and act with determination to ensure that our union continues to thrive, to ensure that we are able to generate the prosperity our European way relies on, to make people's life easier, to ensure our people can live securely and in safety. And this also means taking steps to ensure Europe secures its own frontiers, protects its critical infrastructure, and builds its defence readiness to counter very real external threats and defend our strategic autonomy. And we must go even further, working together to increase our collective security across our union in all areas, from migration to energy and economy. And with Poland at the helm of this presidency, guided by your leadership and your vision, dear Donald, I am confident our union can tackle these critical issues and emerge even stronger, even more secure, even more prosperous. The steps we choose to take together in the next 6 months will be decisive for our union, and there is no time to lose. The time to act is now. In the words of that great Pope John Paul II, the future starts today, not tomorrow. So, dear Prime Minister, dear Donald, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Pani Przewodnicząca, dear Roberta, dear friends, drodzy przyjaciele, jeszcze Europa nie zginęła, póki
Europe is not yet lost as long as we are alive. Well, these are paraphrased words of the Polish national anthem. They reflect the mood palpable throughout Europe, a mood of uncertainty, of loss. Today we talk about a certain spiritual crisis. So by your leave, I want to share something with you. A more profound reflection than just a list of tasks ahead of us in the Polish presidency. All of us here in the Parliament, at least you who are interested in the detailed programme of work of the Polish presidency, you know what tasks are important for us now. You will have realized security is of key import now. Our motto is Secure Europe. We want to try and give an answer to this global hesitation. What will our future be? The future of Europe, the member state, the whole civilization, political civilization. We are dealing with a hot conflict on our borders. We have to deal with technological progress, sometimes uncontrolled. All of this leads to this feeling of loss of uncertainty on the part of a large number of our citizens. We are talking about a crisis of negative emotions, of spiritual fall. But objectively speaking, Europe should not be fearful. There are no reasons for this. The most important words that should be uttered today in the Parliament are words directed to Europeans. Raise your heads, Europeans. Europe was, is, and will be great.
Europe was and Europe will always be great. I nie chodzi tu o polityczne slogany.
It's not just about political slogans. How often do we forget that Europe is nearly 450 million people? 27 proud member states, which over the years have been able to and are able to reconcile their common positions, sometimes in very difficult processes and sometimes under difficult circumstances. Financial crisis, terrorist crisis, migration crisis, the pandemic, the war on the eastern border. Have a good look, bear in mind how determined the European member states and the institutions have been when dealing with these challenges. So there is no reason, absolutely no reason for Europe to conclude today that we should be in dire straits of any sort. Yes, some things have changed. Some things have led to this increased feeling of uncertainty. But let me draw on my experience here in this Parliament, many years of experience. I spoke here during the first Polish presidency, also when I was president of the European Council. So I remember quite well those crises of the past, and I remember well how well we did with all those challenges. We have the left, the right, more radical movements and less radical movements in the Parliament. We have a huge political centre in the Parliament. In our national parliaments, we squabble and quarrel, also here. But overall, as Europeans, we are still able to find time and time again this shared ground, this feeling of commonness. Some elements of this political community are being questioned, but this feeling of community have brought us here in this room, all of you together, irrespective of what parties you are representing. So let's call a spade a spade. Some think that there has been a political change in the US. This has led to some uncertainty in Europe. Some words have been spoken, some political declarations have been made. But this is no reason, no ground for any spiritual fall. Yes, it is true that what is happening around us in Europe and farther away, this is a whole new set of challenges for us, for Europe. But Europe was created exactly to face such challenges. We listened with great attention to the inaugural speech of President Trump. Leaders of other countries talk with great pride about their successes, about their achievements. We also have the right to speak with equal pride of our greatness. In the past, in the present, we have the right to speak with great belief about our future. We just have to open up our eyes, and we shouldn't somehow be surprised by what has happened, what has changed. Now, security, this is of key import to us. This is a priority to our presidency. Security is extremely important in the day-to-day life of all of Europeans. Let me tell you this. If we believe that a change of presidency, of administration in the US is a leap into the unknown, so remember this, Europe has never been afraid to leap into the unknown. I listen to other world leaders who remember their moments of greatness. Let me tell you this, we also should keep in mind moments of glory, of greatness here in Europe. Europe was the birthplace of the greatest discoverers, inventors, strategists. We were never afraid of the unknown. We were never afraid of leaps of faith. What is going on now is not a threat to Europe. It's a great chance for us, a great opportunity. We can be competitive, not only in the economy, also in politics. In the past, we used to be courageous, unafraid, whether Alexander the Great, the Columbus, the Vikings, who actually discovered America. All of this is our history. This is Europe. Now, the party is over. The time of comfort is over. Today, the new president of the US is saying that Europe needs to share our own, take on our shoulders our own share of the responsibility for our security. So, only an ally can wish another ally to get stronger. This is not what an opponent of Europe would say. As regards the security cooperation between Europe, the US, Canada, the whole NATO, we still have to not only speak with one voice, but we have to take specific actions. Now it is up to us to act.
Wypowiedzi zza oceanu, to uważam, że nikt.
When I listen to what is being said on the other side of the Atlantic, we shouldn't be irritated, we shouldn't be appalled. We remember what Kennedy said back in the day.
Can do for Europe and its security. Ask what we ourselves can do for it. Nie pytajcie już więcej Ameryki, co...
Don't ask America what it can do for our security. Ask yourselves what we can do for our own security. I believe that the European Union, national member states, will be the most precious ally also for Washington if we take control of the security, if we stand on our feet, if we open our minds and our eyes, and when we see where the enemy is, where the risk is, where the omissions were, what are the sources of our weaknesses, as some say. I wouldn't say it's a weakness, because as I have said, we can be a power that is equal with the greatest. We have the same share in the world's GDP as the United States. When we talk about the threat posed by Russia today, well, I must tell you that when I hear certain statements, to me it is pathetic that some people in Europe have complexes against the demographic potential or economic potential of Russia. We need to believe again in our power. The potential is a fact. We are strong, we're equal to the greatest powers of the world. The only thing we have to do is to believe in it, and the facts are on our side. When we talk about external security, the priority of European security is composed of 7 elements. This is how we have designed it for the Polish presidency. External security. Some people think it's extravagant, or it is brutal or malicious warning when we say that we should spend up to 5% of GDP on our security. I would like to tell you that this is a time when Europe cannot afford to save on security. I'm speaking as the Prime Minister of a country that is already spending almost 5% on its security. We are spending 5% not on our own security only, but also on the security of the whole of Europe, because it so happens that it is Poland that has such a long border with Russia and Belarus, and the friendly one with the Ukraine, but a war border in a way at the moment. I would like to underline clearly, I know that the Polish presidency will not be the force that will decide on that, but this is a warm appeal to everyone to stop thinking in a routine way. If Europe is to survive, it needs to be armed. It is not our choice. I'm not a militarist. Poland is the place in the world where no one would like to see a repeat of any war. We have suffered greatly. We have suffered most in Europe. And perhaps that is why we understand it so well, that in order to avoid the revisiting of history, we need to be armed, we need to be strong, and we need to be determined, also in terms of our military capabilities. So do not play down that appeal to spend 5%. Let's be flexible in the ways we think. Let's be creative. It is today that we need to radically raise our expenditure on defense, not forever, not until the end of time, but if we are to spend more time as national member states, as the EU, as NATO, it is today. Perhaps, and I am fully convinced when I say that as the Polish Prime Minister, as a historian and as a European, if we do not want to spend so much money on security, on armaments, on defense in the future, we need to invest more today. That is why you need to think seriously about it. What depends on that is not only the future of Ukraine and the region, but of the whole of Europe and the whole of the world as we know it today. It depends on our capability to defend ourselves no matter who wants to help us and who wants to play against us. Now, internal security. I remember that from this lectern, as the head of the European Council, I warned you against a naive approach to the threat of illegal migration. And a part of the room was rageful, sometimes they laughed, when, contrary to what some people say, that Europe should be a continent without borders open to any legal or illegal newcomers, then at that moment I said that this boils down to our responsibility. It is the greatest responsibility of any authority for a safe border and a safe territory. If democracy is to survive, if the European values that I'm going to dwell upon in a while, a bit longer, are to survive, it cannot happen so that people will associate democracy with helplessness, with the lack of force. These are the classical tasks for each authority, to defend its border and to defend its territories. Do you know why we talk about the crisis of trust in traditional policies in Europe so often? Do you know why political lunatics are the ones who speak out so loud? They say that the European democracy is something that is of no use. That is because we are not capable of defending our European border and European territory. It is true. A lot of bad things happened. There was a lot of helplessness around the actions or the lack thereof on the part of democratic governments. I would like to tell you that you can tackle the problem of illegal migration and problems with internal security in Europe without nationalistic and xenophobic slogans. I would like us in this domain, just as with external security, I'd like the traditional democracy based upon traditional democratic values such as individual freedoms, respect for minority rights, freedom of speech, rule of law, public life free from corruption, politics free from the omnipotence of oligarchs. I would like all of those who profess those values to show the power and their force when we need to defend our borders and our security. Democracy needs to become strong again. The EU needs to become a synonym of power, of force, ethics, morality, laws, but also power. In politics, if you do not have power, you are worth of contempt. You are pathetic. Information security. It sounds mysterious, but you know what I'm talking about. We cannot be helpless against lies and disinformation, especially now when lies and disinformation have become a tool, have become a weapon in the hands of those who have attacked Ukraine and who are a threat for the whole of the EU. Respecting the freedom of speech, we need to be very strict about this. We need to find methods in order to make it impossible to interfere with our elections, with our democracies, especially by the Russian factories of disinformation and lies. In the sphere of information, we cannot forget about protecting our children and our grandchildren against violence, against lies, against contempt towards other people. This is a matter of very deep reflection. I know it is a very difficult task. We cannot fall into the trap of censorship, but we cannot be helpless against aggressors who use information as a weapon, just as they use immigrants on the Polish border as a weapon against European democracy.
Security in the economy. Competition, free market. Those are European ideas. We have invented this as Europe. Later, those ideas reached America, but we need to remember that they are European ideas. And I can't see why Europe couldn't become again the most creative, innovative economy. This is also the task for the European Parliament. Well, I do not want to preach on you,
But it seems to me that as the Parliament, you need to tackle a major challenge, regardless of your political ideas and regardless of our political routines. I do know very well that the Polish presidency, the Parliament, we are bound by the treaties. We need to regulate. Our task is to regulate. Formally speaking, the task of the European Parliament is to adopt legal acts. And I do know that it will take a lot of courage and a lot of effort to change. And this is my appeal, this is my plea. Take this effort to deregulate. Let us be courageous and stay away from routines. The Polish presidency, the institution, should not only read the Draghi report and other words of warning. We should put up our sleeves and start working. So we need to change the status quo. We need to propose to Europe a big campaign of deregulation. And the stakes are very high. Our competitiveness is at stake. It will also depend on energy security, of course. It's very well to talk about energy security all the time, but words are not enough. Energy security has many dimensions. I do remember that in this room, in this chamber, I was trying to ring an alarm bell saying that we should not be dependent on Russia. Well, now I could be satisfied that I was right back then, but frankly speaking, I'm not satisfied. I'm not triumphant about this. But let us draw this lesson from the past, regardless of our political ideas. Our sovereignty, our independence is dependent on our energy security, energy autonomy. Let us not delude ourselves. After the war, even when the war is over, it will not be possible to come back to status quo. We cannot make Europe dependent again on Russian supplies. This dependency needs to be over forever because it was one of the reasons for the war, and let us be clear about it. Energy security. Let me say a few more words about it. Perhaps it will not be popular, it will not go down very well here with some of you, but energy security is about specific tasks. It's unacceptable that our European energy is the most expensive. If it cannot be the cheapest one, at least it should be more or less on the same level as in other countries. We have had a lot of reports on that, a lot of councils, a lot of debates, but now it's time for action. Let us be honest, some of the EU regulations have unfortunately led to a situation in which the energy prices are high, too high. This is unacceptable. We all want to compete against the US or China, but our energy prices are 3 times as high. How to be competitive in this situation? I do not think anyone here would call it into question that we need to protect environment, that we need to protect our climate. We are well aware of the potentially disastrous consequences that would follow in the case of no action. But there is a but. We cannot afford not to be competitive. We do not want to be naive. Because if we do go bankrupt as Europe, who will protect the environment instead of us? Who will take this role? Let us put our thinking caps on and have a review of all the legal acts, including those under the Green Deal. We should identify the problems, but we should also have the courage to change those rules that might result in excessively high, prohibitively high energy prices. ETS too. The emission trading schemes too. High energy prices might bring the downfall of many democratic governments. The issue is very serious. Let us realize this. Whether you are on the left, whether you are centrist, whether you are on the right, you should be aware of this. Our citizens do want a safe, natural environment. They do care about nature, but they do not want to have the highest energy prices because it affects our citizens directly. Let us be courageous. We need a deep reflection process on the potential quick introduction of ETS2. I would really like to warn you against this move. I have had some experience. You can believe me. The political impact is terribly predictable. It will be a very bad, disastrous political impact if the energy prices continue to rise. So let us pull ourselves together. Food security, yet another dimension of security. The recent years have showed very clearly what the situation is like. Agriculture is a treasure for Poland and for Europe alike. And let us be vigilant, let us be responsible. Food security in Europe, it's not only about self-sufficiency of Europe. It goes further. Our agricultural model is the best worldwide, but we need it to be sustainable. And the Commission did react very quickly, much appreciated. I was one of those who were urging the Commission to act quickly and to alleviate the burden on our farmers. Instead of punishments, we want to incentivize. We do care about nature, but pro-environmental actions are going to be effective if people subscribe to them, if people endorse those changes. The EU institutions should have positive associations with regard to agriculture and energy policy. If people think the EU equals burden, obligations, red tape, we are going to lose the army of people whom we need to protect our environment. So common sense is needed. You all have your ideas. Some of you are quite radical, staunch supporters of certain ideologies. But please, believe me, millions of Europeans do not care so much about ideologies and deep thinking. What they want is common sense, courage, courageous thinking, thinking out of the box, and common sense. Let me repeat this again, because this is priceless. Health security. Well, I think facts speak for themselves, the pandemic. But we have also had other diseases and epidemics. Mental health with regard to young people. We need actions. And we also need to protect our minors, our young people, from the harmful impact of what is happening online. Let us not be indifferent, because we have had some scientific records proving what is happening to brains of children and adolescents when they are exposed to certain contents online, to evil contacts that unfortunately are everywhere online. Our future is at stake. Our future is dependent on the mental health of those who are children today, who are 5 to 10 years old. Let us protect our children. They are our treasure. Let us believe in ourselves again. We need new self-confidence. We want cooperation. We need to rebuild this community and the faith in this community. And the very final words, secure and safe Europe. Perhaps it's not the time to talk about the new European army. If we had an army today, the main discussion would be about the leader, who is the commander-in-chief, where to send the army. If Budapest were to decide, perhaps the decision would be different than it would be if Warsaw were to decide. So let us not delude ourselves. Let us be practical. We can all agree with one thing. European money, European efforts should be translated into safe external borders in the EU. We, as Poland, are holding the presidency today, but regardless of this, I would like to make a plea for you to look into this Polish, Finnish, Lithuanian project of the Eastern Shield. We want to protect our borders from aggression. We want to protect our infrastructure. We want to use the tried and tested methods that have also been used in the context of the war triggered by Russia against Ukraine. We want to protect our borders. I think we can all subscribe to this. We need to defend the European sky against missiles. There are many joint enterprises which do not require a revolution. They just all it takes is determination, courage, common sense. Some member states do not want to spend more on defense. They do not want new bonds, European bonds. They do not want to contract debts. I'll be honest with you. It's not so important which method we are going to opt for to finance pan-European defense projects. There is something which is more important, and we should say it out loud. There is no alternative. There is no choice. We need to be able to defend ourselves, which means that the European money needs to be spent on this purpose. It's not only about this 5% of GDP necessary during the war. We also need more investments as the EU in defense. Let us talk about technologies in the European Parliament and in the national parliaments, about financial techniques, about financial methods. We can talk about the methodology, we can talk about how to do it, but we definitely need to do it to protect our joint area jointly. Those are the very final words. Thank you for bearing with me, Madam President. Our future is in our heads, in our hearts. You have quoted the Polish Pope, John Paul II. You have quoted his words about the future. But we remember some other famous words pronounced by the Pope, the words that have inspired the Solidarity movement and the whole of Europe when communism was falling in Poland. Be not afraid. Let us not be afraid. That has inspired the Polish nation. It has given us strength. It is all dependent on what will happen in our hearts, in our heads. It's all up to us. The future is in our hands, not in the hands of the Chinese or the American people. My heart has the colors of white and red, like the Polish flag, and I'm looking forward to working with you together for the greatness of Europe.
You will always be great. Dziękuję.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prime Minister Tusk. And now for the Commission, I give the floor to Commissioner Šuica. Dubravka, you have the floor.
Thank you, President of the House, dear Prime Minister, honorable members. It won't be easy to speak now after this speech, but I will try my best. The Polish presidency comes at a time when the Union is facing multiple challenges. We are experiencing a time of geostrategic insecurity, concrete external and internal security threats, and less predictable international relations altogether. Yes, this is also a time of clear opportunities for us to improve our resilience, our unity, and to emerge stronger, as already was said by the Prime Minister, in a world of multilateral cooperation, which is no longer a standard norm. Dear Prime Minister Tusk, let me thank you on behalf of the entire European Commission for outlining the pertinent priorities of your presidency. It is very reassuring to see that they are very much in line with and complementary on the concrete steps of this new Commission. We are taking them to deliver for the present and to prepare a stronger union for the future. Coordinated action is the way forward for Europe, and it is very good that we are on the same page when it comes to addressing fundamental challenges we are facing together. Russia's brutal war of aggression in Ukraine will soon enter its 4th year. We need to continue to stand steadfast and united behind Ukraine, while keeping the pressure on Russia through a 16th sanctions package. We count on the Polish presidency as the honest broker to steer this work. The very volatile situation in the Middle East will remain another focus. Regarding Gaza, we will start developing a dedicated reconstruction plan for Gaza with the support of international partners, including our partners in the Gulf. We will also take forward a multi-year support program for the Palestinian Authority, which is anchored in reforms to help pave the way for the two-state solution. Regarding the situation in the Middle East and the war in Ukraine, on both matters we will work with President Trump and the new United States administration. Allow me to comment on the Commission deliverables and expectations under the 7 security dimensions which you have addressed. First, on defence and security. There should be no doubt that our ambition must match the scale of the threats. Our white paper on the future of European defence is planned for March. We look forward to the leaders' retreat on the 3rd February, which will provide the necessary guidance and inspiration to this work. With regard to the European Defence Industry Programme, it is very good to know that we count on the Polish presidency and on this House to reach an agreement by the 30th June. This is the date when the current act in support of ammunition production expires. We will also soon present Preparedness Union strategy, inspired by Sauli Niinisto's insightful report. We will also work with you to strengthen our internal security, and our plan is to present a strategy soon. As part of the enforcement of the Digital Service Act, a relevant component is the fight against child sexual abuse. In this regard, we need to finalise the work on the regulation. Second priority, protection of people and borders. In December, the Commission presented a communication on countering hybrid threats from the weaponisation of migration and strengthening security at the European Union's external borders. Ahead of the upcoming European Council on the 20th and 21st March, we plan to adopt a proposal for a new legal framework on returns and irregular migrations or irregular migrants. This new framework is vital in order to achieve workable paths of legal migration that we need to fill labour shortages at all skills levels. We count on the sense of urgency and shared purpose of this House and of the Member States. We need to advance the interinstitutional negotiations soon, once the proposal has been adopted. On safe third countries, our review of the concept will be concluded by June. We are also working on a list of safe third countries and safe countries of origin at Union level. There is also the opportunity for the Polish presidency and this House to soon agree on the phasing in of the entry-exit system as proposed in December last year. Regarding our resistance to foreign interference and disinformation, with the European Democracy Shield, we will step up the fight against disinformation and foreign interference, foreign information manipulation. We are grateful that we can build on the very solid work of this House through the 2 subsequent special committees on foreign interference and disinformation in the last term of the European Parliament. Your stock-taking, fact-finding and recommendations constitute a very useful expertise and guidance for our own work. Regarding ensuring security and freedom of business, the Commission will adopt a competitive compass which will build on the Draghi report. The first pillar aims at closing the innovation gap with the United States and China. The second one is about decarbonization and competitiveness and clean industrial deal. And the third pillar is on increasing our economic security and reducing dependencies. Another important deliverable is the Omnibus Simplification Package on sustainable finance, which is also part of the first 100 Days initiative. It is crucial to respond to the request of the industry to lighten the regulatory load. A streamlining of the legislation depends on the support of the Member States and of this Parliament. Let me recall that better lawmaking is a joint task and that this covers the entire legislative process. We should also not forget the crucial role of human capital for European Union's economy. In this regard, we will adopt an initiative to deliver a true union of skills. Central to this will be to embed lifelong learning into education and careers. Regarding the energy transition, we will also soon adopt an action plan on affordable energy prices to help households, enterprises, industries through the transition. This deliverable is complementary to the Clean Industry Deal, and it is a key item of our competitiveness initiatives. Two other key initiatives under the Polish presidency will be our roadmap to phase out Russian fossil fuels and our proposal on the revision and extension of the gas storage regulation. Both initiatives will help to reduce our dependency on energy imports. We trust in the dedication, expertise and steer of the Polish presidency in the Council on these two important files. On a competitive and resilient agriculture, we have listened closely to our farmers over the past year. This was the most worthwhile exercise, as our farmers play an important role in securing the sustainable production of competitive quality food and at the same time in strengthening our autonomy from food imports. We will adopt soon our vision for agriculture and food. It will be the basis for the post-2027 Common Agriculture Policy. The CAP is going to have to continue recognizing the crucial role of our farmers, not only in respect of the production of quality food, but also of their valuable work in preserving the environment and the rural cultural landscape. And regarding the seventh and the final of the presidency security dimensions is health security. Last week, we presented an action plan on the cybersecurity of hospitals and healthcare providers. We are on a good path when it comes to completing our work on the crucial safeguarding of our critical infrastructure. It goes without saying that the whole of infrastructure approach also covers the healthcare services. They matter to all citizens wherever they live. Let us also recall some unfinished business regarding or addressing the health priority. A Critical Medicines Act will soon complement the pharmaceutical package. Also here, the strengthening of the security of supply in the pharmaceutical domain is a key security item. Dear Prime Minister Tusk, honourable members, the Commission looks forward to a successful cooperation with the Polish presidency on all matters. The current term will allow us to pave the way for future presidencies of the Council, in particular on the post-2027 multi-annual financial framework and as a follow-up of the pre-enlargement policy reviews. Unity and our capability to act are vital ingredients for achieving greater security. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Šuica. So now we go to the speakers on behalf of the political group, starting with the President of the EPP Group, Manfred Weber. 4 minutes.
Madam President of the European Parliament, dear Commissioners, especially the Polish Commissioner, dear Prime Minister Tusk, dear Donald, in 2022, when you handed me the reins of the EPP in Rotterdam, you said in your speech there in Rotterdam, I returned to Polish politics to win the battle for democracy, the rule of law, and a European Poland. And it was a tough fight. And you won. Poland is again in the heart of Europe. You ended this government. You ended this government. You brought rule of law back to Poland. You unlocked 137 billion of European funds for the Polish people, and you have brought Poland back to the decisive tables in the world and in Europe. And Kaczynski can now peacefully retire, dear friends. And now, the next 6 months will focus on the future, on improving the lives with better healthcare for everyone, on innovation, on creating well-paid jobs for the citizens of Europe, not the craziness of extremists, but the daily expectations and the dreams of normal citizens will again lead Poland and Europe. And the contrast to the previous presidency is also obvious. Orban's presidency is behind us, thanks God. It was only an ego trip of Viktor. A few days after his famous trip to Moscow, Putin attacked the children's hospital in Kiev. That was really a great peace mission, I have to say. The Polish presidency, dear friends, has just started, but we can already feel the change. Donald, you spoke about these disruptive forms of politics in today's world. And especially in such a moment, I think it's important that we have leadership who proved already their credibility. And I want to remind us on a few of these things. When Macron and others treated Russia as a strategic partner, you saw already the reality that Russia is a strategic enemy who hates our European way of life. When my country, Germany, naively backed Nord Stream 2, and you know I was on your side in this subject, you were already calling for a European energy union to break free from Putin's grip. And while Chancellor Scholz is only speaking about the Zeitenwende, Poland have massively invested under your leadership in defense and is today the East Shield for Europe. And while Sanchez was neglecting the need for stricter border control, even building up fences if needed, you were putting successfully the weaponization of migration on Council's table. Thank you for doing so. Today you tell us it's time to end naivety in Europe. A new axis of tyranny is forming. Iranian missiles strike Ukraine cities. North Korean soldiers are marching across European soil, and Russia fully is in war economy. We need a security-first approach. That's your main message. Europe has to wake up. Security first when it is about trade, when it is about developing new technologies, when it is about the migration policy. And we will safeguard our democracies. Romania delivers a clear task for us. Anyone who wants to earn money in Europe has to respect our rules. Elon Musk must learn. Decisions on DSA and DMA are not done in his headquarters, not in the White House, only here in this European Parliament. And don't get me wrong, we as European Parliament, as EPP Group, we want to offer the deal-maker Trump a real deal. With China rising, economies struggling, and also a world in turmoil, we need a cooperation on the transatlantic level more than ever before. Finally, a lot is ahead of us, and it won't be easy at all. But Józef Tischner, the Polish priest, philosopher, and Solidarność movement thinker once said, and I quote, "Hope must always match the challenge. The greater the challenge, the stronger the hope." Today, we place great hope in the Polish presidency. We need more Polish thinking in Europe, facing hardships with strength, facing challenges with ambition, facing autocratic threats with a strong will to live in freedom and democracy. Thank God, European way of life speaks Polish, dear friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the President of the S&D Group, Irache Garcia Perez. 3 minutes.
Gracias. Thank you, President, and welcome. Welcome, Prime Minister Tusk, to the European Parliament. Today, a new chapter is starting in Europe under the Polish presidency of the Council, a presidency which, under your leadership, should have the potential to be a moral and political compass in the times of unprecedented challenges that we're facing. Mr. Tusk, the history of Poland is the history of a resistance. It's the spirit of those who fought for their freedom in the darkest moments. It's the courage of the Polish people during the Nazi occupation the uprising of the Warsaw Ghetto, and the bravery of Solidarity, or Solidarność, the movement that showed that when people unite and come together, they can change the course of history. And this is the spirit of resistance, which I think here in the European Union we need today. And perhaps I can just put out one or two thoughts. I listened very carefully to your speech, and there are quite a lot of elements where I agree with you, others that I possibly don't. And I think this is only healthy and it's important. When you were talking about security, I agree with you 100%. I agree that Europe needs to make progress when it comes to security in the different areas that you referred to. Security cannot only be exclusively security, military security, and that of defence in the light of the threats and challenges being faced by Europe on our borders. Obviously, this is essential, and I agree that we do need to invest in European defence. But then there is security. Security, for example, just think of somebody, a pensioner in Europe, waking up in the morning and wondering whether they're going to be able to afford heating and gas. And security also means that a woman should be able to have an abortion in Europe without the threat that a government may put them into jail for exercising their rights. And security also means that a mother knows that their child is going to be able to go to a university, a public university. And security also means that a homosexual couple can walk the streets of the city they live in without fearing insults and attacks. And this is something that Europe has to take into account as well. And then, of course, security also means that we must continue with our Green Deal to safeguard our planet. Security also means that young people should not be worried as to whether have children or not, because they don't know what kind of planet they're going to be leaving their children to live in. Security also means that we have the digital transition serving the purposes of truth, because we can't have disinformation manipulation in our societies. Our European Union will survive if we're able to control migratory flows responsibly and based on solidarity as well. Our union will only survive if we can strengthen our defence industry and if we are able to speak with a single voice when it comes to these dreadful wars like that of Ukraine and the Middle East. And then one final idea. I don't agree on simplification for the purpose of simplification, or just to obviously, if we want to make it easier to put in some of the decisions we've made, yes, but not deregulation, because if you take a look at all the progress and achievements we've made over the past years, we can't just bring an end to those. The national anthem, Mr. Tusk, as you mentioned, expresses these beautiful words that Poland is still here because, of course, we're still standing, we're still alive. And I would like to say that Europe is not yet lost either, as long as all the democratic forces work together.
Floor now to Anna Burelka. 2 minutes.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Pani President, Commissioner, Prime Minister. No substance, no ideas, no solutions. All these round words that you have just given us are out of touch with reality. You're presenting yourself today as the saviour of Europe, yet you were and are the architect of this system which is leading Europe into decline. Now you're doing this with Mrs. von der Leyen, and before that with Mrs. Merkel. Together, you have brought about a loss of competitiveness, a loss of security on our streets, and increasing poverty in Europe. You say you wish to revise the climate policy, but where were you when it was being introduced? Were you not president of the European Council and then head of the European People's Party, without whose votes this green madness would not have happened? Amongst others, it was you, Mr. Tusk, who condemned your own countrymen to the highest energy prices in the world. You included the fight against climate disinformation in the programme of the Polish presidency. And is this now how you intend to fight the critics of your policies? Is this your freedom of speech? You talked about the security of external borders, but where were you and where was your party when there was an idea to build a wall on the border with Belarus to defend Poland and Europe. Just let me remind you, at that time, you wanted to let in illegal immigrants and voted against building a barrier on the border. You were on the side of Lukashenko and Putin then. You present yourself as an opponent of the Pact on Migration and Asylum and threatened your own people with the sanctions for opposing the relocation scheme. Who was that? Well, it was you, Mr. Tusk. You may pretend to be a rational and sensible politic, but you're a hypocritical fraud. Ursula von der Leyen anointed you as Prime Minister of Poland, and since then you have been acting as the representative, a deputy, a German deputy in Poland, and you are far away from Polish interests. The Polish people and all, Mr. Tusk, the nation of Poland and all free people in Europe are demanding an immediate withdrawal from the European Green Deal, bringing down energy prices, and to start deporting illegal immigrants and guaranteeing freedom of expression in the internet.
Patrick Jaki, 5.5 minutes.
Thank you, President, Prime Minister, Commissioner. Poland has everything is necessary to lead important processes in Europe. It is in the center of the continent, so it can build major airports, logistic hubs. It has the most coal, so it can have the cheapest energy. Poland has sea, mountains, rivers, so it can become the touristic and trade powerhouse. Poland is also the safest country in Europe according to your data, and we are building the biggest army in the region. Over the last decades, we have been the fastest growing country in the continent. Poland has also an impressive history. This year marked 1,000 years of Polish kingdom, during which we built the greatest states with greatest freedom, religious and political freedom, and first constitution in Europe. We have everything we need, but we have one problem. Premiera oszusta.
A Prime Minister who's a fraud, who just all these nice words about absolutely everything, and then you do everything the opposite completely. You're talking about trying to move dependence away from Russia, and last week you bought Russian gas for Warsaw, and you're talking about security and protecting our borders and the fight against migration, and it was you who implemented the Migration Pact, and then you've built 49 centres for migrants so that we have these safe places in Europe. And I did take a look at what happened under the European Parliament. I can remember that Mr. Tusk was demanding sanctions for some of the things that were being done by the previous government. And then, of course, there's everything to do with artificial intelligence and third generation energy. You're talking about respect for freedom. And then we can see that there are civil servants that are going to be doing away with free content on the internet, just like communists in China. We've seen that people weren't allowed to go to certain press conferences, and furthermore, a young person who criticised what you were doing was arrested. So this is the freedom of expression you're talking about. You're talking about economic competitiveness, and together with this stupid green ideology, which means that we now have the highest energy prices in Europe. So what about Slovakia? Maybe we should do like them and suspend this, not go ahead with it, because we're supposed to be doing good for Poland and the rest of Europe. And then you talk about rule of law, about a country based on the rule of law. Law, you're saying all these very nice words. That today you're talking about the independence, rule of law. And if you want to take a look at the reality in Poland, we know, of course, that you took over the prosecutor's office by force in order to change the national prosecutor. But there was no request. He was replaced by force. And the same happened with the public media. The Constitutional Tribunal said that this had not been legal, but you've ignored this. And we're carrying out acts which, according to the legal authorities, are not in conformity and won't be in law. And this is continuing to happen. And who's going to be responsible for this rule of law? We have a Prime Minister who said that he's infringing rule of law, and what's going to happen then? And the possibility of a fair trial. You have not guaranteed this to MPs from Poland, and so you're doing the same as Putin. You are persecuting certain people, and then, of course, there's the status of safe that you want to give to the country, so as not to punish certain people, and you're doing this to terrorists as well. And what about the rights of citizens, and what about protection of women's rights? The Prime Minister has taken all the money away from their main opposition. Obviously, their party has received 50 million. What about the equality, the equity that you talk about? There's a ruling from the tribunal that says that the money has to be paid to the opposition parties now. And there are all sorts of other things as well. It's just like reading through the Criminal Chronicle. You don't respect the rulings, and generally speaking, you're not acting as a guardian of the law. It's just like Mr. Reinders, because it turns out now that he has taken money. So, and in order for there to be clarity, the European Union doesn't have any competence in this area, and I'm not expecting any kind of intervention. But I think Europeans must realise just how hypocritical you are, and that you are applying double standards. And if we want to, and then I think the best thing is to send you to retire.
5 minutes, slowly, stick to time, so the interpreters can catch up.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner, Prime Minister. Well, I was in Poland last week with members of my group. We visited Warsaw, and what I saw was that Prime Minister Tusk, your coalition is working hard to restore the rule of law, which was unravelled for years by the previous government. We know how difficult this job is, and we will stand by your side in your efforts to restore the rule of law that was trodden underfoot by the PIS government. Well, I've already had an opportunity to tell you this, but within this House, in the pro-European side of the House, we do have our differences, but there are very high expectations of your presidency. You have brought Poland back into Europe, and there is a lot to be done. If the Parliament is ready to act, on the one hand, we also have high expectations of the member states. So what about our world leadership? What are we going to do? Are we going to be running behind the cart, or are we going to be running ahead of it? You have made a priority of security, first of all economic security, as we have economic rivals that are very attractive on the one hand, but also are breaking the rules of world trade. But also in the terms of military security, we need to defend ourselves in Europe. When it comes to our energy security, we're getting off our addiction to Russian fossil fuels, but we have no future if we abandon the Green Deal. The Green Deal is the key to our energy independence. The Green Deal is the key to our sovereignty. The Green Deal is the key to our future, the future of our children and their children. So yes to simplification, real simplification, concrete simplification that can help our companies to work, to make us more competitive. Yes to pragmatism, but no to questioning our climate objectives. Security, and finally, political security. The far right is doing well. It's an era of hybrid interference and disinformation. Faced with these risks of instability, we need to respond. Yes, there is a migratory pact, and when we see instrumentalization of migration, we will help you. But the priority is to implement the Asylum and Migration Pact. And I think it's a shame that you did not support this. Yes, we will stand by your side, but if we want to achieve our objectives, we have to work together, including in implementing the pact. One final word, effectiveness. Thank you very much.
Terry Reintke, 3 minutes for the Greens.
Thanks a lot, Madam President, dear colleagues. Dear Prime Minister Tusk, welcome to the European Parliament. I think a lot of us are quite happy about this change in Council presidency, especially because we live in times where Europe has to act. The new US President has started the year 2025 with a series of threats against our common European interest. In the east of Europe, Putin is still waging an illegal war of his great power fantasies, only held back by the outstanding courage of the Ukrainian people. And the signs of hope, and we know this, colleagues, in the Middle East are still extremely fragile. So Europe united has to be our answer to the challenges of our time. A united European Union as a harbour of security and strength for the people in Europe. And after the disastrous Hungarian presidency, Prime Minister Tusk, now a great responsibility lies on Poland because we need to see action. And you have made security the key issue of your presidency, and I can only tell you, well done. We also think this should be a priority, but when we, for example, talk about defense, and you have spoken about it, actually you don't really need to convince this House, because the European Parliament has been at the forefront of fighting for a defense union in the past. You actually have to go to the capitals and tell them not only to use European defense in their Sunday speeches, but to actually put action into their words and to move forward on this, because we have heard enough of words. We need to see action in this. But, Mr. Tusk, I also have to tell you that security also goes hand in hand with environmental security, because what security is there if floods are endangering our people and are destroying our homes, when droughts are killing our crops, and when masses of water and wildfires ruin entire infrastructures or economies of whole regions? Protecting the climate is ultimately about protecting humans. Investing in the ecological transition on the European continent is making us more independent, protecting our energy security from the threatening powers of dictators and autocrats. Fossils mean dependency. Renewables mean freedom, and we have to see this also in the Polish presidency. And lastly, Prime Minister Tusk, it's been a while, but I think you know, not only in the streets of Poland people were celebrating when you won the election. All across Europe, there was a sense of hope and relief that Poland, as a strong partner, is back at the European table. A strong Poland that will defend rule of law, our democratic values, and uphold human rights. You won because people wanted change. You won because people put hope in you who had been stripped of their rights, who were silenced and who were denied freedom. These people count on you, and they count on us right now. And you also managed by unifying the political forces of the center, including the Social Democrats, the Liberals and the Greens. And for me, this leads the way in Europe. But honestly, Mr. Tusk, here in this House, the only majority that can secure a strong and ready-to-act Europe, the majority of the center, is in danger, also by dangerous games of your own political party, who have been voting with the far right in not only one occasion in this House. So you have a responsibility here, Mr. Tusk. We want to see a strong Polish presidency, but also remind your own political group how important in this crucial moment it is that we do sensible politics in the center in Europe right now. Thank you very much.
Now we give the floor Manon Aubry for the Left Group. 2 minutes.
Colleagues, Prime Minister Tusk, the 9th of June 2023, a woman 5 months pregnant died from septicemia. And that happened in your country, Mr. Tusk, Poland. This woman, 33 years old, had her life ahead of her. She died because men said that they knew better than women what they should do with their bodies. too many women have lost their lives because of the ban on abortion in Poland. How can that happen in Europe in the 21st century, where we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of the right to abortion in France? And the reactionary elements which we are seeing in Europe, for example, in Paris this weekend. Mr. Tusk, you were elected on a promise to liberalise the right to abortion against PIS, which put in place this law. Certain political groups celebrated the victory of the free world. In reality, you are implementing some right-wing policies. That's what we find in your work programme for the presidency. I read it. Some points could have been written by Mr. Urban or Ms. Meloni. We have a climate disaster and inequalities. You just talk about security. And what about the security of the women who have a right to decide on their own bodies? And the worst thing is, you talk about an invasion of migrants. You want to suspend the right of asylum. There's a lot to do during this Polish presidency, like having a blocking minority against the free trade agreement with Mercosur, when rather having a European independence rather than following Donald Tusk. You're following this racist anti-climatism. You can't oppose the far right by taking up some of their proposals. It's too late. And we have the right to confront the far right front on with an emancipatory and very different programme.
The floor to Eva Zachajowska-Hernik. 1 minute.
Panie premierze.
Prime Minister, we could say a lot of things about you, but you can't reply, really. You can't say anything at all. It's a great shame. It's a shame that you aren't in the Parliament. Apparently, you're the worst Prime Minister in Poland, and you can't say anything to that. And because in Poland, you've said the migration pact should be rejected and the Green Deal revised. And then last December, you said that the migration pact and the Green Deal were going to be implemented. You're an opponent of migration. But in 2014 and 2015, together with Angela Merkel, you invited migrants into Europe. Under your government, we got Nord Stream 2, and you were in favour, a supporter of revenue from Russia. Now you're his enemy. And when you were the president of the European Council, you did nothing for Poland. And under your leadership of the European Council, the United Kingdom left. So I don't know whether there's any true words, or maybe yes, you're a Prime Minister, you're dangerous. And knowing you and under the Polish presidency, I would like... Thank you.
Dolores Montserrat, 1 minute.
Gracias. Thank you very much. Thank you, President. Mr. Tusk, you're at the helm of the institutions, which is a very good piece of news, because it means that the European values are being aligned with the expectations and the future of millions of citizens. Poland and Spain face a lot of challenges. Defence of the rule of law, you have suffered under previous governments who've endangered the rule of law, like we in Spain are suffering from Sanchez's government who are attacking institutions. So, yes, there are very many challenges that we're facing. The mafias, for example, who are exploiting migration, and we can see this on the Canary Islands. We have to make sure that no single European government can launder the interests of dictatorships like that of Maduro. Now in the Council, we have a great opportunity to defend democracy in Europe and anywhere in the world. The European Parliament will be at your side to try and stem the ideological drift of certain of the governments and try and realise our hopes and expectations.
Anna Schöring-Wilgus, 1.5 minutes.
Panie premierze,
Prime Minister, the Polish presidency is a historic opportunity. American and European politics are becoming far more populist, right-wing, and far too often, quite simply, fascist. In Poland, we managed to vanquish the Law and Justice Party because during the dark times of their governments, we were very consistent in our views. We were consistent when it came to the rule of law, human rights, and the strong and united vision of Europe. Today, the dark clouds are not only gathering over the United States, but right across the whole world. And this is our opportunity. We have to show that the European Union is strong and ready to stand up to the radical right and populism, just like Poland did last year. So we now have a new leader, another Donald, who's populist, radical, and totally unpredictable. Our European Donald, however, is progressive, predictable and democratic. And obviously, you've said that there are 450 million citizens in Europe, in the European Union, half of them being women, and this is extremely important. We've heard certain comments about women already. We have the Charter of Women's Rights. This is a document that's ready, has been drafted, which should serve as a kind of umbrella protection for all women in Poland, in Europe, in particularly women in Poland. And so we have to do this. You haven't been able to do this in Poland, but we have to try and do this right across Europe so that Polish women have the same rights as Belgian women and right across Europe. And the last thing I'd like to say is that I know that the motto of the Polish presidency is security, but at times of conflicts, we should not forget about assistance support. I have a letter, and in other fields as well, I have a letter from the Ministry of Culture in order to...
2 minutes. Go ahead.
Madame la Présidente. Madam President, Prime Minister, at this beginning of this year, we've seen international crises, major challenges, and the presidency of the EU under Poland's leadership is very important. Prime Minister, you say that you are committed to act in favour of security and stability on our continent. Well, we can only encourage you to do that. And the first objective has to be struggling against mass immigration. Otherwise, this will submerge Europe. Over the last few years, we have suffered intolerable migratory pressure, amplified by economic crisis, conflicts, and the porosity of our external borders. And there has been a pro-immigration policy in the EU, illustrated by the Migration Pact. Prime Minister, can you commit to creating an Eastern shield to protect the long border with Russia and Belarus? I think that your commitment is the start of a new era in European politics. The EU needs to protect the external borders of the Union and support all member states in doing that. We have to reject mechanisms like the Migration Pact, relocating migrants without consulting the people concerned. We have to listen to the will of the people. Our people don't want it, and we have to listen to them. We have to put nations back at the center of decision-making to have a Europe that respects identities and sovereignties. Our citizens expect clear actions to stop uncontrolled migration, to reinforce controls, and to rework asylum law. When it comes to GDP and defense, Poland is making strategic investments. We all need increased vigilance. Cooperation in the EU should not dilute our national sovereignty. So European sovereignty and European defense is important. And to do that, we need a Europe of nations to defend their sovereignty and identities while respecting the will of the peoples that compose the Union. That is the spirit in which we act.
1.5 minutes.
Panie Premierze. Prime Minister, welcome to Strasbourg. As you have heard, a lot of hope is being placed in the Polish presidency. And last week, then representatives in Europe were able to hear from the ministries of your government in Warsaw. Today, I'm going to be focusing on two important issues, security and the economy. These are fundamental and even existential element issues for both Poland and Europe. First of all, we know that Europe has to prepare itself for the worst case scenario. So we need to have a very high-quality armament from the organizational viewpoint. We have to look at civil defense and from the infrastructure point of view, we have to guarantee the security of our critical infrastructure, including against cyber threats, which is going to require enormous investment and the adoption of appropriate plans such as the European Defence Industry Programme. And we don't have any choice, and this is what your presidency is going to have to do to build a consensus in this area. Then we have the economy, where we need a new industrial policy, and in order to take account of the challenges thrown up by the Green Deal. We have to support clean tech and obviously fight for the interests of the European economy, especially in the face of the technological domination of China and the USA. We have to build up Europe's own technological sovereignty and implement European law down to the last dot. So we need to support our industry. We know, of course, that the Americans had the Inflation Reduction Act, and I'd just like to wish you all the best.
Prime Minister, you put security and defense at the heart of the Polish presidency. Quite timely, I would say. I have been working on these issues for more than 10 years, you even longer. And all this time we have heard countless heads of state showing up here speaking of European autonomy, strengthening European defense, a true European defense union. Well, let me tell you, this House is ready. And we both know that the problem is political will in the member states. So I'm asking you what I have been asking all these previous heads of state: what competences are you willing to transfer from the national to the European level so that we will finally walk tangible steps towards this end? And a little spoiler, so far the answer has always been silence. So maybe today is a good moment to change that. It's cheaper and it will make us safer.
Thank you very much. Konstantinos Arvanitis, 1 minute.
Madam President, Prime Minister, I'm very happy to see you here. I wanted to say, and if we go in the direction of the far right, we'll strengthen their voice. I think you've understood that. I'm happy that since May, the Article 7 procedure has ended for Poland, and happy that your country is respecting the rule of law and human rights. But I think one thing is difficult. All these topics of the recent past and we have 7 key pillars in the presidency program, but not when it comes to access and fundamental rights. When we visited Warsaw in February 2022, we looked into the problem of Pegasus, and the subcommittee was set up, and there were major problems in Greece too on that. Pega. It would be nice if you could go into this topic afterwards. And a final request: it can't be the case that there are still LGBTQ free zones in Poland.
Panie premierze.
In Polish, Prime Minister Tusk, I think you probably understand better in German, so I'll give you that pleasure and I'll continue in German. Mr. Tusk, politicians like you are the greatest danger for European nations. When you're in opposition, with the help of the EU, you attack the sovereignty of your own country. And now, when you're in government, you're destroying the rule of law in Poland. We've seen that members of the opposition are being persecuted, politically uncomfortable court rulings being quashed, your media coup was illegal, and there's ever more censorship in the internet, which reminds us of a regime. What you did in the way of violations against the rule of law in your country was more than the Law and Justice Party did in 8 years. and you're getting away. The EU lets you get away with it. After all, for years you've been Brussels' most faithful servant, and now you want to spread your work of destruction to the whole of Europe. Mass migration, censorship, geopolitical escalation, wokeness, even though you don't want you claim the contrary. You're a Polish Angela Merkel, you're a Polish Ursula von der Leyen, and the worst thing is you're proud of it. And this is bad for your country, Poland, and it's bad for for Europe.
1 minute.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, Prime Minister Tusk, you explain the priorities of the Polish presidency. You say that you want to increase defence spending and to increase the intensity of sanctions and do completely without Russian energy imports. Well, let's look at defence first of all. You're talking about 500 billion euros in Germany. The Greens and the AfD are trying to outbid each other as to how much of GDP would go to defence. 5%, 6%. We've got 27 different weapon systems in the US, and there's just a huge public procurement problem. We spend more on defence than Russia does, but children are not learning to read and write properly at schools. And then we want to increase the energy sanctions. And Trump says you have to buy dirty fracking gas and you'll have punitive tariffs otherwise. So we've made ourselves totally dependent on the nutcase in the White House. And what about the terrorists who were responsible for attacking Nord Stream? Why did you simply allow them to leave Poland without prosecuting them?
Madam President, Prime Minister, a month ago, with Ms. Andrzej Aliski, we were on the Poland-Belarus border. For years, Poland, like other countries, has been carrying the security of Europe and the protection of the external borders of our continent as a whole. And for years, you've been alerting us to the fact that the migration crisis, which you said, which is a hybrid war, is a question of security and stability. And it is existential for our continent. For too long, our countries in the west of Europe responded to this alert by being indifferent, silence, distrust, our moral lessons. But everything has changed now. Our political family and yours too, you have the levers to react in the Council and within this Parliament too. And we'll put an end to our powerlessness in migration. We'll have the returns directive, which you've made a priority, so that we can expel illegal migrants. European funds can finally support first entry countries like yours so that you can protect our borders for everybody. That's the change we're looking for. And in that sense, the majority has changed in this Parliament. Thank you.
Repazi, 1 minute.
Frau Präsidentin, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Madam President, colleagues, Prime Minister, it is good that at this point in time, we have someone taking over the presidency of the Council who is a convinced European, unlike the other Donald. In a world where the strong winner takes all and the strongest oppresses the others, then I think it's very important that we move to a united Europe and where we implement our policies effectively. So I think Poland, under your leadership, is the best country to lead us. You put the priority on security, but don't throw the rest overboard. I say that as a German member and as a leader of the German Social Democrats in this House. I would like to extend a hand to you to say that in the political centre we can strengthen the single market to make our companies stronger without simply giving up our high standards at the bidding of the far right.
Ki kell mondanunk az igazságot, Lengyelország.
The truth must be spoken. In Poland, the Tusk regime has systematically destroyed the rule of law and democracy. Poland is a woke dictatorship. In Donald Tusk's woke dictatorship, dissenters, from those in power are subject to political persecution. It's an open and harsh political persecution. And the reaction in Brussels to the current rule of law crisis in Poland illustrates the double standards of EU leaders. If a tenth of what has happened in Poland in the last year or so were to happen in Hungary, Ursula von der Leyen would be proposing to send a peacekeeping force to Hungary. But now the leaders of the European Union are silent, or actually welcome the destruction of the rule of law and democracy, the use of police violence, this brave new liberal world, this woke dictatorship. Once again, countless Polish patriots are forced to flee. All our Polish democratic friends can count on us, patriotic Hungarians, everyone who is forced to flee their country because of their political persecution can count on Hungary, now as in the past, in such situations. We will take in Polish political persecuted persons and, if necessary, grant them political asylum, because, you know, Poles and Hungarians are good friends, fighting together, drinking wine together.
1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Prime Minister, there are quite a number of different subjects I would like to take up with you, but I'm going to focus in on one subject because I've only got 1 minute to speak. In your programme, you talk about a Europe that protects. This Europe that protects also has to protect its fundamental values, like the rule of law. Poland has stated that it can come out of the Article 7 proceedings, and then we need a different approach. So I think that it's important that you are exemplary in reviewing the procedures for using Article 7. We need to ensure that it can be speeded up, more effective and more practical. The Parliament triggered Article 7 for Hungary, but no formal steps were taken to follow that up. I hope that your presidency will stand out because of positive steps forward on the rule of law.
1 minute.
Yes, thank you very much, President. Thank you to the interpreters for their work. Mr. Tusk, I would like to ask, who is this security for that you're talking about? Is it security of the women? No. After 1 year in government, you still haven't guaranteed the right to safe abortion. Security for people who are migrating? No. We've seen militarization of borders and serious violations of human rights. Security for LGBT people? No. Security for workers? No. They can't pay the rent, they can't have a decent salary, and they can't fill the supermarket trolley. So you aren't really calling things properly by their name, because essentially you're talking about militarization and war. You're doing what NATO is demanding, either Europe take money from health and education to pay for the war, and what the United States is demanding. You say that what we need is peace, democracy, and more rights. But through war, austerity, and your complicity with genocides, what you're doing is making Europe ever weaker. And it's the United States and the extreme right that are getting stronger. So you're placing yourself on the side of barbarianism and in a street without exit.
Panie premierze.
Prime Minister, your presence here is, well, fate, I suppose. Here you are. We've had the Amber Gold affair in the past, the scandal, and the all sorts of other scandals from the past. And shamelessly, here you are. You got back to power in Poland, and over the first 100 days of your government, you've not actually put into practice any of the promises you made the Polish citizens. Europe deserves a Poland, but not the one that's sitting in the chamber. I've got a good programme, put an end to the Migration Pact, an end to the Green Deal, continue with coal, and only two sexes, two genders. But we don't have Donald Trump here, we've got Donald Tusk. So We're not looking forward to a golden era at all, but I don't think we should lose hope, because we know at the end of the presidency, your puppet is going to lose the presidential elections and we'll get back into power. And so then yes.
1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Prime Minister Tusk, welcome back to the European Parliament. It is our common task to provide certainty to the people of Europe. It is our first and common obligation to provide safety, security and prosperity to the people of Europe. This is what they expect from us. My main message to you today is that security and prosperity in Europe are connected. These have to be our priorities and we have to work on it together. We can only prosper if we are safe. We can only be safe and secure in Europe if our economy is strong. If we are safe, we can generate investments, we can generate jobs, we can transition to the digital economy, we can protect the environment, farmers, industries, and we will have security. Without safety, we have none of these. This is why safety and security have to be one of the top priorities of the Union. As responsible for the budget of the European Union, I say they should be a priority for our budget in the future. And my second point is the following. Autocrats around Europe want to weaken Europe. They want to believe us they are weak. We are not. We shall not believe what autocrats want us to believe about Europe. We should have our own beliefs and we should tell the people of Europe that autocracy means hate, division, poverty, and Europe means democracy, freedom, prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Nicola Zingaretti, 1 minuto.
Presidente Tusk. Prime Minister Tusk, if we want to defend the European project, we need to revive our model of development. We need to launch federal processes so that we can move towards a greater political Europe. We need prosperity and freedom, but Europe seems no longer able to allow us a place on the world stage. And this is undermining the Western democracies. Only European democracy can save us. But we need to ensure that we build upon innovation and a productive system, that we protect citizens' rights to housing, to health, and to fight against inequality. Yes, we need to invest in common defence, but with common purchasing and following up the Parliament's resolutions on defence union. We need to rationalise expenditure and strengthen the European pillar of NATO. As Romano Prodi said, Europe's a bicycle. If it stops, it falls. So we don't need the Europe of the necessary minimum, but we need a more maximum vision.
President, Commissioner, Prime Minister Tusk, thank you for bringing Poland back to Europe. At this crucial time, we welcome your strong leadership and your presidency of the Council. The EPP and also my home country, Sweden, fully support your priority to make Europe more safe and secure, to strengthen our defence and support Ukraine. And you are right that we need to take back control of our borders and on migration. And Europe is strong, but we need to get to work to make Europe more competitive, now and for future generations. And Prime Minister, you can count on EPP's support to deliver on this. Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tobe. Javier Moreno Sanchez, 1 minute.
Gracias.
Yes, thank you, President. Prime Minister, welcome to your home, and I wish you every progressive success in your presidency. Obviously, Europe has to be seen on the map not only as an economic power, but a place where there is democracy, respect for human rights, and respect for international law, and this against the model being promoted by the extreme right. If we take a look at the new geopolitical context, even more turbulent now with the new incumbent in the White House, means that Europe is facing an existential challenge. There's a mixture of expansionism, deregulation, protectionism, and trade wars and radicalism. We have to continue strengthening our European Union, bolstering our own defence and security, implement the Green Deal. We can't wait any longer with that, but also implement the Migration Pact and protect our citizens and our democracy. We also have to develop the social dimension by finding a response to the housing crisis, especially for our young people. Mr. Tusk, we're counting on a European like you in order to solve the existential problems we face in Europe.
Halicki, 1.5 minutes.
Wysoka Izbo, tak ważny moment.
Yes, welcome to this chamber at such an important moment, important debate in all these, also against the backdrop of these insults and these what we've heard. These people feel that they're strong because they have the support of millionaires and they think that will allow them to do certain things. No, we are patriots. They're near to national treason. We're the ones that are defending the interests of European citizens. They are fragmented, and this is why we will win. We will be the victors. So you talk about simplification. Okay, well, let's go ahead with a simplification, but we have to do this now because Europe has to be secure in many dimensions. Yes, on the borders, that's a priority. And when it comes to food security, health security, all the others you've mentioned, that is our responsibility. And there's no time to lose. We have to act because Europe has to be able to feel the effects of our effective action. We're acting for the people, and Europe can only be secure and safe if we're together.
Thank you very much. Now, we have 5 minutes for Catch the Eye. I will give the floor to 5 colleagues in the order in which they came, starting with Peter Magyar.
Köszönöm szépen, elnök asszony. Polák-Vengri, dva brata.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Poland and Hungary are good friends. Allow me, Prime Minister, to raise one point. The 1,000-year friendship between Poland and Hungary, which is sacrosanct. Royal shared policies. 1,000 years ago, we set the building blocks of the links between the Polish-Hungarian link. We'll never forget how much help we got from Poland. We won't forget Dębinski, the help in the freedom struggle in 1848. I hope that the Poles won't forget what help Hungary gave to Poland during the Second World War. Hungary didn't leave Poland alone. Others left Poland alone. We are very sad that Viktor Orban, in the interests of the is sacrificing the interests of this 1,000-year friendship. If Hungary next year decides differently, the Polish-Hungarian friendship will flourish again.
Minutes.
Domnule prim-ministru Tusk, doamna președinte.
Prime Minister Tusk, President Metsola, dear colleagues, the next 6 months are crucial for the future of Europe. The Polish presidency of the European Union must find ambitious solutions to our problems. For example, defining our new relationships with the United States under the Trump era. We need to strengthen the security partnership in order to protect the interests of our countries. Protecting European democracies is important. We must effectively counter foreign interference. We must counter political radicalization, especially in Romania and Germany, where important elections are coming. It's important to protect the cohesion policy and the common agricultural policy. We must also find additional funding for health and education. Europeans' welfare must come first. The situation in Ukraine and in the Republic of Moldova are important priorities because we need to be involved in the reconstruction of Ukraine. You have mentioned our security. We must strengthen the European industry and respect our commitments to NATO. If we fail the European project, we will all be in danger. Thank you.
Oshensky.
Panie premierze.
Prime Minister. Well, yes, what a presentation. Not one single detail Every day, European citizens are worse off, and you come to Strasbourg and you aren't able to give one single detail, one single strategy, one single vision. You talk about the European spirit, but you're not Montesquieu. You don't have any ideals, you don't have a vision, you don't have a strategy. So you were right.
More than enough. Go away,
All
Mr.
right.
Tusk. Go.
Helmut Brandstätter.
Dear Prime Minister, thank you very much for talking about security. I'm from Austria, a neutral country, and for us it's also very important. And I have to inform you that we have a right-wing party, FPÖ, pro-Putin, and they are against Sky Shield now. All the other parties are in favor of Sky Shield because security is so important for us. And now, your friends in the Österreichische Volkspartei, in the People's Party, they're also against Sky Shield now. So I really ask, probably you can talk to them, talk about security, talk about how important it is for us, because we all know that we are in danger from Putin's rockets, and we want to live in peace and security together in our common Europe. Thank you very much for talking to them. Probably you can convince them. You never will convince the pro-Putin party. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Böselager, you have catch the eye. Mr. Böselager, you applied for catch the eye. You are standing right there. Are you going to take the floor? You don't want it anymore? No. Okay, that means that we can go to João Oliveira and then we close. Sir Oliveira.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The slogan of the Polish presidency is Security Europe. But this is a call for militarism and war, a policy of privileges for the big economic and financial interests, and disregard for social and economic issues that really affect our people. The program of the Polish presidency does not refer to workers and their rights. You need a magnifying glass to find any kind of reference to the social issues that are decisive. Housing. I mean, there are thousands of people who can't find an affordable place to live. But the Polish presidency just touches upon housing as a statistical issue. There's a disregard for people's real problems. The Polish presidency is insisting on arms to prolong the Ukraine war, to increase the waste of money on weapons in the EU, and sanctions that continue to affect the living conditions of our peoples.
Commissioner Suica.
Thank you, Chair, Prime Minister, honourable members. I sincerely thank you for this debate and your contributions to the challenges we are facing with regard to the crucial security items. They have been neatly addressed by the Polish presidency. To a very large degree, we see a sense of shared purpose and a joint determination in this House to tackle the priorities of the Polish presidency, and to do this in a spirit of joint ownership and close collaboration between our three institutions. Those security topics are indeed challenges, but they are also opportunities. Let us think of three mutual gains that we can achieve. First, the European Union has to and will become more resilient towards malign security threats. Second, we can become more self-sustaining in the production of vital resources and commodities that we would otherwise have to import. And the third, we will be able to become stronger together vis-à-vis other international partners or players. If we work hard and with a sense of unity, we will be able to preserve key elements of the European way. As Commission, we are glad to be in tune with the priorities of the Polish presidency, and we are equally glad to count on the joint determination of this House and the Council presidency to constructively work on timely agreements and on current and upcoming legislative files in this area. It is a crucial and rewarding approach to think in a whole-of-society security dimension. It is in this spirit that the Commission is looking forward to closely working with you on the implementation of the priorities of the Polish presidency.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Suica. And now, Prime Minister Tusk, up to you to answer questions, comments, and points that have been made. No questions, only statements.
Jeszcze raz bardzo dziękuję.
Once again, I'd just like to thank you for extremely interesting statements, a very lively debate. There weren't any questions as such. As members, you put forward your positions and opinions. I'd just like to say, first of all, that a lot of the statements and a lot of the comments confirmed my own conviction as to just how important the mission is that faces us as the Polish presidency in Europe, but also for all of those who feel that democracy is important in the European Union and we're to continue the fight of values. Sometimes, as the Polish Prime Minister, I feel a little embarrassed when the far-right representatives from my country make certain statements. So there is this feeling of slight shame, embarrassment when I listen to the things they say. Over the past few years and over the past few months, I think we have seen that some of the policies in the past were shameless. But I think I'm very grateful to all of those who came up to the rostrum and who, in line with their own customs, actually spoke from here. I mean, there were those who spoke in a very arrogant way. There were those who made certain other kinds of comments, but I am grateful because I think anybody listening to this debate from outside this parliamentary debate will have been able to listen and hear and see how this works. And they will have realized that this is why we have to remove these kind of people from politics, because they pose a threat to democracy, to those values which we have fought for over very many years. So thank you to you as well, because you've made it perfectly clear as to why you should not be governing a single European country.
Przecież nie tylko
But of course, it's not only in Poland, my country, but right across Europe that we know how important it is that there are those who take any opportunity to attack the foundations of Europe. There are people who maybe are quite furious, anger, because they realize that the strength and force is on the side of democracy and freedom. It's on the side of the rule of law. And once again, Europe is becoming strong. And this is what infuriates them, because it means that, of course, it's going to undermine their dreams of returning to power. So I think what is important for all of us is that within Europe and beyond the borders, that we obviously focus on the foundations of Europe. It's not a question of which candidate is standing for the elections, presidential elections. It's going to take place in my country. But we have to be vigilant, all of us, every single European citizen, and not for the first time. Well, maybe I saw this, it was the first time I saw this in such a manner. But I've seen this heartfelt empathy, for certain parties, but then I've seen AfD supporting, making statements, being supported by Moscow. And we have this very fundamental, this is a conflict. And I think anybody who loves Europe, anybody who loves freedom, anybody who loves democracy has to face up to this confrontation with their head held high. And in full awareness of just what is at stake in this particular fight. We're talking about the future of Europe, and I think, well, I've said this already, but thank you once again. I did make a fairly lengthy presentation, and I didn't talk about enlargement, so that was an omission, and that is one of the specific elements that we do address as part of the Polish presidency programme. Enlargement, well, this is the desire on very many nations and countries to become part of our community. And it shows that Europe is seen as being strong and important. Obviously, nobody wishes to become part of a weak community. We have Ukraine, Belarus, the inhabitants of the Western Balkans, Moldova. Sometimes it seems that they believe more than we do in the strength and power of Europe. We can see that there's this major war happening on our borders, and it's a war essentially about what is essential about Europe. Because, of course, the Ukrainians, their dream is to become to become a member of our European community. And it's a phenomenon, I think, that we should be proud of. There are very many powerful countries around the world, and who also feel that what we have is something maybe they would like to embrace. We have to maintain the order at the international level and try and reduce aggression. And the European Union is the only power, and yes, believe it, we are a power. It's the only power where you can see that there is a queue of countries wishing to join us because nothing is threatening us. And we have other dilemmas to solve, i.e. how we can best and most quickly put our interests into practice. We have various negotiations underway, and including those on enlargement. And I think this is where our strength lies. Europe can be greater, not because anybody is forcing countries to form part of the European Union, but because it's the best, one of the best places in the world. Others can see this. There are those who are dreaming of this. So those who wish to destroy the European Union are in the minority. But they know that the European Union is strong, that we're the future of the world. And this is something that I deeply believe in. And I've got the right kind of hard arguments to support this. And I would like the future of Europe, the future of my country, to be based on these important values, that we need to be free and we need to be strong. We have to show strength. We have to show determination. We have to show courage. So all of you have to be courageous and valiant as well, because I hope you have seen that the strength and values are on your side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The session is closed. We return for the vote.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen,
Colleagues, session is resumed. First of all, an announcement. The ESN group has transmitted changes to memberships in committees and delegations, and this announcement will take effect after this session. We also have a request for the floor from Mr. Oliveira. You have the floor briefly.
Obrigado, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. This is a point of order based on Article 123 on human rights. This Parliament should clearly denounce and condemn the violation of human rights and international law due to the actions of the Netanyahu government, who engaged yesterday in military actions in the West Bank. On Tuesday, Netanyahu decided to bombard the Jenin refugee camp, killing 10 people. And now that Trump is in the White House, Netanyahu is continuing his genocidal policies. The Parliament has to denounce these acts and its consequences and call for respect for international law.
Wir kommen nun zur Abstimmung und ich möchte...
That brings us to the vote. Now, those people who are on the first speaking list after the vote should stay in the room, because we'll start the debates immediately after the vote. So the vote is on the need for actions to address the continued oppression and fake elections in Belarus. It's a joint resolution, first of all, by 5 groups. Amendment 1, who's in favour? Against? Abstentions? Adopted. Amendment 6, in favour? Against? Abstentions? Adopted. 2, in favour? Against? Abstentions? Adopted. Rejected, rather. Sorry about that. 4 and 7 is a roll call vote. The vote is open. Good that you're attentive. The vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 3 in favour? Against? Abstentions? Rejected. Amendment 5 in favour? Against? Abstentions? I'd say it was adopted. Is that right? Okay, so the resolution as a whole, roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted. Thank you very much, everyone.
Das war echt schwer zu sehen. Die haben ja Hände gegangen.
So may I ask the colleagues who are not attending the next session, please, to slowly leave the room. We are still waiting for the Commission to come back, which will only take a minute, and then we will start. Thank you. Okay, so please, again, the colleagues who are not attending the session, please leave the room quietly. Das Protokoll der gestrigen Sitzung und die angenommenen Texte.
Minutes to the session yesterday are available. If there are no objections, then we'll consider those adopted. That brings us to the debates. The next item on the agenda is a topical debate on uniting Europe against actors hostile to the EU, time to strengthen our security and defence. I'll remind members that during this debate there will be no blue cards or catch the eye. The first speaker is our colleague Mrs. Strack-Zimmermann.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, colleagues, the European Union is the biggest peace project in the world. 27 states who've been working together for decades, and 80 years ago they were still at war. With the end of the Second World War, two men, Charles de Gaulle and Konrad Adenauer, had the courage to stand on the ruins of Europe and to stand up for a peaceful version of Europe to overcome future wars. That was a great historical act. My motivation, colleague, as a former member of the Bundestag, in coming into this Parliament, is that I feel a European and that we should all work together beyond borders, across borders, because the challenges are not national. We can only face them together. The EU has grown because countries think that security and prosperity are important for their peoples, and the pressure on our Europe has never been so great as today. The world is changing rapidly, and we must find new responses. Old responses to new challenges won't work. if we are to shoulder our responsibility for 450 million people and to live up to that. Yesterday, we spoke about the outcome of the elections in the US. Some think it's great, some are worried about it. And we can't make the world the way we want it, but we can draw the consequences as Europeans. We knew a new self-confidence. We must be aware of our strength in the West. Europe is a wonderful continent, but let's have no illusions in our countries. And here, in our bureaucracy, we've got all tied up in that we're paralyzed. We must be competitive. We must develop our ideas so that others want to invest in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, the security of Europe has never been as endangered as today. After the first attack by Russia on Ukraine in 2014, we were made aware that there are despots who want to violently cross borders, and the reaction to the Russian attack by Russia on Ukraine was below par. But we weren't consistent. The second Russian attack, 2022, was based on this lack of decision and this silence. Putin assumed that we had nothing to respond with, but we have something to respond with, and we must do that if we want to continue to live in peace and prosperity. Security and defence are up to the individual member states. But if you think that every country can defend itself, is wrong. It's only possible together. The EU has reacted, and the first time in history we have a Commissioner for Defence and Security, and the subcommittee on defence is now a full committee, and I'm happy for the Parliament being so constructive here. But we need to put life into that. And part of reality is that we need to work together with NATO, and we don't want to build up parallel structures. Together, we want to go down this path. Ladies and gentlemen, we have different countries, different views, and logically, we have different interests due to our different geographical positions. It makes a difference where you live. Many countries have a Russian border. Colleagues have grown up in the Soviet Union. They have a different view to those who live in the center of Europe, like in Germany, surrounded by friends. Our South European partners have the challenges and the views of the Mediterranean. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Tusk said, we have all our different views. We have to make compromises. Yes, on the right of the Parliament in particular, there are members, all parties. They've been elected here not to be for Europe, but rather to go down a nationalist road. So my appeal is, we as Democrats in the middle of this Parliament, it's unbearable what we see here. There are members, they want the money of Europe, but they don't want to maintain our union and to improve it the way we want to. So, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, the countries outside the European Union are not interested in our prosperity. If we don't believe in ourselves, if we don't put the best interests of Europe ahead of us, then who will do that? We on the right path. Let's work together for this European, defend it, and say and show the enemies of freedom how strong we are. Thank you very much.
Für den Rat erhält nun das Wort Herr Minister.
And now for the Council, Minister Schwabka.
Thank you very much. Madam President, honourable members, Commissioner, first of all, I welcome the topic of this debate. Enhancing EU security is the cornerstone of the Polish EU presidency. The EU leaders are going to have an informal exchange of views on European defence in 2 weeks, time close to Brussels. The NATO Secretary General and the UK Prime Minister are due to join them to ensure a broader perspective of the challenge. Indeed, we are faced with a complex, multi-layered threat landscape. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine now enters in its third year. Our adversaries are increasingly using hybrid threats to undermine, influence, and coerce our democratic and economic system and our institutions. Cyber attacks, information manipulation, sabotage against our critical infrastructure, instrumentalization of migration, as well as outright military aggression are a part of one single continuum. The variety of threats I just described is a stark reminder that we need to rapidly step up our efforts in security and defense. This implies strengthening our resilience and enhancing our preparedness for all sorts of contingencies. In the last few years, we have taken important steps toward, notably in support of Ukraine, including with lethal means and training. We must stay the course. Investing in the security of Ukraine means investing in our own security. Ukraine urgently needs more ammunition and missiles, air defense system and interceptors, and support for maintenance and repair. But the heavy lifting must also be done closer to home. More than 30 years of underinvestment have had its toll on the member states' defense capacities. Recent increases in defense spending are an important step in the right direction, but not enough. We need to spend substantially more, but also better and faster. By working together, we can address critical capabilities gaps, ramp up production capacity across Europe, and mobilize additional funding. In this context, we must also strengthen our relationship with our strategic partners, especially our NATO partners. The European Defence Industry Strategy and its related programme will act as an important building block for this. The role of the European Parliament as co-legislator is crucial in order to agree rapidly on an ambitious programme. The Council is also awaiting the forthcoming Commission White Paper on military capabilities, the defence industry and the required funding. We have also given ourselves new instruments and tools to tackle cyber and hybrid threats. With the EU Rapid Deployment Capacity, we have an important new military tool to help in crisis situations, for example, to rescue and evacuation of our citizens. President, honourable members, Commissioner, let me finish by stressing the importance of European unity. At such testing times for international peace and security, our challenges are complex, but they can be tackled if we remain united in our actions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Vielen Dank, Herr Minister. Für die Kommission.
Thank you very much, Minister. And now for the Commissioner, Commissioner Suica.
Thank you very much, dear honourable members. To respond to the complex threat landscape, we have made defence and security of our citizens a top priority of this Commission's mandate. Russia's brutal and unprovoked aggression against Ukraine now enters into its third year or fourth. Third? Fourth? Fourth. Our adversaries are increasingly using hybrid threats to undermine and influence our democratic and economic systems and our institutions. Cyber attacks, information manipulation, interference into campaigns, arson, vandalism, sabotage against our critical infrastructure, notably the recent subsea cable incidents, instrumentalization of migration, as well as an outright military aggression. This is all part of one single threat continuum. We need to be united to strengthen our security and defense to build a genuine defense union. In the last few years, we have taken important steps forward, notably in support of Ukraine. I will repeat what was said by the Council. The Commission's agenda is based on the conviction that the best investment in European security is investing in the security of Ukraine. The European Union has also invested into our defense industrial readiness with the following tangible initiatives: the European Defence Fund, the Act in support of ammunition productions, and through support to joint procurement of defence products through European Defence Industry Reinforcement through Common Procurement Act, EDIRPA. We will have to ramp up our defence production to address the defence capabilities gaps in the shortfalls in military material. This means spending substantially more, but also better and together. As a European Union, we provide added value, European scale, European coordination, and European funding to support joint funding or joint investment across the board, not just on ammunition, but in all areas of defence production. The European Defence Industrial Strategy and the proposal for European Defence Industry Programme are the important building blocks for this. We should also not forget the key potential of building synergies when funding dual-use technologies. The role of the European Parliament as co-legislator is vital in order to rapidly deliver an ambitious European Defence Industry Programme, so-called EDIP, and support the Commission's agenda. We also need modernisation and innovation, and we need to get to work on our projects of common interest, our defence shields for air and for space. To prepare the way ahead, the forthcoming white paper will address the military capabilities, defence industry and funding, which is required in order for the European Union and for our member states to step up rapidly in line with NATO capability targets. Security and defence remain intrinsically linked with transatlantic security. Together with the white paper on defence and with preparedness union strategy, which will respond to different threat scenarios and security challenges, as well as the new cybersecurity crisis management blueprint, the new European internal security strategy will set the stage for the European Union's work on preparedness, security and defence. The internal security strategy will cover all threats, both on and offline. I will ensure that security, or we will ensure, and this will ensure that security is integrated in European Union legislation and policies by design. In parallel, our security calls for improving our ability to cope with the many armed conflicts and surging crises is the European Union's wider neighbourhood. The European Union's 22 CSDP, Common Security and Defence Policy missions and operations are testament to the global volatile security environment. With the European Union rapid deployment capacity, we have an important new military tool to help in crisis situations, for example, the rescue and evacuations of our citizens. To conclude, strengthening the European Union's security and defence capabilities requires a comprehensive, cross-sectorial, cross-border approach, and we count on the European Parliament support in putting the European Union on track to protect our people. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank. Wir kommen nun zur
Thank you very much. We come to the debate now. For the EPP group, Mr. Goma.
Madam President, colleagues, the world order has been shaken by Donald Trump. 350 million Americans are no longer prepared to pay for the 450 million Europeans in Europe. Many people are leaving X. Others would prefer American solidarity to European solidarity. But Trump wants to divide us and turn us into an American marketplace. So I call for Europe to wake up and to have sincere cooperation, that if we are to buy more American products in Europe, that would destroy our efforts to create sovereignty. Look at space, the Earth observation systems, and without space policy, Ukraine will not be able to pursue its war. So that should be a priority. But what do we see? Our champions are in trouble. The Italian Vega is emerging, and at the same time, SpaceX is launching every couple of days. We want to use our European launchers instead. We need to protect our space assets. This is a very important subject.
Vielen Dank. Für die S&D
Thank you very much. For the S&D Group, Mr. Mixer.
And colleagues, European security is at a precarious point. While Russia's bloody war of aggression against an EU candidate country, Ukraine, is grinding on, we are also seeing an increase in provocations and acts of sabotage against EU member states' interests and infrastructure, and ever bolder attempts by Russia and others to wage hostile information operations and interfere in our democratic processes. In order to meet these extraordinary challenges, we need to get our act together. This inevitably involves an increase in defence expenditure, both in individual member states as well as at the union level, to properly finance our joint instruments and programmes, to boost our defence industrial capacity.
The interpreters ask you to speak a bit slower.
Okay, sorry. to boost our defence industrial capacity, to maintain our technological sovereignty, address critical capability gaps, and improve our overall resilience and readiness to act. Increasing our defence spending and improving our defence industrial capacity and competitiveness are almost universally recognised as a priority by pro-European political forces, and so is the need to continue our assistance to Ukraine in the fight against Russian aggressors. But at these uncertain times, it is absolutely imperative that there is a strong public support in all our societies to what the political leaders see as our strategic goals on global stage. It is deeply alarming that some of the hostile information operations in our partner countries, but also within the EU, are bearing fruit, boosting the standing of anti-EU and pro-Russian parties and politicians, and weakening the cohesiveness of our societies and our ability to swiftly respond to external threats. It is also deeply unsettling to see that actors from countries we regard as our allies are starting to engage in similar activities. Improving our defence readiness will not come for free. There is a significant price tag that our taxpayers will have to pay. In order to make sure that European people continue to rally behind our efforts to protect our territories, our democracy and European values, we need to make sure that we see this important endeavour through in a responsible and socially just way, without alienating large swaths of our societies and making them vulnerable to the machinations of our adversaries. Thank you.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Pierre Romain Thionnet from the PFE seems not to be present. If so, please make yourself known. Okay, we'll continue for Mr. Gambino for the ECR Group.
President, Commissioner, colleagues. Well, we often hear people talk about peace, but as the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said, peace is not something eternal or to be that has been acquired forever. Instead, it requires commitment and determination. If you criticize defense spending, well, remember, we have to guarantee security. We need to ensure that we can guarantee stability and prevent conflicts. We have to deal with threats against our communities. Talking about defense doesn't mean that we are saber-rattling. Rather, no, it's guaranteeing safety and well-being for Europe's citizens. So that's why we should be ambitious and pragmatic. We need to consider this as defense investment, and it should not be part of the Stability and Growth Pact rules. That's the only way for us to create a Europe that's better prepared to deal with the European challenges that face us. We can't have a Europe that simply renounces national sovereignty, but ensures that it's a guarantor for peace and security for all of its peoples. We need to affirm this clearly and proudly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rather than Ms. Loiseau, Ms. Woutmans.
Dank u wel, mevrouw de voorzitter, collega's, mevrouw de commissaris.
Thank you very much, Madam President, colleagues, Madam Commissioner. we'll look forward to the white paper on defence by the Commission. I don't have so much confidence in the Council or the Member States, because I have to say you've shown short-sightedness in the past. From the start, since 1954, the Member States have been pulling the brake. And if not now, then when on defence? The question is relevant. We must fight for our common security. In recent days, day by day, we've spoken about Trump. We know that we can no longer rely on the Americans to help with our security. And that won't be over just in a moment. Trump is a symptom of a change in the American society. We must be aware of that. I also think that our citizens expect of us that we invest in defence and security and efficiently use our taxpayers' money. We must create jobs. We must work on our industry. My question to the Commission is, first of all, I hope that you will have a very ambitious plan. And we must think about a European army. We must spend more, but just spending more won't help us. Secondly, lobby work in the member states so that they spend together, but together, and not just the 5%, they should spend in a different way. So it is now or never, colleagues, for the continuation of our continent. For the Greens group, Ms. Neumann.
Dear colleagues, a 155mm shell of a German manufacturer can't be used in a French howitzer, making it even more difficult for Ukrainians to defend their country against Russian aggression. That is where we stand 25 years into the common security and defense policy. For 5 years, I have been a member of this House. We have written strategies, handed out subsidies, begged member states to cooperate. And their response? Thanks for the money, but leave the rest to us. All of them putting national egoism above the security of European citizens and that of our friends in Ukraine, failing to come together to fix the problems we have. And nowhere is this failure more apparent than in cybersecurity. We are building our digital societies on technology controlled by a man in the White House threatening to annex Canada, along with his Nazi-saluting sidekick. Attribution of cyber attacks? We need to ask the Americans. Storing our data? Our companies do it in the US. Secure processors? We buy them from the US. IT experts? We are lacking 1 million. This, dear colleagues, is beyond naive. What use are another 4,000 battle tanks if Russians can hack our command and control structure? What use are another 4,000 battle tanks if our elections are manipulated by algorithms of TikTok and X? There is only one response to Russian aggression and to make America great again. It's Europe united, also in defense. And when we speak of defense, let's not forget cyber.
Thank you. For the GUI group now, Mr. Botenga.
Merci, Madame. Thank you very much, Madam President, Commission, Council. Well, you're repeating obstinately that we need to dare to increase the military expenditure, and you need to convince people. You say there's no money for wages, no money for pensions, no money for energy bills. At the hospitals, you won't find any doctors or wards open for you. Your schools, the kids are stuck in, crammed into tiny classes that are not heated and without any teachers. But there's money for military expenditure. Well, I mean, there seems to be a fraud. Of course, we need to defend ourselves against Russia, but remember that through NATO, we already spend about 10 times more than Russia. We're not 10 times more powerful than Russia, though. so we don't manage to defend ourselves with all this money. Where does all this money go? And how much more money are you going to take away from healthcare to put it into the armies? So before we empty workers' pockets to fill the pockets of the shareholders of the American multinationals, can you try and explain what we're doing right now to ensure that the money that is spent for the military and weapons can be rationalized? Thank you.
Dankeschön. Und für die ESN.
Thank you very much. For the ESN Group, Mr. Neuhoff.
Kolleginnen und
Dear colleagues, we have to manage realities, not fictions, which is what Otto von Bismarck once said. Your first fiction lies in the belief that international relations are based on a binding order of rules. But the reality lies in the fact that the system of international relations is totally anarchic and is subject to the principle of power. A second fiction is that Russia, a major military power, would accept NATO penetrating into its strategic area. The reality is that when it comes to Ukraine becoming a member of NATO, Russia sees this as an existential threat and wishes to thwart this in military terms. We can condemn this, but we can't change it. The next fiction is that the European Union sees Russia as an enemy that is going to attack another member state. The truth is, and here I can refer to the intelligence chief of NATO, that there's absolutely no proof or evidence of such intentions on the part of Russian leadership. And furthermore, it wouldn't be the reason for such a kamikaze action, ladies and gentlemen. We can see that the world order is changing. The old order has disappeared. The new one isn't in place yet. And so rather than becoming hysterical and panicking, we have to be sensible and carry out a comprehensive, realistic risk analysis. We have to act in an independent way. From the Zoronists, we support building up an independent European defence capability, but that independent means independent of all powers external to Europe. The proposal from the Secretary General, Mr. Rutte, to cozy up to the United States, i.e. by having 2% more allocated to defence, it won't work. We have to work with reality.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, the next speaker.
Dank u wel, mevrouw de voorzitter, mevrouw de...
Thank you very much, Madam President, Madam Commissioner. Colleagues, 2 years ago, we heard from Donald Tusk that we shouldn't ask what America can do from our security. We should ask what we can do for our security. 2 hours ago, actually, not 2 years ago. We can't just rely on the Americans. Trump is a reality. Putin is sowing chaos on our borders, and there are hybrid attacks, cyber attacks. That has become every day. We can only respond to this if we cooperate, not just in Europe, but also towards the outside world, to have stable borders. And we need not just more military spending and capacities, we need more decisiveness. In 1990, it was said our military were a worm and we should no longer be a worm.
Sprecher vorbei ist, dann
when the round of group speakers, I'll be more strict with the timing. Mr. Maniatis is the next speaker.
Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, η Ευρώπη βρίσκεται αντιμέτωπη με μια σειρά από...
Yes, thank you. Europe is facing a whole series of historic, unprecedented challenges. The expansionist war in Ukraine and again the Mediterranean, the crisis in the Middle East. And then, of course, there are the hybrid attacks on our democracy and on our societies. And more than ever before, it's important for us to be united in the face of these threats and challenges, i.e. in the face of those who are ganging up against us and want to weaken us. So obviously security, defence is important. We have to guarantee peace and stability in our region. And especially since Monday and the new government under Donald Trump, we have no room for manoeuvre. We have to protect ourselves, protect our citizens, and we have to protect our own defence industry with the right kind of programmes. We have to strengthen these programmes, but we need some kind of common basis and foundation. It can not only concern a few countries. This is the only way we can face up to the challenges of the future.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Mr. Vanacci.
Circa 2 anni fa.
About 2 years ago, President Draghi, the one who wrote the famous report, told us the following: do you want peace or do you want air conditioning? Well, we don't have either one or the other, because in Ukraine we're hearing the guns firing and we can't turn on the air conditioning because of the cost of energy. So increasing expenditure on defence whilst also having to spend more on energy, we're going to end up with neither butter nor guns. If we want both butter and guns, we're going to have to reduce the cost of energy and raw materials. That is the only measure that would be able to relaunch the whole economy of the whole Eurozone and the Union. But to do that, we need to talk to the Commission. They seem to put other interests ahead of those of European countries. So who has turned off the valves of gas flowing into Europe? What caused the immediate increase of bills that we then have to pay as European citizens? We have to want peace at any price and not be terrified, as the Commission seems to be, and the Council too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Posneks.
Chairman, colleagues, I'm one of the people who were born in the Soviet Union, and I also lived a little bit in the Soviet Union, and now the Soviet Union does not exist anymore. We are free again, and we're very happy that in Europe war will never happen again. And we were at that time very, very happy. But as you can see, reality is different from what we hoped for, and we have to agree to what the colleagues already have said, that we have to understand what the reality is. And if we want to stick to European values, we have to be physically strong. We have to be able to protect our values. And we have to think with our head. If we invest in security and defense, this is not the money thrown out of the window. This is the money that is also going for new jobs. And, for example, it's also regarding new housing opportunities. For example, if you take a look at what's happening in Ukraine, you can understand that housing also is a big problem.
Thank you very much. Rather than Mrs. Woutmans, the next speaker is Ms. Loiseau.
Donald Trump avait raison.
And if Donald Trump were right, that we should be doing more to defend ourselves, well, yes. You can only do something about defence and security if you take it seriously, and it took the Russian aggression in Ukraine to wake us up. And perhaps it's the second Trump presidency that is actually going to make us really wake up and get up. Obviously, our compatriots are asking for us to do more. Strengthening European defence doesn't mean doing a little, but without changing our customs. Together with EDIP, we should be able to make a good change in the right direction. We have to strengthen our defence industry, not just by scattering our support, but by consolidating the major European players. And I think we have to work more together with NATO, not against it. We have to ensure that the Atlantic Alliance should be what it should always have been, a partnership between allies who respect each other. We should stop waiting for everything from the United States and have our peace based on the purchase of arms and weapons from America. So now that we have woken up, I think we ought to get down to doing something for our own defence as quickly as possible, because it's at our own door for us to do it.
Mr. van Lanschot, we can't see him. No. So we'll continue with Ms. Kyllönen. Madam President, the military threat, hybrid threats in the Baltic, and election interference by tech giants. So there are lots of different types of threats. We have to respond to these threats in a credible way and decisively. In strengthening security and defence applies to all of society, all the way to our defence capabilities. We have to stand on our own 2 feet in Europe without being dependent on external technology or US military support. For too long, we have relied on others to help us in crises. This doesn't work anymore because the focus of the United States has moved away from Europe. In Finland, we know that true security has to be built by ourselves. So the EU has to do more on cross-border defence and developing its industry. We have to develop our security together and independently. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Dostal.
Vážení kolegové.
Colleagues, following the election of Donald Trump, let's say this. The security of Europe will be harmed if we support American military industry. We have paid billions as the Czech Republic for planes which will never be delivered or may be delivered in 10 or 15 years. This is what we should go into debt for. This is why we should take money away from healthcare or education. If we are building our arm industry, let's at least buy in Europe. When it comes to wars, we have no reason to fight others' wars, like the one in Ukraine, which started in 2014. Were it not for the Brits, the war would have been finished 2 years ago. The best thing would be for European safety, Ukrainian neutrality and normal relations. Supporting Georgia or Belarus will not help us either. These countries will be destroyed the same way as Syria. Let's take that into account when we talk about safety of Europe in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Terras.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Dear colleagues, now more than ever must we do not only declare but strengthen our security and defence. We need to follow a basic principle: put money where your mouth is. There is no threat more existential than the threat to our security, and there is no other way to handle it than to do it united way. The only way we can really step up against the hostile actors is to invest into our defence capabilities. 2% of the GDP is yesterday. It was a peacetime minimum. Today we are at war, even if some people have difficulties to admit it. The EU member states on the eastern flank have increased their defence expenditures dramatically, some countries paying close to 5% of the GDP today. I believe we must be union-wide benchmark established for all members to demonstrate unity. As the Prime Minister Tusk called it, it should be 5% of the GDP. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Kramer.
Dear colleagues, a lot of people have called Trump's re-election a wake-up call, also in this chamber. But when it comes to defense, Trump's election is not a wake-up call, It's the alarm sounding again after us hitting the snooze button over years again and again. So this is not the time for Europe to merely wake up, but to finally get up and to face up to the new geopolitical realities that the United States will increasingly turn its attention towards Asia, and that we must take greater responsibility for our own security right here. And colleagues, we must not interpret every Trumpian provocation literally. But when it comes to defense, we must finally take him seriously. And that means that we need to get our own house in order. We need to spend more and better on defense while strengthening our social cohesion and resilience. We need to streamline and democratize our decision-making processes in the defense area, and we need a strong and united Europe that has the capacity but also the courage to act boldly. Such a Europe is in our own self-interest, but it's also a strong ally that even Mr. Trump will not want to lose. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Nächster Redner ist der Kollege.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Bay.
Madame la Présidente.
President, the idea of uniting Europe against hostile actors could at first sight appears rather appealing, but unfortunately it falls within logic of a kind of interventionist approach which we already suffer from. Rather than respecting national sovereignty and sticking to its initial role, the European Union once again wants to trample over our prerogatives, and the example can be seen through the Defence Committee. First of all, what do you understand by hostile actor? That's a very vague term, not at all precise, and it seems to have been made to guarantee all sorts of actions. Is it Russia, China, Trump's America, or international drug traffickers, or Islamist terrorist organizations? Or is it a way of diverting attention from the Brussels agenda and to allow Brussels to intervene more in national affairs? Defence is at the heart of national sovereignty. It's imperative that each member state maintain the control over its military and its strategic choices. If we need to cooperate in Europe, it's through state-to-state agreements. Thank you.
Nächster Redner ist der Kollege Wondra.
Then Mr. Vondra, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, saying nothing new when we call for more proactive, more assertive approach to European defence. The message from across the Atlantic is crystal clear. Take greater responsibility for your own safety. We can set aside the debate about the percentage of the GDP dedicated to defence spending because it would be the subject of the talks in NATO, but higher spending is inevitable. 2% is not enough. And the days of economic prosperity without the military power are over. My serious concern is this: are we ready to adjust our economy? The world is changing, and so far I have not noticed any significant shift in Europe's course. Member states will need to invest more in the European defence, more in cybersecurity, and reform our military for the 21st century combat. This would send a strong signal to both sides of the Atlantic, to friends as well as adversaries. Europe's wealth has a military dimension.
Dankeschön. Nächster Redner ist der Kollege.
The next speaker, Mr. Herbrandi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, we Europeans are extremely fortunate because Europe is by far the best place to live in the entire world. Nowhere on our planet do people find our incredibly high level of welfare, well-being, freedom and democracy. And this is all thanks to the European integration after the Second World War. But we must not be naive. Our self-created paradise on this planet is under threat, militarily, economically, politically, and morally. And there's just one right answer to these multi-threats. Unite, unite, unite. A united European defense, a united economic policy in line with Draghi's recommendations, a united foreign policy without vetoes, and a united response to the immoral politics of Donald Trump. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Nächste Rednerin ist die
Thank you, Mrs. Demiren.
Dankeschön. Ja.
Thank you very much. Well, people are feeling insecure. They're afraid of war and authoritarianism. They want freedom and security. But the danger doesn't only come from foreign oligarchs like Musk or from Russia, but also from our own homebred oligarchs who build up more and more wealth and power and are calling for more war. Trump is asking for 5% of GDP to be spent on the military. The Greens are calling for more money for military equipment, and in exchange we need cuts to pensions and social expenditure. But militarism has never brought security. Rather, it is a dismantling of our social systems. We need security and freedom, but that's not possible without social security and active peace policies. We do not need barbarism.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Geis.
Frau Präsidentin.
President, Commissioner, dear colleagues. We're talking about all the time to strengthen defence. Well, yes, that's the title of the debate. 500 billion, that's what Mr. Kubilius wishes to put into defence. And within NATO, there's an outbidding, as it were, that it should be more. In the past, we were happy with 2%. Mr. Habeck in Germany now wants 3.5%. And Mr. Trump has now suggested 5% of GDP. 5% for most member states would mean that about 50% of the domestic budget would be going to defence, somewhat exaggerated, but I think we have to consider where the strength of Europe lies. I'd just like to recall that the Iron Curtain did not fall because the West was in a military more dominant position, but because our economic model was more attractive, and that's what we should be focusing on. We should not be arming willy-nilly. We should be thinking in terms of the welfare. Tovera.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, we are living in dangerous times where dictatorships like Russia challenge our democracy, not only with military means, but also with hybrid warfare. Because of that, we need to understand that we need both security and defense. Investing billions to defense is useless if the dictatorships break us from inside by breaking our unity and democracy with information operations and by destroying our civilian infrastructure with sabotage and cyber attacks. As an old soldier, I know how important military defense is. I know also that building military defense is relatively easy. We all have defense forces. It is easy to build them bigger and stronger. But building security against hybrid warfare and improving the resilience of our civilian society is much more demanding. Nevertheless, we shouldn't avoid doing it so just because it will be difficult and expensive. Locking the front door doesn't help if the back door is open. We need balanced 360-degree security and defense to secure the whole EU, our democracy, our societies and citizens. And the earlier we start with adequate resources, the better.
Dankeschön. Nächste Rednerin ist die Kollegin.
Thank you, Ms. Mendes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Caros colegas.
Colleagues, well, indeed, a priority in the current times is security in Europe. We heard that in the debate with the Council and Commission this morning. We also heard it in the debate with the Polish presidency. But I think the first thing to do is let's concentrate on the kind of efforts that the EU needs to make to be more autonomous, stronger, and better prepared to respond to the challenges we face. We are concerned with security in the S&D, but we have to be clear. The increase in defence investment should not be at the expense of investment that ensures all of our security. That's to say, cohesion policy, ensuring that we protect people against crime, and combating crime involves combating poverty and social exclusion and all forms of discrimination through cohesion policy that is strong and shows solidarity, as stated in Article 3 of our treaty. Investment in defence is required without a doubt, but this investment needs to coordinate it at the European level to generate savings in the sector so we can maximise our military capacity in Europe. We need more and more efficient investment in defence, because that is an investment in the security of all of our citizens. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Mr. Donzin.
Grazie Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Reinforcing our defence and security will require reinforcing our industrial sector. That has to be a conscious choice, a cultural choice and a political choice, but nevertheless it seems that it has been a taboo for many years. But today, because of the geopolitical situation, the paradigm has changed. Now we're trying to catch up on years of underinvestment in defence, reducing our military expenditure and the scale of our forces. So now we are aware of this, and Europe cannot wait. It needs to invest. These are investments that generate well-being. As the Italian defence minister says, €1 invested in defence generates €2. And for each person who gets a job in large companies, there are 3 extra jobs generated in small and medium-sized companies. Now, these should not be counted for the Stability and Growth Pact, as has been floated by Commissioner Kubilius. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Nächste Rednerin ist die Kollegin.
Thank you. Mr. Weber.
Hvala. Kolegice in kolegi, odlično je, da imamo to razpravo.
Colleagues, it's excellent to have this debate on a united Europe against all these actors which are unfavorable to us. There are many of those. We have to be united, but defense of the European Union isn't just a bigger budget for the army. I understand that we need this capacity. I would like to see a united Europe. But we're only speaking about defense. We're not talking about infrastructure, climate change, energy security, a better life for everybody. In the face of all that, we should be united and accept measures that are necessary. We have differences in ideology. We've had enough narcissism on that. And we have all these so-called patriots because of ideology, want to defend the interests of others rather than European interests.
Thank you. Mr. Thoyd Alvarez.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Yes, thank you, President, Commissioner, Minister. Last week, the Secretary General of NATO said that we had 3 options when it came to defence: invest more money, move to New Zealand, or learn Russian. Given that New Zealand is about 19,000 kilometres away, and Russia has a different alphabet and different languages, I think you, honourable members, will understand that the best option is to invest more in defence, especially when the German intelligence agency is alerting us to the fact that Russia is preparing to attack NATO between now and 2030. If nobody wishes to see the threat ahead of us, it's because they prefer to be blind. Europe has a clear roadmap. We have to invest more, we have to invest better, and invest in what is European. We have a very short time to overcome a deficit of thousands of millions, and obviously to make sure that we cooperate better with NATO. As Europeans, we have to show responsibility and reliability to our transatlantic partner, especially also when it comes to defence. Thank you. I don't know what is really on today that's taking interest away from this. I can't see Either Annunziata or Pipirea. Neither of them are present, so we'll continue with Mr. Jabs.
Madam Vice President, Madam Commissioner, as already noted this morning by the Prime Minister Tusk, we should concentrate today not on guessing what the next steps of the new American administration could be, but what we ourselves can do in order to bolster our own safety and security. But let me ask you, what is the strength of the EU? It is not about commanding armies. We have NATO, therefore. It is our economic and technological might, our industry and our single market. And let's be clear, we are not exploiting it to bolster our security and defense to a full extent, because also the legislation is being delayed. In this case, the European Defence Industrial Programme, the EDIP, it has been published already almost a year ago, and the Parliament hasn't even properly started to work on it to promote the defence and security and defence industry and our single market in defence, which is really painfully lacking in the EU. The time is running out, dear colleagues. Let's proceed from words to deeds at last, and let's help Ukraine and let's help ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's a bit of a mix-up in our list, but anyway. The next speaker, Mr. Glucksmann.
Merci. Thank you. Colleagues, Bruno Kahl, the head of the German Secret Service, he's a calm man. He says to the Bundestag that Putin is preparing a war against a member state of the EU before 2029. We should take it seriously. European leaders, are they doing that? Are they taking it seriously? Are they taking the security services seriously? I doubt it. How can we explain this slowness in European defence industry? We can't make our security dependent on Donald Tusk or Elon Musk. So there's no time to lose to integrate our industries in defence, purchase together, to have defence industries together and innovate together. As we've done in the pandemic, we should provide the necessary funds and pooling our purchases. The first duty of a politician is to make sure we have security. And if we don't do that, we are failing our citizens, and we cannot fail here.
Next speaker, Ms. Zofko.
Madam President, the Commissioner. Even though this year has started with good news with the fall of the Assad regime in Syria and the Gaza ceasefire and the hostage deal, the news from the Eastern Front are still raising major concerns. We spent our Christmas holidays overshadowed by heartbreaking stories of terrorist attack in Germany. Our security forces don't have any holidays, and they are working 24 hours a day to protect us. If not now, when we will realize that significantly strengthening our defense capabilities is absolutely essential. When we adopted the strategic compass in 2022 while facing the Russian aggression against Ukraine, we realized the need to react to this new reality. Likewise, we must today take into account the need to invest in defense and the European pillar of NATO. We must also deepen our defense relationship with key allies such as the UK. This is crucial to address our adversaries that try to challenge our citizens' well-being. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Nächste.
Yes, thank you. Mrs. Linkevičiūtė.
Gerbiama pirmininkė, komisarė, kolegos.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, Minister, colleagues. Investment in security and defence, I think, is an investment in our future, an investment in the next generations in Europe. It's essential, it's urgent that we do increase investment in our military and defence capabilities in the Member States and across the whole of the European Union. We really must stand united on this. If we take a look at the potential threat from Russia, it should be taken seriously. I myself come from the region that is very aware of the threat, and we can't just wait for a new MFF to see whether it's possible to increase expenditure on defence. We have to look at ways of doing this now. We have to look at we have to find more flexible forms of financing, and perhaps we should have European funds for the developing of the defence industry. Take a look at what the EIB can do, or take a look at tax provisions and see what more the member states can do for defence without having an overall deficit of our budgets.
System is going wild a bit, so excuse us please for telling you so late, but the next speaker is Mr. Gheadi. And I hope we will be... No, this is still not right, not at all.
Επιβάλλεται να προχωρήσουμε στην ενίσχυση της...
Thank you very much. Yes, I think we have to make progress, move forward when it comes to defence in Europe, because we really need some kind of protection shield when it comes to enemy drones, and we need to be stronger on the world scene. But if we're talking about external threats, where we see that part of the territory of a member state is occupied, that's a bit complex. We know that sanctions were imposed on Russia and are supporting Ukraine, but they haven't done the same the same for the Republic of Cyprus. And this is really a challenge for very many citizens in Cyprus and others, i.e. that Mrs. von der Leyen wishes to continue to support Turkey with €1 billion. Cyprus needs support so that we can move away from this barbaric invasion occupation. But Turkey, we see, is being supported economically, and I think the time has come to stand on the side of Cyprus and to have an arms embargo imposed on Turkey. Cyprus is the gateway to Europe, and we can see terrorism in the Middle East, illegal drug smuggling, etc.
Because this is not working at the moment, I will tell you the next speakers. The next one is Mr. Løkkegaard, who is already here. Then we have Mr. Salini and Mr. Barna. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Europa står midt i...
Europe is in the middle of a new type of war. Hybrid war is a challenge for our security and the very basis of our democracy. It's about disinformation on the internet. It's a way of undermining our trust in each other. And there are attacks on our critical infrastructure. In Denmark, we've seen the attacks on cables in the Baltic. European citizens and companies live in a new world where hybrid attacks are every day. It's happening here and now. The consequences are very serious. It has been suggested that we should have a European cyber brigade, a body which can deal with and prevent cyber attacks. We should protect our critical infrastructure too. We need closer surveillance, common operations, exercises, and preventing future attacks. Hybrid war requires a hybrid response. We should be able to tackle this hybrid war together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Salini.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. So there's a lot of debate within the Parliament going on about these issues of security and defence. And we risk running many of the same risks once again. The main issue is unity among the member states. Maybe we could reduce the level of hypocrisy in this debate. All too often we've mixed up the idea of peace with a rather sad modern version of appeasement. We should celebrate the security, but in all too many cases, there's a celebration of division between member states. And for that, we really need to move towards unity. A culture of responsibility is needed. We need to stop pointing our finger at possible external friends. We see this happening with the United States. We can't give anyone lessons in democracy. We need to sit down with our friends, and we need to build unity among our union and around the world.
Thank you. Mr. Badner next, then Mr. Stier and Mr. Henriksson.
Thank you, Madam President. Când Rusia a încercat
When Russia tried to destroy the submarine communication cables in the Baltic Sea, NATO responded by sending ships and airplanes to defend the critical infrastructure. It is a natural and welcome response. However, Europe must go beyond only responding and must start preventing attacks and challenges by hostile actors. It is the time when our security must be a priority for all of us. Let's not forget that internal order has an important role to play. Compliance with laws and decisions, including sanctions imposed on Russia, is essential for our European security. For example, exports to countries about which there is proof that sell these products further to Russia become a security threat and must be stopped. Protection against external actors cannot operate without the rule of law here at home in the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stier.
Hvala predsjednice, povjerenice. Živimo u svijetu u kojem se puno manje računa vodi o međunarodnom pravu.
Thank you very much. Well, there's an aspect that's not taken into account enough. Values and freedom are spoken about, but not enough is said about the economy. There are powers out there who want to create a multipolar world so that they can be hegemonic in their own region. We can see this in the example of Russia. These players on the world scene are working together against the interests of the West. In this context, European nations are going to have to work hard to maintain unity, and there needs to be greater integration. We've seen this in what Donald Tusk said today. There will need to be more expenditure on defense, but also on energy and other areas. I don't want to point the finger at our US allies. We need to work rather to assert our values together.
Well, thank you to everybody who's been in the room. It just goes to prove that you should be in the room for the whole of the length of the debate, just in case the system fails. Ms. Henriksson.
It's clear. Europe has to take more responsibility for its own defence. The defence industry has to be strengthened. And we need to have a defence single market. Ukraine must be supported. It's a question of the future of Ukraine and the whole of Europe. The political situation worries many people, but we will prevail by being decisive and working together between the EU and NATO and the member states. We are strong. We have to move ahead together decisively. What is our most important task here in the European Parliament? Right now, the most important task is to stand together. Now is to defend our values, democracy, the rule of law, and our human rights. In this House, in the centre, we are doing just that. And we have to do that. We must all work together for the defence of Europe.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Autola.
Madam President, the enemies are at our gates and even inside. They are using different weapons and tactics to defeat and divide us. We must remember Winston Churchill's words. At the ruins of the Second World War, he envisioned European integration as a geopolitical necessity to deter the Soviet Union and contain its ideology. As a geopolitical actor, we must invest into European defence and security industries. This would complement NATO's efforts to fulfil its European mission. Some are asking where the financial resources come from. I will ask the counter question. Where did the money disappear to when we were cashing in on the so-called peace dividend? Into economic stagnation and political decline, into lazy ideas of peace through gas. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Nächster Redner ist
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Sousa Silva. President, Minister, Commissioner, I believe that the time for inflammatory speeches has passed. Now we need to take action. We need to actually make things happen. Yes, it is true, defense is a primary responsibility of the member states. And yes, we, as MEPs, have a responsibility to be an active voice in justifying the increase in investment in the Union's defense, whether we are representing the North, the Centre, or the South of Europe. But the European Union also has a crucial role to play here, and that is to be the driver of change. This means facilitating joint purchasing of military equipment, ensuring effective coordination, and the standardization of standards, harmonization of standards. It means having the courage and the vision to implement the European defense industries clusters by guaranteeing a single market, or even moving forward with defense bonds. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no time to waste. The security of Europe is the security of all of us and our fellow citizens. Let us make it a real priority. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Wisela Lima.
Polonaise. As Donald Tusk said this morning, it's time to act. Our security and our defence are at the heart of all of our priorities, and the strategic autonomy of the Union is more important than ever. In order to protect it and to combat hybrid military attacks and cyber attacks, disinformation and elsewhere, we need it to work. We've seen attempts to destabilise our democracy, and we need to fight it. It is our duty to protect ourselves. Our security is in our own hands. And this protection needs significant investment in our defensive capabilities, in our armed forces, in our cybersecurity defense, and in the development of new technologies. Without the funds in place, none of this will be possible. So we need to ensure that we've got the funds we need to manage our own destiny. We need to have the courage to stand together and face the challenges that we all have. We need to defend democracy and defend freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. van Landroet is the last speaker on our list.
Penny wise, pound foolish. That sums up the impact of the defense budget cuts in the first 20 years of this century. So it's good that the Commissioner for Defense has proposed to start with a big bang of 100 billion as a European investment plan, because the threats are banging on our door so loudly that everybody seems to agree that we need to invest. I agree as well. But unfortunately, the government of my home country, the Netherlands, is still stuck in a penny-wise, pound-foolish mindset. On Monday, the 3rd of February, the heads of state will meet for a European Council meeting dedicated to defense. And my plea here today is that the Dutch government uses that moment to stop being foolish and change their position on Eurobonds. Be wise, or we'll pay a much higher price. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Für die Kommission.
Thank you. Now, for the Commission, Commissioner Suica.
Thank you, Chair, honourable members. First of all, I would like to thank Mrs. Strack-Zimmermann, in particular, for initiating this debate. She hasn't heard, but okay. The debate illustrates the importance of continuously strengthening our security and defence posture. This means with the financial resources, military equipment, but more importantly with a strong will and commitment. Not only in response to Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, but also to other threats, emerging conflicts around the globe and challenges posed to our resilience. For example, the European Union needs to act urgently to ensure guaranteed access in an unrestricted manner without third-party dependencies when it comes to satellite connectivity. The IRIS² space flagship program will fully and concretely address this imperative. We have the capacity to equip our Union with the tools we need. To this end, we must remain united, as our unity is what makes us strong. The white paper on the future European defence will pave the way for our future actions, and we will have a say on it. The Commission will set the ambition high, also with regard to tackling cyber attacks and hybrid attacks. But it will be in the hands of Member States to implement it. I'm referring to the Council. On the role of the European Parliament is an important stakeholder in the implementation of defence ambitions. As co-legislator of European Union defence programmes, European Defence Fund, ASAP for ammunition, now EDIP, as co-decider of the next EU budget, the European Parliament has significant impact on our level of ambitions at the European level, and in particular in ensuring an ambitious defence budget in the next MFF. Once again, Madam Strack-Zimmermann, I want to thank you because you haven't heard at the beginning. I want to thank you in particular for initiating this debate, and we are looking forward to this Parliament relying on you, but also to the Member States. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And now we'll ask Minister Slapka to take the floor on behalf of the Presidency.
Mr. Chair, honourable members, Commissioner, thank you very much for bringing this debate. It's exactly about the priorities we set during Polish presidency, and the debate today illustrates the importance of continuously strengthening our security and defence. We need the financial resources, military equipment, but more important, a strong will and commitment. Not only in response to Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, but also to other threats, challenges, and emerging conflicts around the globe. Our unity is what makes us strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The debate is now closed, and we move to the next point on the agenda. I will announce a point in my own language, Romanian.
The next item is a statement from the Commission on addressing EU demographic challenges which the EU faces, steps towards the implementation of the 2023 demography toolbox. Let's start with the initial statement of the Commission. Commissioner Šuica, you have the floor.
Again, dear Chair, Presidency of the Council, honourable members, I'm happy to have the opportunity today to discuss with you one of the most prominent challenges for our societies, demographic change, and to outline where we are with the implementation of the demography toolbox. It is very good that we are having this debate here in this House within the first 100 days of this Commission. In fact, as all of you know, people across Europe live longer, healthier lives, and this, for a start, is a very positive development with a lot of opportunities. Just think of the older generation who now have more time with their grandchildren or who may be able to be in the labour market longer if they wish. However, working age population in decline comes with increased pressure on labour markets, on public budgets, member states' social welfare and pension systems, and our economic productivity. In a nutshell, demographic change affects Europe's competitiveness. It's all about competitiveness, as you know. It's not about birth rates, it's not about fertility rates, although this is also important, but it's member states' competence. So we don't interfere into member states' competence. We are, according to the treaty, we can interfere in this, and this is something where member states asked us to assist and to help, and this is what we have been doing. This is why the European Council of June 2023 called on the Commission to develop a demography toolbox. And we did indeed embark on a multifaceted journey in the previous Commission mandate, where I already had the privilege to oversee the process back then. You know that demography is first time, in last mandate that was first time portfolio on demography. This time I have assigned and I have portfolio on Mediterranean, but also on demography, and this is also too important to say, although it's not mentioned in the title. I'm happy to say that at the General Affairs Council, so-called GAC, in December 2023, member states endorsed the demography toolbox, and our intention is to support its implementation. The demography toolbox provides a comprehensive set of European Union policy tools that are available to support member states in managing demographic change and its impacts. It builds on best and promising practices from across the Union and complements national level action, as I already said. And it is structured around 4 pillars. The first pillar focuses on the support to parents. The aim is to better reconcile family aspirations and paid work. This includes ensuring access to quality childcare and healthy work-life balance. What we also need to consider here is the care strategy. For instance, with regard to the parents, grandparents, or the older population generally. In this context, we should aim to ensure that the many people who currently provide informal long-term care to family or friends will in the future be able to participate fully in the labour market. And this will increase public revenues and increase employment in the long-term care sector. The second pillar focuses on supporting and empowering children and younger generations. This includes developing their skills, facilitating their access to the labour market, and providing access to affordable housing. Just think of the rent for inner city accommodation. For example, in many places, housing is becoming more and more expensive, as all of you know, and this is why we have a dedicated portfolio for affordable housing in this Commission. This was the reason for establishing a new portfolio. The European Child Guarantee aims to counter social exclusion by guaranteeing children in need effective access to key services, such as free early childhood, education and care. This is as a flagship initiative of the ambitious European Union strategy of the rights of the child, which we endorsed also last mandate. The third pillar focuses on supporting older generations and sustaining their welfare. In a longevity society, it must be possible for older employees to remain active for longer. But it's, again, member states' competence, so we don't want to interfere, but we can recommend, and we think about flexible working hours. At the same time, we need to ensure an adequate income in the old age and access to high quality and affordable long-term care. The fourth pillar is about tackling labour shortages through managed legal migration. This is sometimes very sensitive, but this is something which we cannot omit here. Whilst the employment rate in the European Union has reached a new record high, more than half of all companies report labour shortages, and the situation is even worse with SMEs. 74% of them suffer from a lack of skilled workers. While prioritizing the activation of our domestic workers and local employment, legal migration from non-EU countries can help fill gaps at all skills levels. Why I'm saying this? Because in first pillar I was talking about parents, about women, about gender. In the second pillar about youngsters whose diplomas don't match to the needs of the labor of the labor markets. And in the third, there are some older people who would like to work but cannot work because of the limitation of retirement. So we have enough potential there, but still it's not enough, and we need to talk about legal migration. There already exist several European instruments to facilitate the recruitment of qualified workers in the European Union. The aim is to enhance legal pathways for international labor mobility, the revised Blue Card Directive, the talent partnerships, and the proposal for the setup of the talent pool, on which we hope to progress quickly in the legislative process. The Action Plan on Integration and Inclusion 2021 to 2027 supports Member States with effective integration of legally residing migrants. It includes actions that aim to improve employment opportunities and recognition of qualifications of migrants and develop inclusive education and training. Dear members, I have mentioned just a few examples of the tools that are available to Member States. The communication is a comprehensive set of policy choices available to Member States. It is my firm belief that in addressing demographic change, gender equality, non-discrimination, fundamental rights, including children's rights, and intergenerational fairness and solidarity should be at the heart of these policy choices. We should also not forget to ensure equal access to education, employment, health, and housing for vulnerable groups and give everyone equal chances to thrive. The toolbox recognizes the need to take on board the territorial dimension of demographic shifts. I think we all know examples of rural regions that experience the phenomenon of population decline and outward mobility of young people, so-called brain drain. The country where I come from is no exception. In this regard, the Commission has stepped up efforts to counter the risk of territorial disparities. We want to aim at transforming all EU regions into dynamic, talent-driven locations. Our communication on harnessing talent in Europe's regions is a contribution to this task. The Talent Booster mechanism is being fully operationalized. It provides hands-on technical assistance to some of the most affected regions and funding for reforms and innovation, which is already materializing with projects on the ground in 70+ regions in cities. Also, regional and urban policy has a strong bearing. The 9th Cohesion Report, published in March last year, provides insights on how cohesion policies can help Member States address demographic challenge. It is very well possible, for example, to develop a lively research and innovation environment to secure a functioning long-term infrastructure of valuable intergenerational projects also outside urban centres. When we come to the implementation, let me also refer to my mission letter for this term. Steering the implementation of the demography toolbox is one of my main tasks linked to demography during this Commission's mandate. We have already made some progress, and I thank you for the numerous contributions from this House, but there is still work to be done. Several actions of the toolbox communication are ongoing or planned for the near future, just to mention just a few. First and foremost, we are embarking on a union of skills. This is a priority for this Commission. I already mentioned this morning when we talked about competitiveness and Council conclusions. The idea is that an older workforce would need considerably more upskilling to support technological change, decarbonization, and digitalization. I mentioned lifelong learning this morning. Central to this will be the first embedding lifelong learning into education and careers, and second, supporting the training and career prospects of teachers. The mid-term review of cohesion policy programs due this year provides an excellent opportunity to reassess the situation of regions facing demographic challenges. The allocation of cohesion policy funds can be adapted to demographic needs where necessary, and this is what we are doing. There will be doubling of the European Union support for housing. This is very important to mention, just to know that cohesion policy will be a little bit different. Further, the Joint Research Centre has started the transformation process of the Atlas of Demography, which is an online platform that shares research and data on the effects of the population changes on the European Union policies. The review of the Work-Life Balance Directive in 2027 will give an opportunity to assess whether the rules still fit the evolving working practices. It is important for our societies that we foster the reconciliation of work and care responsibilities for both working women and men with care responsibilities. In addition, I think we should reflect on other labour market reforms meant to tackle longevity, such as the possibility to have flexible retirement paths. Clearly, to conclude, demography is a horizontal issue, as all of you know, and this is why the work of mainstreaming demographic concerns in relevant policy proposals at the level of the European Union and their impact assessment is ongoing. I have been also tasked to ensure that the European Union facilitates Member States' efforts to address their demographic challenges. This will require regular dialogue and exchange at all levels. Our discussion today is a very good and excellent contribution, valuable contribution to this task. What we need is a whole government approach involving all actors in the economy and society in a democratic and inclusive manner. Tackled in this way, demographic change can be managed to strengthen Europe's resilience overall. Just to let you know, that during the Spanish presidency conclusions, they recommended to member states to establish demography ministers or ministries at their level, and this is what we are aiming at. At this moment, there are only 3 member states who have these demography ministers, but I think this is a recommendation. Of course, depends on political situation and on coalitions, but I think this is something which is good. Only Italy, Greece, and the country I know best have these ministers. In this spirit, I look forward to listen to your fruitful exchange, and I'll thank you very much. I know that I exceeded the time, but this was necessary. Later on, I'll talk in concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for this extensive presentation. And we start with the first round of interventions on behalf of the political groups. So from the EPP, Mr. Radke, for 2 minutes.
Ja, sehr geehrter Herr Vize.
Vice President, Commissioner Dubravka, colleagues, I'd like to start by saying thank you for this initiative in the Commission. I'm sure there are going to be speakers coming up here and saying, well, what are you working on again? That's really something that is a member state competence. But I think the Commissioner has quite rightly said that the competence lies with the member states, but there are horizontal challenges. And above all, we must remember, especially when we think about rural areas, that there are phenomena. And they're happening in Germany, they're happening in Romania and Bulgaria just the same. And we're seeing depopulation of entire parts of member states. That's what we're facing. And then, yes, you would be saying, what can the EU do? You need to think about local, regional and national efforts as well. But perhaps you could bring them together, because quite interesting, in the past few months, when you're talking about current difficulties, high energy costs, problems for businesses, every time I visited a company, almost everyone mentioned the fact that there was a lack of skills and a lack of workers. The managers, the owners were saying that we need people when it came to any problem. And if you look at the next 5 to 10 years, if you look at the age of our workers, then we're going to say, where are we going to get the people from? Bring us people. So that's the topic that always comes up. And that's why I'm very grateful to the Commissioner that she has mentioned that in this connection. She has said, how can we consider legal migration for the labour market? That's a key point. There are many debates going on about migration and people who are fleeing and so on, and this is all just thrown into the same debate, but we need to think about more nuances here and think about where we're going to get workers as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Kester Mark-Angel for 1 minute on behalf of the SND.
Yes, thank you very much, dear President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. The demographic challenges Europe is facing are among the main threats to our union's competitiveness. And the European Union and the member states need to create an environment that supports the life choices of our citizens. And we must help them to fulfill their aspirations and to reconcile private and professional lives by ensuring access to quality childcare, and particularly in the light of the upcoming revision of the work-life balance directive in 2027. Labour shortages and qualified labour and less qualified labour shortages and working age population in decline poses really a great risk on many levels. But if we tackle it in the proper way, I think demographic trends can strengthen Europe's resilience. And this can only be achieved if cohesive policies focus on gender equality, intergenerational fairness, digital and green transition, managing legal migration, and if they involve remote and rural regions that too often are left behind. Promoting the youth access to quality jobs, affordable housing, and decent living standards is also crucial. By giving young people access to stable housing, we empower them to build their future and address the great challenges of our time. And let me just remember in Mr. Letta's report, the fourth freedom, the freedom to stay. This is very important for the rural and the remote regions, and we must invest in these regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Tsekeres for 1 minute on behalf of the Patriots, and he will be taking the floor from his seat. Please. The mic is not open. Yeah, now.
Now is okay. Thank you.
Dear President, dear Commissioner, honorable colleagues, demographic challenges can be responded by the birth of more children, and competitiveness can be responded to by boosting productivity. A family-friendly Hungary has various ways and chose various ways in its program to support children, families with children and people starting their independent lives. Let me list a few of them. It provides loans to working young. It offers financial support for housing, loan repayments, for buying new homes, and for rents. It helps young people leaving foster care to access housing. It keeps the utility bills low, like gas and energy, electricity prices. This year, the government doubles the tax benefits due after children. Under 18, you get free public meals and education, and those under 25 are exempt from personal income tax. Demographic changes have a significant impact on the competitiveness of our economies. Therefore, it's very important to bear in mind the Budapest Declaration adopted under the Hungarian presidency about European competitiveness. Its basis, its backbone is to support SMEs and innovation and to create an inclusive labor market where people with disabilities can also find quality jobs. Thank you.
On behalf of the European Conservatives and Reformists Group, Vicepresidente Berna, per 1 minuto.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you. Colleagues, Commissioner, in 2050, are we going to have a continent which is completely silent, where parks are empty and factories are quiet? Well, the birth rate we've seen has dropped below 1.4 child per woman, and we've seen significant drops elsewhere. We've seen now we don't have enough workers, the system is in collapse. But this future isn't inevitable. We can create a different future. In 2023, the European Commission set out a demographic toolbox. But I think it's time for us to really use this. It's time for us to create a family deal for Europe, focusing on demographic policies, focusing on family life. We need a whole series of measures, but we also need a real cultural revolution. And the European family deal would give us a real response, a real weapon against this kind of dark future I outlined at the beginning. We need to ensure that we can create a lively Europe and create it together. We are the people who can write our own future and can write it for the generations to come. Thank you.
On behalf of the Renew Group, Mr. Mululi for 1 minute.
Commissioner, declining birth rates and an increasing proportion of elderly citizens in society is now the norm across the European Union. The figures are stark. The EU population is set to peak next year, as you know. We will lose around 30 million people within the next 75 years. As an MEP representing a mainly rural constituency, I'm aware of the major challenges out there. An incredible example for you today, Commissioner, is the village of Moygona in rural County Mayo in Ireland. Writing in the Western People, Liam Heffernan highlighted the plight of the Irish town, where on the 24th of June last year, Mitchell's shop, public house, post office, farm supply business and hardware store all failed to open. Mulgoyne alone has lost a staggering 90% of its people since 1841, with the tipping point of sustainability now being passed. This is like many parts of rural Ireland, North Mayo is being stripped of its population. This is why we must see the full implementation of the EU demography toolbox. Measures such as you mentioned in cohesion funds are important. The long-term vision for rural areas must be fully implemented. We are in Regi Committee want to get the cohesion funds to do this job. Please help us, Commissioner, to solve the problem. Thank you.
On behalf of the group of the Greens, Madame Zbahi, pour une minute.
Madame Commissioner, like Emmanuel Macron, who talks about a demographic rearmament, you want Europeans to have more babies to wage an economic war. Having a child today costs about 300,000 euros on average, and taking care of those wonderful little creatures is very difficult because of a lack of public services, which through your austerity you've been attacking. But what's even more concerning and disappointing in this strategy is that you're not talking about fertility rates, birth rates. We see that today's potential parents are suffering. They're not going to have children. There is an issue with fertility due to toxins in our environment. 1 in 6 women are in medical treatment for fertility reasons. And so you urging them to have more babies in the name of competitiveness is simply naive. Given the scourge of infertility, when will you make proposals? When will you finally take action? Thank you.
On behalf of the left group, Signore Tridico, per un minuto.
President, colleagues, Commissioner, the population decline is a risk for the labour market and the sustainability of the welfare system. One of the most worrying things is the system of the pension system. Today, for every European pensioner, we've got 2.7 people who are working age. Then by 2100, then it will only be 1.5, and that means we'll see 54 million less workers. In Italy, it's a dramatic situation. For every pensioner, we've only got 1.4 workers. To face these changes and to increase the supply of workers in the short term, we're going to have to use migrants, and in the long term, we're going to have policies to give incentive to have children. We need to increase public services for childcare. We need to look at getting more women into work. And you need to know that the work rates for women are higher, and then you have higher fertility rates. In Italy, we only have 53% of women are working. That's the lowest level of fertility. There's only 1.2 children per woman. And then there's also the precarious work situation. And so we need to have policies that can help us reconcile work-life balance. We need to have more incentives for people to have babies.
Thank you. My kind request to all the speakers is to speak slower for the interpreters to be allowed to make the interpretations. So on behalf of the Europe of Sovereign Nations, Madam Borbengen.
A child is a blessing, life is sacred. The ultimate meaning of human life is to raise the next generation. The developed world has denied these ancient truths. Consumer society has put the freedom of the individual at the center instead of the well-being of the community, and has made the blessing of children the main barrier to self-fulfillment. Europe has embarked on self-destruction as it has sought to solve its population crisis through mass migration. This idea has failed. The labour shortage remained, but new problems emerged, and Europe was and is in danger of extinction. Population replacement must be stopped, and the traditional family model upheld, which is the basis of individual happiness and social stability. These must be made attractive instead of gender propaganda. Marriage and child rearing must be promoted, and the lives that are conceived must be protected. It is a shame that the Commission's programme does not include this. People must be made aware that abortion is not a medical procedure, but the extinction of life. Europe can only have a future and regain its competitiveness if the European child is once again a sacred life and a blessing.
I was informed by my colleagues that the point of orders are allowed at the end of the presentation, but we take note of your request. Revenim la intervenții.
We go back to the interventions of the MEPs. Mr. Buda has the floor for 1 minute and a half.
Mulțumesc, doamna comisar, doamnelor. Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioner, dear colleagues. Europe is at a demographic crossroads. The statistics show that until 2050, over 30% of the European population will be above 65 years old, and the labor force will be reduced by over 57 million people by 2100. The share of the EU population in the total global population will decrease from 6 to 4%, reflecting an alarming decrease in birth rates. Rural areas feel this decline at its worst level because this has risks for food security. We need to act right now in order to invest in our young people, to determine them to stay in their homes. Good houses, good education, good jobs, and I emphasize this, good jobs. These are just few of the directions for action. Demographic changes affect various regions of the European Union. In Romania, for example, over 4.5 million people went abroad in order to seek their fortune. Also in Italy, in southern Italy, the government sells houses for €1, while other regions have a terrible housing crisis. That is why we need to adapt our policies to local needs. Smart management of migration is a priority. We need qualified labor force in order to ensure the economic durability of the European Union. I appreciate the publication of the demography toolbox, indeed, but Commissioner, without adequate financing, even the best policies will not have the required impact. Funds such as the RRE or the Social European Funds Plus, ESF Plus, these must be the pillars of our effort. Dear colleagues, Europe is growing old, but this should not become a problem for us. Thank you.
Galvez for 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, Europe is experiencing a demographic winter, but at the same time, we are seeing this intentional use of this demographic winter to set out regressive messages, such as the role of women in our society and our economy. We've just heard it, how this demographic winter becomes a form of blackmail for women and runs counter to our own sexual and reproductive rights, as if we were the ones who were responsible for these demographic shifts. But we're not. And we're also not responsible for loss of competitiveness. We need to promote productivity. We are responsible for ensuring sustainability of our economic model. These measures, together with high-quality public services, will help women have children if that is what they choose for themselves. Also, ensuring that people receive the services that they deserve. We need to advance in gender equality, in dignity, in sustainability, in public services, and in having a more human approach to migration. Thank you.
So, first of all, there is a question. Ms. Galvez, if you want to answer, take a question. So, from Mr. Jungblut.
Ja, vielen Dank, dass Sie die Frage zulassen. Sie haben ja gesagt.
Thank you for letting me do. No, thank you for letting me ask this question. Okay, I'll wait. Thank you for allowing the question. I will agree with you on one point. It's not women's fault that we've got these demographic challenges. No, it is a society problem. because women are not in a position to be able to have families. We're not putting men in a position where they can find families. I think it is the problem of the socialists that they, over decades, have been destroying the family. So that's why I'd be interested in, well, I want to say that the socialists have destroyed families for decades. So what is your plan now to bring families back to the focus in society?
Pues mira, yo creo.
Well, I think that the socialist parties have actually worked for families. You'll see what we've done. It's been the socialist parties that have been behind the idea of supporting the welfare state and public services of quality. And we see there's a direct correlation between women's employment and fertility rates. And I'm talking here about work of women in childbearing age. So giving women the ability to participate equally and freely in the labor market, doing what we choose with our lives, is actually better for society. For decades now, we see there are more women than men graduating from university. And yet we continue to be blamed and made responsible for childcare when care should be the responsibility of all, including men. We need to make progress in this area. And this will happen when the public and private sectors, and all men, in particular men, take co-responsibility for childcare. Because last I checked, children weren't born of mothers alone. Thank you.
The services also instructed me to come back to the point of order. I just want to mention that we are not allowed to have questions addressed to the first round of political group speakers. But we'll come to the point of order. Ms. Hermida van der Walle, please. And you have to mention, according to the rules, of course, the rules that you refer to.
Okay, now, thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing my request. I refer to the Rules of Procedure, Article 4, when it comes to hate speech or offensive language. And the colleague from ESN used the term population replacement. This is generally accepted as hate speech and offensive language, and I request that this may be scrapped from the meeting and that the colleague is held responsible for using this hate speech. Thank you.
So thank you for raising the issue. According to the rules, I will inform the Bureau about your request, and a decision will be made according to the rules of procedures, and we'll inform you of the decision that was made by the Bureau. Thank you. Now we go back to the speakers. Monsieur Sanchez, pour 1 minute.
Dans ce rapport, vous...
In this report, you're concerned about demography in Europe only because of market reasons. It's just a market. That's all Europe is to you. Now we're talking about labour shortages, and your short-term conclusion is that we need more immigration, despite the fact that we've had serious consequences of massive immigration on our population. The causes of the demographic crisis are very clear. We need Europeans to be having families, but they're not going to be able to do that if they can't live from the salaries that they earn and if they can't survive. We've seen what economic and social situations people are living in, and we're seeing a crisis across the board. When I'm talking about the distress of these young Europeans who are having to give up on ever being able to have children, you should listen to me. We're seeing a falling birth rate in Europe, but we need to ensure that that is not the case so that the face of Europe remains European and that we can enable our Europeans to have children.
Please take into consideration to speak slower for the interprets and keep the timing. Madam Malak for 1 minute.
Szanowny Panie Przewodniczący, Chair, Mrs. Commissioner, colleagues, we are facing the demographic tsunami. Experts warn us that after 2026, the population of EU will start decreasing, and in certain states, it may decrease by 30%. In 25 years, the population of Africa will increase by over 1 billion people, which will increase migration pressure against Europe. So the European Commission has to wake up and take necessary steps. Instead of supporting families, we are forcing equality agendas which contain provisions without any meaning for our future. Admitting migrants will be no solution. If we do not take actions, Europe will be weak and non-competitive. Under the government of law and justice, we adopted demography policy, which is not implemented now. We need to change our policy now and not later, when it will be too late.
Van der Velde, for 1 minute.
Dank u wel, voorzitter. Madame.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. If we want to give our children the right to stay in their own region, then we need to also give that right to other people to come here as well. Many Europeans want to be able to stay in their own village. They want houses. They want to have hospitals still open in their region. They want to have spaces in school. And they want to make sure that they're not going to be destroyed by high energy costs. So we need expert workers, and we need people from outside Europe as well. We need more doctors and nurses. We need more teachers in the classrooms. We need more people who can fit solar panels on their roofs. And we want to have Europeans growing up in those regions. But instead of investing in those regions and allowing progress, we have populists who are pushing the bricks and they're closing the doors to these expert skilled workers. We have this populism, but we don't need that. What we need is optimism. We need to look outwards as opposed to sticking our heads in the sand. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Oliveira, for 1 minute.
Thank you. The demographic challenge is a major problem, and it is directly related to living conditions and with young people's ability to start a new life, with family circumstances which depend on labor stability, irregular working times, and the inability to find affordable housing. And for all of these reasons, we need to invest in policies that will help us overcome these challenges. The European Union also needs to and support those national policies that foster labor stability and better wages. The rights to maternity and paternity leave and the rights to children and parents. The EU should support national policies for financing public services, including national networks of childcare services that are free and available to all. National policies for increasing housing as well. All of these run counter to the neoliberal approach that the EU has followed for too long. We need to ensure we have a willingness to tackle the demographic challenge through true political change. Thank you.
There are 2 questions. Do you want to take both questions or one? One. So I will select the first question that was registered here from Ms. Miranda.
You talk about policies that are against our territories. So I'd like to think about those who were expelled from Portugal, which was like a ticking time bomb for my country, Galicia, which has exposed the people of our territories to dangers. Now, you should be aware of this in Portugal, and I would like to know what your view is on this. Thank you very much, Ms. Miranda. Now, one of the main ways to deal with the demographic deficit is to ensure jobs and people's ability to arrange their lives on the basis of a secure labor situation. And what you refer to, for instance, is completely detached from the realities of our regions, and it doesn't allow people to stay in their regions where they want to live. It also doesn't support young people and families. it doesn't just lead to a demographic deficit, it leads to difficulties in forming families, and also leads to situations of emigration where people leave their regions. And this is certainly something that needs to be kept in mind whilst we combat this demographic deficit.
To the next speaker, thank you so much. Madam Laikova.
Много често се говори за демографска криза.
We often speak about demographic crisis, but it is ethno-demographic. There is the fertility problem, but there is also the problem with the change of the ethnic origin of the population. An increasing number of people are Muslims. Migration is often presented as the panacea, but in fact it aggravates the crisis. The problem is not financial. Even the wealthiest countries are affected. Demographic crisis cannot be resolved mechanically with the demography toolbox. The solution needs a change of the mindset of the European Union. We need to go back to the fundamental values destroyed by neoliberalism. If there is no courage and aspiration for life, there will be no reversal of the crisis. We need to go back to our values because children are our greatest value and asset.
Another point of order from Ms. van der Walle.
Thank you, Chair. I will keep saying this. Rule 4 and Rule 10 of the Rules of Procedure make hate speech and offensive language something we should not allow. I'm sorry, I need to stand up. Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Chair, for tolerating. Hate speech is clearly defined. Population replacement and every other synonym, it's Nazi terminology. We all know that. This should not be allowed in this chamber. Thank you, Chair.
So the rules are clear, and of course our colleague appeals to those respective rules. As I said earlier, we take note of the considerations and the request made. We will address the issue to the Bureau, and the Bureau will make a decision upon this request. If there are similar requests on other speeches, anyone can do it, but of course, please refer to the rules, and in this case, the rules are clear. Let's try, of course, to respect the rules of this House, all of us. So we move to the next speaker, Madam Zakaria, for 1 minute.
Γιατί δεν κάνουν παιδιά οι άνθρωποι?
Europeans don't want to have children. Why is that? They are living in despair. We're seeing that you've supported the elites, the rich, and imposed a neoliberal regime. We're now seeing in Greece that public hospitals lack staff, materials, infrastructure, schools lack resources and teachers, and parents are struggling to pay for private schools now for their children. So we need to ask citizens, how are they going to be able to pay for increased rents when they're earning incredibly low wages? How are they going to be able to raise their children? Families now are struggling enormously, and we're seeing poverty hit every house. So how is it that we should be increasing the birth rate? Well, people need to have dignity. Salaries need to be increased. Families need to be supported. We need to ensure families have money for education, and we need to support the social system.
Tomk for 1 minute and a half.
Hvala lepa za besedo, spoštovana gospa komisarka Dubravka Šuica.
Thank you for giving me the floor, Commissioner. Thank you very much for that presentation. And thank you for the work that you have done in the past in terms of demography and for the work you did in your previous mandate. In Europe, the population rate, the birth rate is dropping, and this is going to have an impact on the different territories, there are imbalances. This is going to have an impact on the labour market, health care, social cohesion, and so on. And this all requires targeted policies. The thing that makes me sad here is the fact that the current Commission doesn't have a specific remit for demography, and that it's actually spread across 4 commissioners. The Commission must in fact be the main player here when it comes to looking at the population transition. With demography, it's not only about the older people. With the upcoming demographic winter, everyone's going to be affected. So this is why demography challenges need to be addressed in all of the documents, but I'm pleased that the groups in the European Parliament have recognised how important demography is, and that there is a recognised group for demography in which efforts will be made to make sure that this very important issue for society is not forgotten. That's the basis of our society.
1 minute.
A life that you decide for yourselves in a rural region with affordable housing, a good job, good schools, good infrastructure for where both young and old would like to live. This is what the future that we want to see looks like. But increasingly, the rural regions are starved out. Women are forced into roles they don't want, and young people don't have the opportunities that they need. And the result of this is many people end up leaving their homes. People have the right to build their lives where they have their roots, and Europe needs to support them in this. European cohesion policy offers a lot of opportunities here in allaying these structural deficits and creating opportunities for all, for instance, through targeted support for women in rural areas, through targeted training, helping people start businesses, improving work-life balance. These measures strengthen the role of women and of the regions overall. They lead to more social cohesion. We should stop playing the young against the old, the cities against the rural regions. We have a role to bring them all closer together.
Thank you. Madam Boras Babun, for 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Europe is the region with the lowest birth rate and the oldest population in the world. Its policies are leading to childless families, and we see that it's the birthplace of civilization, and yet people are no longer being born there. So with this demographic challenge, we're not just destroying our identity, we're threatening the security of all of our citizens. In just 2024, over 400,000 illegal immigrants entered Spain. If you think about the situation, if we bring all of the Algerians to Europe, we will have the problems that are currently being faced in Algeria being brought to Europe with them. So while Europe and Spain receives these waves of illegal migrants, the number of children per woman is 1.12 in my country, which is much less than 2.1, which is what's needed in order to keep our population. So we need to increase birth rates. And if we don't know how, let's look at Hungary. Let's imitate their measures. We need to ensure that we are not just the birthplace of civilization, but we actually encourage people being born here.
Yeah.
Then we'll take the questions in the order of the registration. We'll take one question per speaker, and the first question registered here is on behalf of Mr. Oliveira.
Thank you, President. Now, you just gave a speech that included hate speech against immigrants, and you refuse to recognize the challenges that families face when they decide whether to have children. So the question is, does the far right have any sort of solution for any of the problems that society faces? Can the far right present just one proposal that is something other than simple hate against the poor people and against those who are struggling? I would like to hear that sort of an answer, if you have one, to feed this debate.
Sí, por supuesto.
Yes, I'd be happy to. The far right, well, we aren't actually the far right. We are the common sense party, and we are the only ones who dare to say things by their name and who are willing to explain the realities and the struggles that many of our families are suffering because of the massive immigration policies, which are out of control. And the migrants go to the poorest and most vulnerable communities across Europe. Of course, we have lots of measures that we could propose. For instance, supporting families. Also, large families, which you constantly attack from the socialist side. You're always attacking families, you're attacking women. You're always establishing policies that instead of helping and supporting families and women so that they can have a work-life balance and actually have children, instead you attack them and you make lives even more difficult for them. There are tax measures that can be taken. There's a support for entrepreneurship, for work-life balance.
We have to respect the time. Thank you so much. We move to the next speaker. Yeah. To către doamna Teodorescu, un minut.
Mrs. Teodorescu, 1 minute.
Faptul că Uniunea Europeană are o mare problemă demografică.
The fact that the European Union has a huge demographic problem is no news. Many studies, strategic agendas, initiatives show that birth rates are falling and that we cannot, and I think we should not cover this deficit of people with migrants from non-EU countries. If we want to solve the demographic problem, we need to do two things. First, to encourage women to have more children by pragmatic solutions, with cheaper housing, with fiscal facilities for families with many children, with programs dedicated to the mothers. And second, we should make the economies of the member states grow so that the level of income of their citizens should be enough so that people will want to be parents. So, houses and good wages. Without those, we will see to a destruction of the European civilization and to our disappearance caused by the phenomenon of migration. Look around you. Don't you think that we are slowly, little by little, being colonized? Do we want the European civilization to exist in 50 years? Yes or no? Thank you. Mrs. Teodorescu, you have a question. Would you like to answer?
Madam Miranda.
When I hear speeches such as yours, or like the previous one from the Vox representative, and you talk about illegal migrants, do you know why these people come in? They come in order to work, to improve their lives, and they often come from very difficult situations because there are no legal ways to enter Europe. People like the Galician immigrants who went and lived in Molenbeek and helped to build Europe. Those people who are building Europe and who are part of our reality. When are you going to stop with this hate speech?
My speech is not a hate speech. It is a pragmatic question. Do we think the European citizens are in the center of our options? We are an European institution. We have been elected here to represent the interests of the European citizens. We need to give priority to the interests of the European citizens. And let me remind you something about my country. Romania has had a lot of people who left their country legally in order to seek a better life and better jobs in other countries. And they were not always welcome. They were not always respected. But this does not mean that we should make a parallel between the situation of legal migrants and illegal migrants. Thank you very much.
We move to the next speech.
Moving on to the next speaker, Mr. Papas, 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, I don't want to speak here as a politician, but as a young person. We've got a Europe that's becoming more expensive. We've got economic uncertainty. How can young people have families in this? Let me give you an example. In Greece, we've got a major demographic problem. We had €1,200 provided them, or so you've got your salary is €1,200, then you've got €600 going on rent, your bill at the supermarket has doubled probably in recent times, and it means that people find it incredibly hard to support their families in this kind of situation. And it's very clear that this can't go on. It just can't continue. And so now we need a decision, a political decision to help to improve quality of life, to improve education, to improve childcare. We need all of this in order to support Europe.
No. Dear Chairman, the decline of population is a symptom of the decline of our society. The society has disintegrated into individuals who feel no responsibility or affiliation to any community, not even their family, not even their city, not even their nation that they do not consider their own. They don't feel they should contribute to a common benefit. The young generation is expected to give to have children, but it is under the influence of a certain ideology, and they think that they are creditors and that society owes them something, and the meaning of their life is just having fun. They think that having children brings no advantages to them because they can rely on themselves, and if they fail, then the society is supposed to pay the debt. People live in unstable social conditions. Independent housing is inaccessible for more and more people, and life in isolation has not taught them cooperation, mutual respect, and responsibility. The European Commission is not going to bring a solution. It is a part of the problem, on the contrary. Thank you.
We move to Mr. Anadiotis for 1 minute.
Ευχαριστώ, κύριε Πρόεδρε. Το δημογραφικό πρόβλημα της Ελλάδας συνοψίζεται στις λέξεις.
Thank you, President. The demographic problem in Greece is really the perfect storm. We've a very low birth rate and the highest death rate. So that means that there is a shrinking population. There are young people who decide to leave the country to try to find a more promising future. At the same time, we can see that there is this population crisis accompanied by an economic crisis, and we're trying to replace Greek labour with labour from abroad. And we're changing the format of the family. We're issuing laws which really go against family units. We must preserve and protect unborn life, and we must protect all of the values upon which European civilization is based. Thank you.
Teška demografska zima jedno je.
The demographic winter is one of the key issues facing Europe today. But for a long time, it was one of the issues that was most neglected. We have been warning for a long time now about the problem of demographic decline and the fact that the decline is uneven. This is something that we have been talking about for years, and it's very good that today we are having an open discussion about it, and that we can hear from Commissioner Suica in her pioneering work in this area in building a demography policy for Europe. What does the European Union have to do with this? Well, among other things, we see that in the past 15 years in the EU, the working age population has shrunk by almost 10 million, and a further decline is expected. Depopulation, population aging, the emigration of young people, all of these tell us that public policy should be more decisive and comprehensive in response. However, to have a demographic recovery, we need to have a different culture put into place. Families must be back at the center of everything we do, and with a focus on the irreplaceable role of parents. Today, the burden of raising a child falls almost exclusively on the parents. And young people have a responsibility to contribute to all of society, and each person has the right to decide for themselves how many children they want to have. Migration can only be seen as a temporary positive factor here. We need to also think about changes to our birth rate. I'm not talking about hate speech. I'm simply talking about facts and being realistic. Thank you.
Merci. Moi, je vais vous dire, j'en ai un peu marre.
Thank you. I must say, I'm getting a bit tired of this debate where we're simply shifting the blame to women, depriving them of their rights, or bringing up the whole question of migration. Nobody wants to talk about fertility here except for the Socialists and the Green. Why do we refuse to talk about fertility? Because we're hiding a scandal at the European and global level, and that is the consequences of environmental damage are drops in fertility amongst both men and women. And this is one of the major contributors to the demographic crisis. So if you want to solve the demographic crisis, there's a lot of things you can do, but also address the environmental aspects. Revise REACH. Look again at all of the toxins that are in our environment, and there you will be truly paying a service to Europe and to the Europeans. Thank you.
Merci. Madam Echlers, for 1 minute.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. The Netherlands is packed, jam-packed. The roads, public transport, schools, the housing market, healthcare. It's busy everywhere and everything is grinding to a halt. The country is bursting at the seams. And what does the Commission want? They want to address ageing and labour shortages by bringing more migrants here. That's not only short-sighted, it is simply absurd. Because migrants get older as well. And in addition, migration puts a huge pressure on our welfare state. Importing workers is not going to solve anything. It only makes us more dependent on population growth elsewhere. That's not a strategy. That's a pitfall. It's a sort of pyramid game here that's being played at the cost of our welfare state, security and culture. The solution is not, therefore, in bringing more migrants here, but rather in strengthening our own society. This means that we need to protect our welfare, we need to invest in innovation, and we need to protect our borders. Thank you.
Mr. Salvini, for 1 minute.
Ci sono momenti.
There are times when we need to stand together for the common good, putting aside our divisions, times where we have to collaborate, work together. The demographic crisis is one of those times. We need to take responsibility. We need to recognise the dangerous risk that we're facing and the economic, social consequences that this could have. We're dying, lost in ideology. We're on our knees. Without realising it, we need to focus on creating new Europeans, giving birth to new Europeans. And we in Italy have created an intergroup for demography, hoping to be able to contribute in a significant way to resolving the problem. We're looking at the budget and looking at how we can fund ways, policies to increase the birth rate. What infrastructure could we create if we've got no hope in the future? We need children, we need hope, we need life. Thank you.
Question. Do you want to take the question or? Ms. van der Walle.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, grazie, colleague Insavini. Thank you again. I'm happy to hear about the initiatives in the field of demography of the Italian government. I think that all governments should consider this subject very seriously. The Dutch government has done so as well. But I was wondering, given that immigration into Italy was at an all-time high last year, How do you combine that with the ideas that you just presented?
In the Italian government, on the one hand, we're working on the birth rate, trying to improve services for children, trying to ensure that young people can have their own homes. On the other hand, we do not believe that the solution to the demographic crisis is immigration. And so we're trying to combat illegal immigration because this is part of the solution. We don't believe that more people should die in the Mediterranean and that that's the solution to anything. We believe that this goes hand in hand. The Italian government is doing everything it can to fight immigration and improve the birth rate in Europe.
Move to the next speaker for 1 minute and a half, Madam Balzac.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you very much, Chair. Madam Commissioner, thank you very much for your report on implementing demographic toolbox in the member states. But now we're in 2025. The slogan of Polish presidency is security. I would also like to talk about security in terms of demography. We should make sure that women feel secure when they decide to have children, that they can count on public services. And if the child is a disabled child, the mother will also be able to count on the state. And therefore, I'd like to appeal to the Commission and all the member states to introduce systemic social security for women. The cooperation between the European Commission and the member states is key.
Thank you, and thank you for respecting the time. We move to Ms. Serrano Sierra for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Demographic decline is one of the largest threats to European prosperity. Aging in Europe is such that we must take into account the territorial dimension of demographic change. 80% of European territory is rural, but only 30% of our citizens live in rural areas. So when we talk about the demographic decline, we also need to talk about birth rates, but also talk about giving resources to our citizens so that they can live their lives in the places where they live. Now, this policy is a good start, Commissioner, but we need to be ambitious. We need a cohesion policy that takes into account indicators such as the demographic challenge. And we also need to reject outright any form of hate speech. We must accept once and for all that immigration is a question of solidarity and dignity. And then in a situation of demographic decline, it can also be an opportunity to help us channel this immigration into those labor sectors, into those industrial sectors where labor is required in the EU. Thank you.
Dieringer for 1 minute.
Sehr geehrte Damen. Ladies and gentlemen, the demography toolbox doesn't answer all questions, and much of it's worded very vaguely. This is an overvalued administrative solution, and it's not addressing the structural issues. The real causes of this demographic crisis is the fact that there aren't enough opportunities for young people in the future. That's not addressed. Then there's the point about the traditional form of a family. That's not given enough consideration either. Increasing birth rates, providing support for families with several children, that's not included either. And I don't see a solution in having more migration. And if you're only looking in one direction here, no, we've heard people make those comments from other parts of the chamber as well. The strategy covers many areas that are traditionally under the remit of the member states, and it's their legislation. And we would reject those demands here. We want a more standardised, braver approach to look at these challenges and to really address all of the problems.
Madame Trochu, pour une minute.
Madame la Commissaire,
Commissioner, colleagues, demography is destiny. That's what Auguste Comte said. And here it seems that the comparative with what's happening in the south doesn't quite work. In 2026, the population of the Union dropped, so we're representing just 3.5% of the global population by 2070. And so how can we not be worried by mass immigration? The European Union, much like the Commission, in the budget, needs to consider the expenses and the funding that needs to be linked to the birth rate. We need to ensure that we can use solidarity between generations and ensure that we can use that as the basis of our policies. In Europe, we need to be able to be proud of what we are, and that is the way that we'll be able to improve the future. We need to recognize the value of families. Maternity and paternity are incredibly important. Thank you.
Vous avez des questions? Vous voulez prendre une question? Voilà. Once more, I take only the first question addressed by Ms. Bailly.
Madame Trochu, votre groupe politique n'a...
Ms. Trochu, your political group constantly attacks environmental policies, which are meant to protect our health, but also our fertility. When we talk about the REACH directive and protecting ourselves against toxins, which lead to 1.4 million premature deaths in Europe, your group is against that. And yet at the same time, you say you want to defend European demographics. You want to defend improve birth rates and fight against demographic aging. So where is the consistency in your discourse?
Well, where is your consistency? Because your group is the one that considers man to be an enemy of nature, that nature would be better off without all of us, that we are the polluter par excellence.
So we move to the next speaker, Madame Nevado del Campo, for 1 minute.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. I'm so pleased to have heard your proposals, because one of the underlying problems that Europe is facing is that of demographics. I think everything else arises from that, and we have to stop looking the other way as we see a drop in birth rates, an increase in aging. How can you foster innovation or competitiveness if we ignore the fact that for years Europe has been dying a slow death and is not supporting its young people? More than 64% of all municipalities in my region, Extremadura, a large majority of the residents are 65 or older. And our population growth in Spain has been negative since 2015. So we urgently need all isolated regions to receive assistance in face of this demographic challenge, to consider the demographic variable and the territorial variable in all European programs, as the Commissioner said. But in order to do this, we need to invest in digital connectiveness, in transport, in essential services, in cross-border participation, and, of course, in assistance to both mothers and fathers as heads of families. So, Commissioner, we urgently need to take action.
Madame Gomez, for 1 minute.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, demographic challenges are not just a question of numbers. They're stories, they're people's lives, of regions that are depopulated, of families that are struggling to ensure work-life balance, of young people who see their dreams lost because of a lack of resources. We're talking about a vicious circle of depopulation. We need to support the creation of jobs, which keeps people in their homes, and also supports young people, young farmers, and those in other sectors. We need to ensure better public services that ensure a good quality of life so that these people don't need to move away into the big cities in search of a better life. This move to the big cities leads then to a housing crisis. Now, how can young people start families if they can't afford housing? They end up living in the suburbs of big cities. They spend hours commuting. They can't start a life. If we want to fight against the demographic winter, we need to have concrete policies supporting rural areas, ensuring accessible housing, and fostering a work-life balance. Without this, young people won't be able to start a family. It's not that they don't want to, it's just that they can't. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a question that was raised, but I'm not going to take it because the person addressing the question already spoke several times. So let's try to fit everything in the remaining time of the debate. Thank you so much. We move to the next speaker. Monsieur Grisset. We move to the next speaker. Thank you. Madame Grisset, pour 1 minute.
Chers collègues,
faced with this democratic challenge that threatens Europe, we're going to have ambitious solutions to address the challenge ourselves with and for the European people, rather than take an easy option of mass migration, which would have an impact on our social cohesion. We need to invest in a real natalist policy that respects our identities. Today, too many women are forced to give up their dream of having a child because it's difficult to combine work and personal life. It's time to get rid of those obstacles. We need to facilitate access to housing, to have childcare facilities, and to also look at the fiscal options to allow people to decide to have children. It shouldn't just be a fatalistic approach here. It shouldn't be a luxury to have a family. It should be a choice that you can make. We need to have a way to pass on our civilizations.
Signora Gemma, per 1 minute.
Presidente, Commissioner, colleagues, we will see massive drops by 2030 in the birth rate. This is what Eurostat has told us across Europe. And faced with this emergency, it is our duty to take coordinated steps to create an environment which is better for our birth rate, a society where families do not have to choose between a career or becoming parents. And we have to do this in a way by looking at socioeconomic measures, but also by changing cultural awareness, where parenthood is deemed to be something which isn't just an investment in the future, but also a source of wealth for the individual person and for society at large. For centuries, we have said, or for decades, we've said that having children means giving up on your dreams or giving up on your career, that it's something which isn't convenient. No, that is not the case. It is difficult and it can be complicated, but those who decide to have children always are making a choice for love, and this is something that we should protect.
Madame Le Callennec, pour 1 minute.
Ms. Callennec, for 1 minute. Thank you, President, Commissioner. Birth rates in Europe have reached 1.46 children per woman. In France, it's now 1.59. And we know that the generational renewal is at 2.1 children per woman. So why are we seeing this? Why this lack of faith in the future? And how can we take action at the European level in order to support family policies, which continue to be a member state responsibility? In 2020, the European Parliament adopted a resolution in order to try and reverse the demographic trends in Europe. And you just were speaking about the demography toolbox, which was presented in 2023. We need to leverage the cohesion policy and structure policies in the Next Generation program. We need to develop an effective strategy for supporting local development through sustainable projects in all of our territories, cities, towns, and regions. In this way, the European Union can ensure that it creates a financial framework that will allow people to regain faith in the future and therefore also lead to an increase in the birth rate. Thank you.
1 minute.
Herr Präsident, Frau Kommissarin.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the middle stage of this democratic change, and we need to quickly change the political course. All potential workers must be able to be used. We also need to have childcare in regions that are rural regions. Women shouldn't have to ask the question, children or a career. They need to be able to say both, and that is something that needs to be obvious. And you need to be courageous to have children, but we need to have a better distribution of care work. It shouldn't only be on the women to do that. We need to think about the potential for labour for migrants as well. We need to have training policies. At the same time, we have been able to increase productivity through automation and rationalisation. Now, these are things that should be funded more in public budgets so that we don't see the pension systems or the entire state financial systems collapse.
Madame Sorel, pour 8 minutes.
Chers colleagues, Commissioner, the major challenge of demography requires a determined response. What are the obstacles to parenthood? Economic uncertainty, financial vulnerability, excessive rents, difficult access to property, fertility issues, increasing uncertainty and anxiety surrounding the climate. All of this is pushing more and more young people to give up on having children. So, what do we need to do? We need to place demography at the heart of our priorities. We need to better protect women's careers, recognise the value of motherhood. We need to support families from the first child and increase the number of nurseries and preschools. We need to regulate seasonal property rentals in order to free up housing, and we need to take the issue of infertility seriously. Dear colleagues, after the First World War, despite major losses, Europe met the demographic challenge. Now, I am telling you that immigration is not the solution. We need to give young people faith in their future, and in that way we will be able to meet the demographic challenge. Thank you.
Signore Nesci, per 1 minuto.
Mr. Nesci, 1 minute.
Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner. The EU population is ageing and it's in decline. There aren't enough workers and there are problems with public budgets. During the conference on the future of Europe, citizens asked us to guarantee support for families. However, if the European Union doesn't start to invest in families as a key part of the solution, then we're going to end up in a very unstable situation. Becoming a parent is becoming a luxury, and it's something that many are unable to do. And it shouldn't just be a privilege to become a parent, it should be a shared burden. We need to make sure that there are options and opportunities here for people to be able to have children and then they can grow up in a living environment. There are challenges and opportunities here where we can allow love to blossom. It should be possible to become a mother or father. We need to think about the resources that we can give to families. We need to think about how much they have to spend on their shopping, for example. We need to be able to have a good future and then we can celebrate families.
Blinkevičiūtė, for 1 minute.
Pone pirmininkė, pone komisarė.
President, Commissioner, how can we respond to the expectations of our people? How can we increase birth rate? How to make sure that we have sufficient workers? it seems that the responses are clear. We need a stable work, we need decent wages, affordable housing, and accessible childcare and healthcare services. Unfortunately, not every European can afford this. Until now, we haven't spoken about this at the EU level and at the level of member states. We see very clear tendencies of the aging of population, but we don't have enough long-term care services, nursing services. The birth rate is decreasing, but we don't serve sufficient services such as educational services, childcare services. We know that 8 million young people in the EU are not working, are not studying. Our child guarantee is not functioning. 20 million children are living in poverty. We all should work together in a united manner to change the situation.
La démographie.
Demography is Europe's major challenge, one on which its very existence depends. It seems that immigration is being chosen as the solution. It seems now that in people from the left and extremists, they're delighted at this new wave of immigrants. You're reminded of Hugo, Bloom, Ferry, your heroes who defended the white race. Now we're seeing cheap labor flowing in for our factories. And why not? This selected immigration is seen as a good thing. Now it seems people with no children are condemned to die. We need to have housing. We need to have places in nurseries for people who do have children. Otherwise, the end is nigh.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur Varro, il y a une question pour vous. Monsieur Clergeau.
Mr. Varro, there's a question. Will you take it?
Oui, Monsieur le député, pouvez-vous...
Yes, I wonder if the member could give us the reference with respect to Leon Bloom, which pleads for the superiority of the white race. You did refer to it. And while you talk about civilization, perhaps you could tell us what was the skin color of the Egyptian pharaohs and their geographical origin.
Well, that would depend on the dynasties. As you know, for the very longest of them, they were Greek, and they were marrying amongst brothers and sisters in order to remain a pure Greek race. Now, when it comes to Leon Bloom, and for Victor Hugo, which I was reading just yesterday and was amazed to see the way that he explained that it was thanks to the white man that the black man had access to civilization. And Leon Bloom made very similar statements, and I'd be quite happy to send them on to you. Now, I didn't come to the pulpit today knowing exactly the quote from Leon Bloom that I would use, but
Let's move to the next speaker, Mr. Gonçalves, for 1 minute.
President, Commissioner, the future of Europe lies in our response to the demographic challenge. And here, one of the key instruments that we have at our disposal is cohesion policy, the aim of which is to eliminate disparities of economic, social, and structural nature across the Union. And it's through the cohesion policy and its efforts and this decentralized approach that we're able to ensure the development of all of our regions. Now, Madeira, which is my region, has lost population in the last decade. We need to encourage people to stay where they are, give young people opportunities where they live. And in this debate, we also need to talk about immigration without having recourse to populist discourse, which ignores the realities and the needs for labor, which are key for a number of our industrial sectors. And so together, In this way, we will build a Europe that is stronger, with more cohesion, that doesn't leave anybody or any region behind. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to the catch the eye procedures, and we'll try to take as many speakers as possible, but of course, please do watch the time. Ms. Klavak.
Hvala vam lijepa predsjedavajući, poštovana povjerenice, zahvaljujem prije svega na vašem radu.
President, Commissioner, thank you for what you've done over the past 5 years on this very important issue. Demographic renewal is not just a responsibility for society, it's also important for our economic and cultural resilience. Without measures, those negative trends can have long-term impacts. I'll give you one example from Croatia. We took some demographic measures last year. In many areas, we wanted to provide better support for parenthood, better support for children, and we took other measures in places where you have children, and we also wanted to support different regions. We also wanted to support people who are returning to Croatia. Those measures will apply until 2033. But in the EU, we need to think about jobs and workers and housing and so on.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. It's impossible to address the demographic winter in Europe without addressing the question of migration, because there is no matter in which this contradiction is so obvious. The interests of the European Union, the true interest and the perceived interest, the true interest is that there be legal migration, bringing people into the Union, paying their taxes, working and contributing to our economies. And yet there's this perceived view which is being fed by these negative views that show a completely different view of migrants and their role in society. I think if we don't consider all of the parts of the equation, including this one, it will be very hard for the EU to tackle this. We'll continue to see our GDP dropping. We'll see our demographic challenge persist, and we will continue to struggle to support our social model. Migration policy is absolutely key in order to tackle the challenge of the demographic winter. Thank you.
Sardone. Signora Sardone.
Siamo qui a discutere.
We're here discussing how we should counter the demographic issues in Europe. But I think we need to look around us. Europe is changing its face. Mohammed is the most common name for boys being born throughout Europe. We're seeing more and more children being born with Muslim first names. In Molenbeek, in Germany, the top 10 names are Muslim. The future that awaits us is something where we're going to see Muslim people everywhere. Our Christian culture is going to be substituted. Europe is being Islamized. And for us, this is a nightmare. And what are we doing? Nothing. Europe is sitting back and saying yes to more immigration.
Mr. Ronca. Bogdan Ronca.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you, Chair. It is a very significant debate, and it's a pity that the European Parliament, we devote so little time to support traditional families. We don't talk about it too much. And we talk a lot about the promotion of abortion. There is no cohesion of what we are doing. I'm afraid that in a few years there will be no real assistance for mothers with children. We should be talking about benefits for single mothers, for big families, but business turns its back on such problems. Business only sees their own interest. And I'm afraid that demography will be a very weak point in the EU policy. I do not see here the situation that would be different. Also in the budget, and I've been working for the budget committee for years, I see no support for demography in Europe. Thank you.
Η ανησυχία σας για το δημογραφικό αφορά στη θωράκιση της κερδοφορίας.
When it comes to demography, well, here we're talking about capitalist competition. We want to have more money. We have a war at the moment, and women need to have more rights to be able to work more so that they can lead their lives. Parenthood can be encouraged if it is supported, and that is then why you're also suggesting that pensioners should work more. Pension age is being increased. We're talking about having migrants here as cheap workers to fill those gaps in the labour market. We need modernisation. We need to have stable jobs, we need to protect maternity, and we need to guarantee housing. Only then can we have development where we have people who are able to see their needs met.
Gögging, Niels.
Ja, danke, Herr Präsident, Frau Kommissarin.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Families, young parents, and those who want to become parents are increasingly facing challenges. The dropping birth rates across Europe are an expression of just how poor family policy has been in recent decades. Donald Tusk spoke of a strong Europe this morning, but without strong families, how can we have a strong Europe? If the taxpayers of tomorrow, if the labor force of tomorrow is not even being born in Europe, where is a strong Europe meant to grow? So I'm very pleased to hear, Commissioner, that you've said that you want to ensure the least common denominator in European policy and build on that and try and give demography some meaning. I think that is urgently needed. We need to ensure that young people and families are in a position where they can actually deal with the challenges that they face, that they can determine their own lives. And it's only in that way that we will have the possibility in future of having a competitive, strong Europe built. So let's invest in the future of Europe and consider more support for families. Thank you.
Madam Mendia.
Thank you, Chair. Muy buenas. El cambio demográfico es...
Thank you. Demographic change really is a result of the success of public health care. But Europe today is not in a position to be able to deal with the effects of aging and how this then will have knock-on effects on long-term care, on housing, on the labor market, on care for the older people. Thus far, things have been dealt with piecemeal. And there have been strategies or toolboxes that have the best of intentions, but would have been proven ineffective in meeting our goals. So, in addition to reviewing the strategies that we currently have in place and continue to fight against this inequality that we've seen developing, now is the time for us to take action seriously here at the Parliament to demand that the Commission develop a comprehensive anti-aging strategy so we can respond to this major challenge that we're facing, and that we can do this in a way that is intergenerational, considering the needs of young and old together to ensure a Europe for the future. Thank you.
Gracias, Presidente. Señorías.
Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, the demographic crisis is another symptom of the crisis that we're facing. It's a sense of pessimism that is undoubtedly fostered by the ideologies that our institutions have fostered in years past. For instance, anti-natural, anti-mother, anti-family policy, seeing childbirth as something that's convenient and not something that's part of what we are. And this has led to the wrong economic policies, to poverty, to lack of opportunities for people to start a family and have a livelihood. There are many families that would like to have more children. However, they don't have support. We see only migration is being fostered, and it's uncontrolled migration. There are a lot of Europeans that support parties such as mine, Vox, in Spain, so that we can come here to the chamber and say what people are saying is hate speech. We're proud of our Christian roots, and we want to keep them. We think that families are the pillar of society, and we see the blessing and the beauty that is a new life, and the joy of playgrounds that are full. The speaker's microphone's been cut off.
The time. Move to the next speaker. Ms. Miranda, Paz.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. The demographic winter. I'm going to talk about my country, Galicia. Today, the Galician countryside is dying. There's no access to transport. There's no possibility of achieving work-life balance because there are no jobs. There's only two options left, Commissioner. One, accept a precarious job in the services sector, or two, emigrate. Let me give you an example of the critical situation in my country, Galicia. Galician farmers and animal breeders, many of whom are young and many of whom are women, feed their cattle in a natural, sustainable way, using natural feed. These are small farms, and they're certified and protected by the designation of origin, Ternera Galega. However, the Galician government now wants to change the rules and encourage the use of concentrated animal feeds. And this change could lead to the exclusion of small farmers, bankrupting many of them, especially young people. And this is just one of many examples of the demographic winter that my country is suffering. So what will you do for rural areas? What will you do in order to help people not have to leave their homes in rural areas? Thank you.
Thank you. Europe is ageing rapidly. And by 2040, nearly 1 in 3 people will be over 65 and more than 1 in 10 over 80, driving the demand for long-term care services, especially for conditions like dementia. We know age is the key driver to dementia and Alzheimer's disease. In 2020, approximately 7 million people in the EU had dementia, a number projected to double by 2050. Yet today, nearly half of older Europeans with severe care needs lack adequate support due to unaffordable and inaccessible services. We must create a more supportive care system to relieve the stress on informal care and reduce the burden on families. Future health programmes must prioritise dementia with dedicated funding. And a European Dementia Action Plan should coordinate efforts for timely diagnosis, innovative care solutions and improved working conditions. These measures will plan for a healthier Europe and navigate the challenges of demographic transition. Thank you.
Mr. Andrew Kaitis.
Thank you, the Chairman. Dear Commissioner, population ageing, a shrinking working population and labour shortages are the most pressing demographic challenges now in Europe. The shrinking birth rate depends on the decision of the young population. But there is another one aspect that is reducing our population and workforce that we can better affect. It is a high number of premature deaths in the EU every year. In the EU, 1.3 million persons aged less than 75 years die per year from non-communicable diseases that are treatable and preventable. 400,000 of them could have been avoided with effective preventive strategies and with healthcare systems offering timely treatment and effective care. More than 600,000 deaths could have been prevented by public health intervention focusing on behavioral issues, lifestyle factors, socio-economic status and environment. Preventive strategy must be part of demographic policy, dear Commissioner. To ensure better treatment and public health, we need to be more active, including prevention into demographic policy, saving 400,000 years life.
Thank you, Mr. Andriukaitis. We don't have any more time available. Thank you for all of you. We go back to Commissioner Suica. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, honourable members.
I have been listening carefully as of 9 o'clock this morning, all the debates. So this one is the most important one, of course, due to my portfolio. I understand that this is political arena, and all of you are speaking from your own political either background or from your party background. But I want to go back to the beginning, to my introductory statement, just to repeat some issues. First of all, now I'm even more convinced than I was at the beginning of the debate how broad the issue of demography is, how horizontal it is, and how important it is. Just to say a few words on the Commission. 5 years ago, President von der Leyen decided to establish new portfolio on demography because we were aware that there is a problem in Europe. Now, 2 or 3 months ago, she decided to establish new portfolio on housing because we understood that this is a big problem, not only in Lithuania or not only in France, but also in Ireland, everywhere, across the board. And this is the reason why we have now a new portfolio and we will be dealing with this. This is very important to repeat again. When we started this demography portfolio, we started with Demography Report 1, with Demography Report 2 after COVID, after Brexit. This was the reason after migration crisis and so on. Then we came out with Green Paper on Aging. Then we came out with the Child Guarantee. Then with Care Package. Then with Long-Term Vision for Rural Areas. Then with Talent Harnessing Initiative, so-called Brain Drain Initiative. And then the last document was Demography Toolbox. It was at the request, as I said, at the request of the Council. I highlighted at the beginning that demography, when we talk about mortality rates, fertility rates, and birth rates, it's about member states' competence. We are sticking to the treaty. But when we talk about creating conditions, and this is what we have been doing all the time. This is the reason why many of you mentioned cohesion policy here. Cohesion policy is key. Of course, what is my key ambition? Trying to insert into budget, someone was speaking about budget, demography budget line, although it's scattered all over different lines. This is one. And to be totally open to you, this was not in my speaking points, but I want to make you aware of what is going on. My initial ambition, as of the beginning of my former mandate, was to although I know that you might not be in favor of creating new burdens, new institutions, but my final ambition would be in mid-term, not to say long-term, to create EU agency for demography. Because someone has to deal with it in one place. Of course, I will need your support for this. I will need support of 27 member states, which is not easy, and of course my institution, which is Commission. Just to let you know, because I was listening, I have been listening about this wherever I went into 27. I visited almost all member states during my mandate, and everybody was talking about what you have been talking today, but in fact we need one central place. We have one in the Commission, but this is not enough, and this is the reason why I wanted to share this with you today. Once again, this is not today's discussion is not discussion about migration, but migration is part of the equation. It's not about migration. It's about parents. When I mentioned parents in the first pillar, it's about families. We are trying to do everything in order to make young people feel that they can have children, but we are doing this indirectly. We are not doing this directly because this is member states who can support the different measures, what we heard from different MEPs. So it's about parents, it's about women. 8 million European women, I don't know whether you are familiar with this, are not in the labor market, not because they don't have their CVs, they don't have their diplomas, because they cannot afford care, either nursery home for their parents or child care for their kids. So this is what we have to change. This is also about gender. Also about gender. Only 450,000 men are out of work and 8 million women, which means that we have big disparities in gender. This is also about gender. When I was speaking about young people, we are speaking about upskilling, reskilling, because they have diplomas, but the problem is that education is slower than the development of technologies and labor market. And they have diploma, and then they have to upskill or reskill because their diploma doesn't match to the needs of the labor market. This is a problem, and we want to change it. Of course, within this pillar of young people, it's about housing also, these two pillars. Housing is key problem nowadays, and we have to deal with it. And this is why I said at the beginning, cohesion policy as of 2027, or even earlier, will deal with this phenomenon. When I was speaking about older people, this is third pillar. It doesn't mean that we can impose you have to work after 65. You know what happened in some member states, I will mention France, when they wanted to change pension limit age, for pension age. So we cannot impose anything from the Commission side, but it's about thinking about longevity. If you know that we live in last 5 decades, in last 50 years, we live 10 years more. That means that we may have to work more, but I know that this is, for some people, blasphemy, but I'm saying this without any problems, you know. So those who want to work, let them work. Those who want to retire, let them retire. So this is something we have to flexibilize working hours, and we have to think about this and to recommend to member states, as I already said. And then we come to the fourth pillar, because this human capital is not enough. We have human capital. We somehow try to find in all these three pillars maximum, but it's not enough. Then we have to talk about legal pathways, legal migrations. As I told at the beginning, that many SMEs and others, I don't want to repeat it, they need people, they need labor. Of course, how are we doing this? It's not about randomly using these people, but we are creating talent partnerships, talent pools. We already have talent partnerships with 4 or 5 member states, and this is what my colleague, Commissioner for Home Affairs, has been working on. So this is how we think about this. Otherwise, we cannot solve the problem of Europe. Yes, you can tell me there is artificial intelligence, there is robotics. Some of these services can be replaced, but you can't replace humans with all of this. So this is the reason why we badly need human capital, and this is what it is all about. So why I'm saying this? I'm saying this because when I talk about demography, I'm talking from the angle of competitiveness. This is all what we have been talking about. This is first priority of this new Commission, and knowing what's going on. Even with our allies in the States, but knowing what's going on with other India, China, we have to stay competitive. And this is all about human resources, about us. So I just wanted to share with you when I was listening carefully, and I understood what is this all about, but we somehow need to understand that member states have to play their part there, but they are different due to political realities and political landscape, so you cannot impose, but we can recommend. So just someone said that we need demographic indicators. Yes, we inserted demographic indicators in the EU semester. So we have now demographic indicators there. So EU semester, every half year, you can find the figures there, which is, I think, super. So let me be clear, having children is personal choice. It's not something which we can impose. Having family is also personal choice. Of course, as I said, indirectly we are creating environment. Cohesion policy is key here, but otherwise, of course, someone mentioned freedom to stay. This is part of Enrico Letta's report when he said this is the 5th freedom, freedom to stay. Freedom to stay means that you have decent wages, that you have decent housing, and then you decide whether you migrate because you want to get another country, or you stay in your region. So disparities are great, are huge. We have to work on it, and this is all about economy and competitiveness in the end. So how to solve this competitiveness? On differences, urban, rural, east and west, young and old, we want to quit with this, of course, not to make Europe really be convergent and cohesive. This is all about. This topic should be mainstreamed, and I hope you understood that this is not an easy job, but I told you that my final ambition would be creating one focal point. It could be institute or agency or the bureau, I don't know, but someone has to deal with this in a very organized and serious manner. We are doing it, but Commission is not enough. I really want to thank you for creating intergroup on demography. This is also something, but little by little, maybe this could be also a committee. And of course, we depend on the Council and Member States whether they will support the idea or not. I don't know whether it's mature enough at this moment, but it could be during the course of this mandate. I hope that I will be able to offer the idea of creating the European agency. Thank you very much for this very interesting debate, and let's stay in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for going beyond the bullet points. We tend to appreciate that here. So the debate is now closed. We switch to the next point of order. Următorul punct de pe ordinea de zi este
a declaration from the committee on the failure of the Busan negotiations with regard for a UN plastic treaty and the urgent need to tackle plastic pollution internationally and at the level of the Union.
I announced the name of the debate, also in the same time politely asking Commissioner Brunner to take the floor on the behalf of the Commission, if you are ready. Thank you so much. Commissioner, he's always ready, Commissioner.
Mr. President, thank you, honourable members. In a challenging international context, I think it is increasingly important for us in the European Union to work together with our partners through multilateral fora to find solutions to our environmental challenges. And we are therefore deeply disappointed that in Busan we didn't secure what we went for, a legally binding treaty against plastic pollution. But we are also determined. We cannot let this setback define our course of action in the months and years to come. Plastic production will triple by 2060 if the world continues business as usual. That's not an option. We are ready to build on the progress made in Busan to end plastic pollution. And the Busan negotiation round was complex, it was challenging. Before and during the negotiations, the European Union reached out to partners across all regions. We showed flexibility and tried to build bridges and understand also the positions of others. But unfortunately, it was simply not possible to come to a final text. However, we did feel encouraged and empowered that more than 100 countries share the same ambitions. And the number of countries pushing for an ambitious treaty continues to grow. This is a testament to the EU's leadership and commitment to addressing plastic pollution. We must build on this momentum and use it as a springboard to drive progress in the next round of negotiations. The achievement in Busan was agreeing on a draft text that serve as a basis for negotiations at the next meeting. Here we see significant scope for making the text more ambitious. We are preparing for the next round with the EU member states, and together we are reflecting on how to seize this opportunity and address the remaining challenges. The European Union should continue to defend the line that no deal is preferable to a bad deal. A bad deal would fail to put us on the path towards the sustainable production and consumption of plastics. It would lack concrete measures. And it would fail to act against the most polluting plastic products, single-use plastic and chemicals of concern used in plastics. The European Union should continue advocating to address the issue of microplastics, both intentionally added and unintentionally released. And these measures, along with product design, with waste management and strong extended producer responsibility, are the minimum required for a meaningful impact. Honourable members, I would also like to highlight the issue of the means of implementation. This will play an important role in both implementing the agreement and also in securing a deal this year. One of the main challenges will be finding a way to respond to requests for a dedicated financial mechanism while preserving a role for the existing ones. And it will be difficult to reach an agreement without some form of a hybrid solution, I would say, that satisfies developed and developing countries. Another important issue that is of voting in the future governing body. Decisions there must be taken by majority voting if consensus fails. It is the only way, I think, we can strengthen the treaty over time without this being subject to veto by one country. The need for action, I think everyone is clear. We need to better protect the environment and prevent operational and accidental losses from occurring again. And at the European Union level, this legislative proposal for a regulation on preventing pellet losses is progressing well, with a final agreement expected by spring 2025. I'm very confident in the Parliament's support to move this important initiative forward. At international level, we will continue advocating for addressing the issue of microplastics, both intentionally added and unintentionally released. We must acknowledge that the upcoming international negotiations present a unique opportunity for us to explore new possibilities and build on the progress we have already made. And we must be flexible and also willing to find creative solutions to the challenges that lie ahead. We know what the main issues of divergence are. We must use the period ahead to explore how to bridge these gaps with key countries. And finding a balance between measures that address the whole life cycle of plastics and many of the concerns related to finance, of course, is very crucial. If we do, we believe we can conclude the agreement with the support of the majority of producing and also consumer countries. I trust that this House will continue to support this important process, and the Commission, of course, remains fully committed to keeping you informed on that topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ik zal nu vragen aan mevrouw Sommen om daarvoor te komen.
I'd like to ask Ms. Sommen to come forward. You have 2 minutes to speak for the EPP. Thank you very much, President. Colleagues, Commissioner, our oceans are drowning in microplastics, and our rivers are full of plastic waste. Unfortunately, in a lot of our foods, there are harmful chemicals that can be linked to plastics as well. Now, the OECD says that if we continue as we have been, then we will be seeing irreversible environmental consequences. And it's really cause for concern. By 2050, we're expected to produce 50% more plastic waste. And the plastic waste in our ocean will more than double in that time. It will triple. Colleagues, this would be an absolute disaster. Doing nothing is not an option. Now, for international problems, international solutions. We always say that. But look at the climate conferences. There's a small number of countries that continue to play tough and refuse to budge. And all too often, they're oil-producing countries that are not looking for alternative resources. We cannot let our guard down in Europe. To me, it's quite clear. We need to recycle more, we need to produce less plastic, and we need to ensure binding obligations surrounding this in the form of an international agreement. And the Council also needs to work on reducing the number of harmful substances in plastic consumer products, which end up in our food and end up affecting our health. Colleagues, if we're not able to come to international agreements, as we've seen has happened just now, then Europe should not hesitate in taking action on its own. In Europe, we need to protect our nature, our biodiversity, and our health, quite apart from any international initiatives in this area. Colleagues, Commissioner, there are more than 100 countries that say that they want to have this done at an international level. They're saying that they're ambitious. Let's take that extra step and do it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Clergeau now for S&D. You have 2 minutes.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Commissaire.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you, Commissioner. The S&D asked for this debate because we're hoping to really mobilise the European Parliament to encourage the Commission to restart the negotiations here and ensure that we can get a binding UN plastic treaty so that we can get these dangerous products out of our environment. You can see that the extreme right hasn't come to this debate, and so you can see what support they have for it. And you can see why this treaty failed in Busan. This is also because of oil lobbies who are seeing the plastic industry as a good industry for them to get into now if we're moving away from fossil fuels. And we know that by 2050, plastic production is set to double or triple. We know that we're going to see greenhouse gas emissions increase exponentially, and everybody needs to bear in mind that 22% of existing plastics will end up in the environment and in our seas, and only 9% of them are recycled. Today, microplastics are everywhere. They're in water, in air, in our bodies, and in our and in your brains. And so we need to take strong action. The failure that happened was because of a failure to deal with dangerous products and to refuse to have a majority vote rather than a consensus. And so there is a new challenge now which faces Europe. We need to show the way forward and act as an example to other countries when it comes to plastic. We've done this with REACH. We need to ensure that we've got mirror clauses for dangerous products from the rest of the world, and we need to develop our recycling and reuse schemes. Commissioner, I hope that the Commission and the Council will be mobilised now to restart these negotiations. We need to have a binding treaty to deal with global plastic production. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Ms. Bonte, you have 1 minute.
En u spreekt voor...
And you're representing the Patriots.
Voorzitter, dit is waar de EU in de hele wereld...
Thank you, President. This is what the EU is known for, these plastic bottles with attached lids. And then elsewhere there is discussion about travel to space and so on, and that's what others are working on, but we're working with this. They're just destroying everything with regulation that's full of tiny details. The EU wants to be the moral leader everywhere, but at the same time, our industry is being destroyed, and we still have a problem with waste across the world. Whilst we're reducing the piles of rubbish here by introducing new rules. The piles of rubbish are growing elsewhere, and we're actually still then destroying the industry. For the Commission, it's not a problem at all as long as the lid sticks to the bottle. It's time to save our European industry from this patronising approach and to stop this regulation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Zalewska, for ECR, you have 1 minute.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Panie Komisarzu, wszyscy zdajemy sobie sprawę.
Madam President, Mr. Commissioner, we are all aware of the problem, which is going to grow in gravity, but we should show the world how to solve the problem. Let's do it in the EU, and then each of the 100 states could come up with some ideas. We know that education is important, financing, recycling, and general consumer responsibility, but lower than that of the producer. But we cannot blame the producer for everything. So we must work on the stability of the law. Remember the packaging regulations. We went back to solutions 30 years ago. So we need to take responsibility for our actions.
Thank you. I'll call now to the floor Mrs. Scalesbro. You're speaking for Renew, you have 1 minute and a half.
Fru talman,
President, Commission, Council, colleagues. Plastic that is spreading in our seas now is really shocking. We're seeing thousands of tons of plastic spread across the seas, and it's damaging flora, fauna, and us human beings. And if we do not go and collect this, the plastic is going to be in our oceans forever. It's incredibly difficult, of course, to get everybody to agree around the world and decide that we should stop it. There's a lot of vested interest involved here. And it's unclear who will take over the cost for dealing with the rubbish. Of course, there are a lot of different people's interests in here. However, the oil industry, it seems, is making its voice the loudest. This global agreement for plastics fell apart. We've seen what happened in Paris, and I think it shows that we can and we should do better in the world. I hope that we will also be able to get our own European legislation soon on managing plastics and microplastics. In next week, we've got meetings, and I hope that we are going to be able to find some kind of solution for this. It's important for us to be able to show the way forward here.
Thank you, Mevrouw Mathieu.
Ms. Mathieu, for 1 minute for the Greens.
Colleagues, I think the evidence is clear. The world is drowning in plastics. They're everywhere. They're in our oceans, they're in our bodies, there are even microplastics in our brain. And the thing is, we're simply making too many of them. And while we're making the problem actually worse here in Europe by still investing in major plastic factories like the one of Ineos in Antwerp. And all of that, of course, makes new plastics dirty cheap, and it keeps the fossil economy alive, but it also kills our struggling recycling industry that we really need. So I was happy to see the EU Commission really supporting the coalition to reduce plastic production during those negotiations on the UN Plastic Treaty. But indeed, petrostates like Russia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, they completely sabotaged the deal. And that's really why today I want to ask you, dear Commission, what will you do in the short term here in Europe to stop the overproduction of plastics? And secondly, let's work on the alternatives. Let's make a treaty of the willing to prevent those petrostates indeed taking all of us hostage and stalling our progress.
Thank you. We'll call now Mrs. Martins for the left. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Listening to this debate, it's not easy for all of us because plastic is everywhere. It's in our bottles, it's everywhere. We're drowning in a sea of plastic. And despite this, we'll see that production is going to triple when all of the scientists have already told us the effects of plastic. It's in everything. It's even in breast milk. Now, it is true that international agreements are being blocked and that we need to take action in order to tackle this situation. Now, we can talk about escaping to Mars, but we need to really think about what can be done here on Earth instead of worrying about what Elon Musk says about space travel. Commissioner, President, the European Union needs to set its own goals, its own measures, and work internally and not wait for international agreements, because now is the time for us to take our responsibility.
Thank you, mevrouw Terlaak.
Ms. Terlaak now for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, Commissioner. Fish arrives in Italy and it's got 20 kilos of waste in its stomach. And just imagine then, ourselves, we're consuming thousands of microplastics in our food and water. Plastic pollution is harming our health, both the environment and people. In Busan, in South Korea, there should have been an agreement against microplastics. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and it's very disappointing because if we don't do anything now, then by 2060, plastic production will triple, and the consequences for us, our health, now and for future generations is simply too big. We need to work on several points. Firstly, we need to drastically reduce plastic use. We need to have better designs, better alternatives. Products need to be used for longer. We need to recycle them and repair them, and that needs to become something very common. We need to prevent them getting into the waste system as much as possible. Secondly, what we produce must be reused as much as possible. Less than half is recycled, and we need to make sure that plastic stays in the system, and we need to do that with applicable rules for managing waste. I remain hopeful. There are big challenges, but together we can take a step towards a circular economy that's good for people, the environment, and will build our future. Let us, as Europe, remain a leading example for other countries, and hopefully other countries will be inspired.
Thank you, Mrs. Burkhardt. You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, President, colleagues. We've had some comments here in this debate, and it just means I think we have to remember something. We might not be the ones making the raw materials, but we are the biggest producer of plastic, and we're responsible for producing 60 million tons of this plastic. The large majority of this are products which very quickly end up in the bin, and we're also world leaders in terms of exporting our waste out of sight, out of mind. Yes, a strong binding UN plastic treaty to regulate the whole plastic life cycle is something we desperately need, because the market hasn't regulated this thus far, quite the opposite. The plastic lobby often blocks ambitious legislation that stands in the way of its business model. And here they often get support on the Conservative and right side of this House. We need to remember a binding UN plastics treaty is an important step, but it does not relieve this Parliament of its obligation to come up with concrete solutions.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President Oshik. You have 1 minute.
Merci, Madame Présidente, sehr geehrter Herr Kommissar, vážené kolegyně a kolegovia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are drowning in plastic waste. We breathe plastics. Even in this room, we have plastics in our blood. So the plastic pollution is catastrophic and health-threatening for all of us. That's why it is so important to unite in solutions of this problem. However, many countries prefer their own profits. However, we cannot be discouraged. We need common solution. We need to reduce the global production of new plastics. There is enough of it. Plastic waste must be the main raw material for the production of new plastics, not oil. We have to reuse, recycle, and not incinerate or landfill. We have to reduce our dependence on imports of fossil raw materials from third countries. We have to create well-paid jobs and strengthen our economy. We have to protect our environment and health. And we have to support circular economy, and we have to make the circular economy reality in Europe. It is a competitive, clean Europe industry that we need.
Paulus, you have 1 minute.
Madam Vice President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, plastic is really pursuing us everywhere. Simply a crisps bag is emptied in a couple minutes, but it's going to stay in the environment for 100 years or more. And then when we go out abroad, we recognize that we're seeing the same trash we produce back at home. And so I think this was, despite the fact that 100 countries supported reducing the production of plastic, nonetheless, the petroleum countries like Russia and Saudi Arabia were able to block this progress. And that means we're in this avalanche of plastic. Of course, it impacts the environment, but it impacts the biodiversity. And of course, producing more plastic creates more CO2 emissions. So I think the Commission's proposal for a circular economy and for a chemical regulation, they need to take the necessary measures. We need less production, no additional chemical additives, and we have to make this obligatory. We have to force the industry to take action. Otherwise, our environment and our society is endangered.
Mrs. Boylan, please. You have 1 minute.
The failure of the last round of negotiations on the Global Plastic Treaty has rightly caused worldwide disappointment. However, there are those who would prefer to see no action to reduce plastic pollution at source, the fossil fuel and chemical companies who produce it. There were 220 fossil fuel and chemical lobbyists registered for the negotiations in Busan, more than all the negotiators for the EU and member states combined, and it outnumbered the independent scientists 3 to 1. Among them were some of Europe's biggest companies like BASF, Dow, Exxon and Ineos, represented by trade associations like Plastics Europe and CFIC. These are the very companies and associations that are now calling for environmental deregulation and public subsidies under the industrial deal. And as with the climate negotiations, we see the insidious presence of fossil fuel lobbyists growing as attempts at multilateral actions fail. We have to kick these big polluters out so that the negotiators can focus on real solutions to plastic pollution and put the public interest first.
Thank you, Mr. Myanmar. You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for the information that you've given us. It's obvious that the negotiations of Busan have failed, and it would be great to get a final text this year, 2025. Plastic pollution is one of the biggest environmental problems we face, especially at sea. As was said in November in this House, we have to be ambitious, particularly with regards to microplastics. the transport of plastic by sea should be regulated more to make sure that there are no spills of plastic pellets. As you said, Commissioner, at the European level, we are making progress, both in the Parliament in its position last year in April and the Council in December. We're going beyond the Commission's proposal, including on shipping of pellets. I hope that this progress will be consolidated in the upcoming trilogues. We know that European regulation is not enough, though. We have to extend it to the whole international community, and therefore we have to work both within the framework of the UN and within the International Shipping Organization. I would like, Commissioner, to hear how is work going on pellets within the Omni. Thank you.
Thank you. I call now to the floor Mrs. Fritzen, please. You have 1 minute.
Fru talman.
Madam Vice President, Commission and Council, 2024, that was the year when we were finally going to get a global binding plastics agreement, an agreement that we and our seas, our oceans, absolutely need. However, we didn't get to see that agreement. And that's why our oceans are still full of plastic particles. Millions of tons of plastic, which end up in our environment, end up in our oceans every year, every day. And we're standing here. This is plastic that is damaging everything that lives, which imperils human life and the ecosystem. We don't want our oceans to be trash tips. We have to stop this. We have to reduce the use of single-use plastics. We have to increase recycling, and we have to find a sustainable alternative. And time is passing. The EU has to demonstrate leadership in order to have a global binding treaty on plastics now.
Thank you. Mr. Andrews, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner and colleagues. We've heard from our colleagues already during the course of this debate about the extent of the problem, and indeed, on a business-as-usual basis, plastic production is estimated to increase by 70% by 2040. So the urgency for this negotiation and this treaty could not be greater. And we have seen as well in this debate the conflict between the diverging national interests of the oil producers and, to the great credit of the Commission, the high ambition countries, the high ambition coalition, which has sought binding agreements. But I would ask that the Commission would take seriously the concerns that were expressed at the negotiation by developing countries, because naturally developing countries will require finance to make sure that they carry out the responsibilities that are given to them under the treaty, if it is negotiated, and to, of course, to implement the terms of the treaty. So at the EU level, we have to push for a unified and ambitious plastics policy that leaves no room for loopholes, but we also need to expand the High Ambition Coalition and persuade those developing countries that it is in their interest to achieve the outcomes of the treaty. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Lovin, please. You have 1 minute.
Fru talman.
Madam Vice President, Commissioner, in the Pacific, there's a gigantic collection of plastic floating every day. This is called the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. It just gets bigger every day. And 7 years ago, it was essentially 3 kilos a day to 14. So it's kilos per square meters. It's completely impossible to comprehend. This is why we need a binding agreement on plastics. It's an extreme necessity. But what's going to happen? Well, the oil countries like Saudi Arabia and Russia, they blocked this once again. And now we have Trump in the White House, and he, of course, wants to have more drilling for oil. So the future for this kinds of negotiations becomes even more uncertain. And I think, Commissioner, that it's an excellent idea that we say stop for these kinds of vetoes when we're talking about something that affects everything on our planet, but also the very blood circulating in us. So I think we have to have this agreement as soon as possible. The countries have to return to the negotiation tables, and the EU has to insist that this becomes reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Glavak. You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Yes, we all said we are sorry that consensus could not be reached in Busan and global priorities aligned, but we should not be discouraged. We are all aware that there is a crisis of plastics now, but we are still not aware that we need to reduce our consumption of plastics. We have increased our consumption of plastic by 30% now. One piece of information. Plastic waste is a crisis which characterizes our time. We are suffocating our oceans with tons and tons of plastics. That is 11,000 Boeing 747s or 50,000 Olympian pools of plastics are floating around. The EU has to continue the initiatives such as the European Plastic Strategy in Circular Economy and the Directive of Single-Use Plastics, which have laid a strong foundation, but we need to do even more. So, Commissioner, you will have our full support in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have two requests for the Catch the Eye procedure. We will start with Mrs. Ripa.
Worldwide plastic pollution, it requires a comprehensive reaction. It has to go beyond just waste management. We have a huge production of plastic. 400 million tons are produced every year. So what we need is a binding UN treaty which affects the entire life cycle from production to recycling. And so we're going to have 3 times as much plastic by 2060. So we have to start now in the EU. Use less plastic, make less plastic, ban the dangerous chemicals. We have to be able to recycle better, and we have to make it available. More than 100 countries, including the EU, made a very clear statement in Busan. But unfortunately, a minority of petroleum producers block this. So this year, we have to have an ambitious agreement achieved. Plastic is polluting our seas, our drinking water. It imperils human and animal health. We have to address this.
Thank you, Mrs. Zakaria.
The failure of the negotiations in Busan on the UN Treaty on Plastic is a scandal. How much longer will we continue to accept the consequences for our planet? How much longer will we let our oceans be suffocated in plastic and for the producers to go unpunished? We need to take measures now and set up an immediately binding measure for member states that would take a holistic approach to the whole life cycle of plastic from production to disposal, prioritizing human life and the environment and installing systems of reuse. And if these negotiations fail, it shows that we have more work to do. Our children, our planet are in danger. We need to take up the responsibility that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call back to the floor Commissioner Brunner.
Thank you, Madam President, honourable members. Your interventions, your questions demonstrate the importance of continued work on the SWIFT and also on the successful conclusion of the Global Plastics Treaty at the next negotiation round in order to tackle plastic pollution along its full life cycle, being aware, of course, that we have to do our homework in Europe as well. Now, we need to keep momentum by continuing outreach at a national level, at a regional level, at an international level also, and also by working towards agreeing on an ambitious plastics treaty this year. And let me just finally underline that the European Union, of course, is committed to continue discussions with other parties also on the remaining and most contentious issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The debate is closed. The next item on the agenda is Council and Commission statements, links between organized crime and smuggling of migrants in light of the recent UN reports. I will first give the floor to Mr. Żłapka for the Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President, honorable members, Commissioner. Thank you for bringing this important debate to the plenary meeting today. The deteriorating situation in many countries and regions around the world is at the origin of migratory flows. We witness a growing number of individuals embarking on dangerous journeys towards Europe, either through land or sea routes. The recent UNHCR report shows that many migrants end up in extremely vulnerable situation, a situation which is intolerable and requires our utmost attention. At the same time, criminal networks continue to make huge profits from this situation, as evidence in another report published by the UN Office on Drugs and Crime. Financial profit remains the main driving factor for organized crime, involving often smuggling of migrants, the trafficking in human beings, and other types of crime. As a response to these two striking reports, the EU is fully committed to improving our capacity to disrupt the criminal business models of migrant smugglers that endanger people's lives. Driven by the urgent need to act, the Council called on EU agencies to explore the phenomenon more deeply and to work on a joint report on migrant smuggling. This report, which was jointly issued in May 2024 by the EU Agency for Asylum, Eurojust, Europol and Frontex, clearly showed that irregular borders crossing increased in 2023, reaching the highest number since 2016. Though I should add that we have seen some positive trends in 2024. EU action against smuggling takes different forms. Allow me to highlight the main areas which we see as priorities. First, fighting disinformation. Criminal networks are increasingly using digital means for advertising their services, such as social media platforms and instant messaging applications. Second, strengthen cooperation with origin and transit countries and the reinforcement of law enforcement capacities and judicial response. Third, advancing work on instruments with the objective to combat migrant smuggling. Furthermore, the Council has resumed work on the Commission's proposal for regulation on measures against transport operators that facilitate or engage in trafficking in persons or smuggling of migrants in relation to illegal entry into the territory of EU, published in November 2021. Unfortunately, I will not be able to follow the whole debate due to the previous engagement. I will, however, read with great interest the report on the discussions that my team will prepare. Thank you very much for understanding and thank you very much for attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Żłapka. I will now call to the floor Mr. Commissioner Brunner.
Thank you, Madam President, dear Minister, ladies and gentlemen, honourable members. I would also like to say thank you for bringing this topic, this very important topic, up today. Organised crime is not only a big threat to life and to security altogether, it is a a huge threat also to democracy in general and to society in general also. Today, more than 90% of irregular migrants come to the European Union through smugglers, who are often also connected, of course, to organized criminal groups. And the fight against organized crime and against smuggling of migrants are at the top of the Commission's priorities. The fight against organized crime will be an essential part also of the European internal security strategy, which the Commission intends to present quite soon, I would say. The strategy will cover all forms of organized crime, be it online, be it offline, including, of course, also migrant smuggling and trafficking in human beings in general. This Commission has done, the last Commission has done a lot in the past, of course, and we will now step up the fight against serious and organized crime to be more effective, especially in dismantling high-risk criminal networks and also, and that is very important, their ringleaders. Organized crime also plays a key role in facilitating irregular migration. These criminal networks I was talking about are making, I would say, big money out of people's desperation with complete contempt for human life and also for dignity. And they are responsible for one human tragedy after the other. And that is why we must break their business model and also that we must crash their operations at every level. In November 2023, President von der Leyen launched the Global Alliance to Counter Migrant Smuggling, opening up actually a new phase, I would say, in this global fight, where the European Union, the member states, partner countries of origin and transit, the United Nations, EU agencies, international organizations, you name it, civil society, they all work together on that topic. And the alliance is producing results, I would say, be it on prevention, be it on judicial and law enforcement responses, or when it comes to alternative pathways also. We are implementing talent partnerships with Bangladesh, with Pakistan, Tunisia, Morocco, Egypt. And in that context, we are also mobilizing almost 59 million euros of EU financial support. And we will now take forward the Global Alliance, identifying new areas also of global cooperation in the fight against smuggling, including through new operational partnerships with third countries. Because more often than not, smuggling is very closely linked with trafficking in human beings. And this means that there is a very high risk of sexual exploitation and labor exploitation for migrants and refugees along the whole migration routes. And this week, the Commission has adopted its fifth report on the progress in combating trafficking in human beings. It shows all the challenges that we face, including the links also with smuggling. And on this, we also have good news. Victims are now better protected and supported with the recently revised anti-trafficking directive and the new directive on combating violence against women and also against domestic violence. Honourable members, allow me a few words on the legal changes also. That is very important. The way smugglers operate is continuously evolving, of course, but our legislation is over 20 years old and it needs an urgent update, I would say, to be polite. We need a new legislation and also a new governance structure. And that is why the Commission launched, in parallel to the Global Alliance, an anti-smuggling legislative package with proposals for a regulation and a directive on the matter. Starting with the regulation, Europol will have the necessary legal and operational tools to respond to the new modus operandi of migrant smugglers and traffickers. If we want to improve law enforcement cooperation and also if we want to provide more effective support to member state investigation into criminal networks, we definitely need a stronger Europol. And we will strengthen Europol's capacity to tackle illegal profits, and also we will strengthen the Centre Against Migrant Smuggling. The proposed regulation will also strengthen information exchange and enhance interagency cooperation between agencies, Europol, of course, Frontex, but also Eurojust, which plays also an important role in that respect. And on the other hand, with the proposed directive, with the very complicated name, I would say, the Directive of Minimum Rules to Prevent and Counter the Facilitation of Unauthorized Entry, Transit and Stay, complicated name, we would, and that's the essence of it, we would facilitate the investigation and also the prosecution of criminal groups involved in migrant smuggling. And I think a better definition of smuggling would also clearly distinguish criminals from organizations assisting on humanitarian grounds. It is clear that we have to be even more effective in fighting criminal groups, whilst making sure that the activities, of course, of humanitarian organizations are not criminalized. To that end, we also want to see higher penalties for offenses committed by organized crime groups, and also matching better the level of penalties with the seriousness of the offense. Putting an end to the criminal business of smuggling, in my view, requires the coordinated and also committed work, I would say, of everyone at a national level, at a European level, and also on an international level, of course. I will work closely with all my colleagues in the Commission. That is also very important to take the Global Alliance on Anti-Smuggling, I would say, to a next level, including by enhancing law enforcement and also judicial cooperation with priority third countries. And of course, with you, with the Parliament and with the Council also, to conclude the negotiations on this new anti-smuggling legislation. I very much count, of course, on your very swift support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Brunner. Ik zal nu vragen aan meneer Leenaars.
The next speaker is Mr. Leenaars, on behalf of the EPP, for 2 minutes.
More than 90% of irregular migrants who reach the EU use the services of smugglers, the services of criminals for whom a human life is merely a business opportunity. They build a 6 billion annual industry on the backs of the most vulnerable people, putting their lives in danger on perilous journeys, often subjecting them to violence and abuse. And investigations revealed, obviously, that migrant smugglers often use existing infrastructures of parallel criminal activities, such as drug, firearms or human trafficking, in combination with abuse of legal instruments and business structures. And those networks adapt quickly to external developments by flexibly allocating resources and using new routes, technologies and modus operandi. Migrant smuggling has by default a cross-border dimension, and therefore dismantling smuggling networks requires more efficient and effective data sharing and cross-border cooperation at the European level and with third countries. It should be a top priority for all of us to break the smugglers' business models, and I'm happy that the Commission indeed acknowledges with its proposed update of the facilitators package, including the anti-smuggling regulation, which also enhances the role of Europol. Because Europol plays an essential role to coordinate these efforts. And Commissioner Brunner, my group will support the Commission and push for enhanced operational actions of Europol, and in particular its European Centre Against Migrant Smuggling. We must give law enforcement, whether at national or European level, the right instruments and sufficient flexibility to fight these criminal gangs. And at the same time, I would like to use this opportunity to call on the Member States. Please show some ambition. You cannot be serious about fighting smuggling gangs, but at the same time refuse to share data. You cannot be serious about dismantling smuggling operations while refusing to properly strengthen Europol. We need ambition in this legislation to match at least the scale of the challenges we face. It is time to take our European efforts to the next level to tackle these criminals. There must be no impunity for smugglers, and it should be the European member states, not smugglers, to decide who enters Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm calling now to the floor Mrs. Mendes for S&D. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Caros colegas, Sr. Comissário.
Dear colleagues, Commissioner, this debate is connected to the reality and perception. Let me mention a couple points to make it clear how serious this debate is. There is no report from the UN, despite the fact that the extreme right has said so. There's no report about migration that makes this connection between irregular migration and crimes, saying that illegal migration has been actually reduced by 40%. That's a fact. That's a fact. And that contradicts this perception. This is a reality that we have to discuss during this debate. Whenever politicians' policies are more restrictive, then, of course, you see more migrant smuggling. And so you have more illegal smuggling because people are being forced to take illegal action. So I think we have to make progress with the directive. I just have one question, Commissioner. When are you going to have the recast of the directive available, and when are you going to have a clear no to human trafficking? Thank you.
Monsieur Légéry, pour les Patriotes, vous avez 1 minute et demie.
Mr. Ligeri for the Patriots for Europe. Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner Brunner. The most recent report from the United Nations on links between migrant trafficking and other forms of organised crime, it makes some pretty horrific reading. Almost 90% of migrants who arrive illegally in Europe have been trafficked. This includes kidnapping, extortion, detention, rape and exploitation. While claiming to be fighting against this horrible form of trafficking, this report recommends, like the Asylum and Migration Pact, that we increase so-called safe and legal routes for migrants towards Europe. In other words, to legalise illegal immigration. Such routes will not only never stop parallel illegal trafficking of migrants, but also make the situation worse. This report states that more hardline measures will force migrants to be exposed to worse forms of trafficking. It's wrong. It's by reducing the number of people who are submitted to traffickers, we won't dissuade them from travelling. As members of Patriots for Europe, we demand hardline measures to protect our continent and bring this trafficking to an end. We want to protect our external borders. We want to set up an asylum stability fund to provide reception facilities in third countries. Processing should be done outside the European Union. The European Commission should finally fund physical barriers. Development aid should be made conditional to countries of origin taking illegal immigrants back. Family unification should be subject to drastic limits. NGOs which are complicit with the mafia should be subject to severe penalties. Less words, more action. Thank you, President.
Merci. I call now to the floor Mr. Ciriani. You have 1 minute. You are speaking for ECR.
Every year, over 90% of irregular migrants to Europe take out the services of traffickers. According to Europol, this traffico is worth €6 billion a year, which feeds into criminal organizations on a worldwide scale. These traffickers exploit the weakness of our borders and the migrants for a practice that risks the lives of people and promotes unsustainable migration. In this context, we can't ignore the ambiguous role of some NGOs, which facilitates traffickers by increasing the pull factor and increasing the traffic along unsafe routes in coordination with the European authorities. Europe has to be up to the challenge. Commissioner, we need to strengthen Europol and give it the right resources to dismantle criminal organisations. We need more cooperation with third countries, in particular those of origin and transit. We need bilateral agreements that are solid and that allow us to repatriate migrants and protect our borders. Thank you.
Thank you. I call now to the floor Mrs. Keller. Vous parlez pour Renew et vous avez 1 minute et demie.
You have 1.5 minutes, Madam, on behalf of the Renew Group. Thank you, Madam President Sophie Vulnus and Commissioner Magnus Brunner. Ladies and gentlemen, according to Europol, a large majority of migrants pay traffickers to bring them to Europe. Reports from the High Commissariat for Refugees state that these smugglers are also involved in other criminal actions and groups along migratory routes, in particular between West Africa and Europe and the Mediterranean African coast. There's no big surprise in that for us. These smugglers abuse their position. Many migrants find themselves subjected to physical and sexual abuse, as well as all sorts of other crimes. This is why the creation of safe and legal routes should be a priority in parallel with the protection of our borders. I would remind you that one of the signal measures of the Migration and Asylum Pact is to fight against these networks of smugglers, stepping up cooperation with third countries and countries of origin, but also based on improved coordination between police and judicial services in member states. Commissioner, we do have the tools we need to fight against these criminal organisations. Let's start using them. Thank you.
Madame Camara.
Thank you, Madam. Ms. Camara for the Greens. 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, Commissioner, Madam President, I would like to send a message today to those who refuse to see the truth. I would like to remind you of one truth. Exiled people do not leave their country for fun. They don't do it because they want to. They are fleeing war, hunger and persecution. They are fleeing because the alternative is to die. In 2023, a family was found dead of thirst in the Libyan desert. They were trying to get to Tunisia. They preferred to... The father did not die, and he said he would have preferred to die with them in the desert. Is this our humanity? Is this the fate that we are accepting? Are we turning away? The only dignified response is to create safe humanitarian corridors, safe legal routes that give an alternative to the lethal journeys, and we need to break up criminal organisations. The only effective approach is to make sure that the money spent by the EU in third countries to manage migration does not fund the violation of human rights. We have the right to act. We have the power to choose between indifference and action. We should never allow men, women and children to be condemned to death.
I call now to the floor Mrs. Salis, speaking for the left. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. The concept of a human smuggler has been weaponized to justify increasingly repressive migration policies. The EU criminalizes as smugglers even those who act without profit, migrants themselves, such as boat drivers, as well as those offering humanitarian or solidarity-based support. But there is an undeniable truth we must face. As long as safe and legal migration routes are unavailable, people will continue to rely on smugglers to exercise their fundamental right to freedom of movement. Yes, there are unscrupulous individuals who exploit migrants, exposing them to serious risks, and these people must be held accountable. However, we must not overlook those who act with an ethic of care, supporting de facto migrants in their search for a better life. Let's remember, under the same logic, the fishermen who helped Jews escape the Holocaust would be labeled as criminals today. If Europe truly seeks to end smuggling-related violence, the solution is clear. We must open safe, legal migration routes.
Thank you. I call now to the floor Mrs. Khan, speaking for ECN. You have 2 minutes.
More than 90% of irregular migration have been supported by human smugglers. These criminals are earning up to 6 billion euros a year. The most recent Europol report, 48 different organizations which are actively smuggling human beings. And of course, 90% of the women and girls who are being smuggled are sexually assaulted. And this is the result of green and left policy. Your open borders, your migration policies, this family unification policy, the right to have an asylum policy, it makes this human smuggling a lucrative business model. And in Germany, my home country, they're sending the signal that anyone can arrive and will support you. So what happens? You have to have refugee camps outside the EU. This is something that my group has asked for. It's found a majority for it. However, because the left doesn't understand how budgeting works, but this means that people won't have to take this dangerous route to Europe, and only allow people to have an asylum procedure who really have a reason for seeking asylum. And that would reduce suffering on both sides. What's happened today? A mother, a father lost a child because someone from Afghanistan attacked a group of kindergarten children. And of course, this Afghan was already a criminal in the past. So after the election, my party is going to ensure a change in policy. And migration is going to be the focus of our work. Thank you.
Thank you. I call now to the floor Mrs. Dupont. You have 1.5 minutes.
Madam President, dear Commissioner, the reports on the sophisticated links between migrant smuggling and other illicit activities are numerous. Be it our SOCTA report or reports by UNHCR, by IOM, by the UN Office of Drugs and Crime. 80% of criminal networks are, inter alia, involved in drugs, trafficking and migrant smuggling, for the latter with profits ranging from 20 million on one route to 90 million on another. They are organizers, they are advertisers, they are transport providers of smuggling and trafficking people. They exploit people on the move by involving them in drug smuggling and other crimes. They had become ever more aggressive and violent. That means by fighting organized crime and the smuggling business, we do not only protect the European Union, we protect people. Logically, we need to step up the fight against organized crime with the right tools and techniques for law enforcement, by equipping and staffing our agencies like Frontex and Europol sufficiently, by making their mandates fit for purpose, by destroying the business model of organized crime, via effective rules of confiscation and the reverse burden of proof, by making full use of AMLA, and lastly, and this is again also a reaction to comments that just have been made, by fully implementing the pact, because via the pact we break the business model of the smugglers by putting in place effective return rules and by step up third country cooperation. This is the way forward here, and I'm looking forward to work together with the Commission on a security union that delivers. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Sippel, you have 1 minute.
Wer in seiner Heimat verfolgt.
Anybody who's persecuted in the home country is entitled to claim asylum in Europe. As a result, when this person arrives in Europe, they can't be categorised as illegal. And I'm sick and tired of having to listen to people saying that all these migrants use smugglers to come to Europe, as if that were a decision like, oh, I won't bother buying a ticket, I'll ask a smuggler to take me. I think it's fantastic. You avoid the fact these people are tortured, raped and oppressed. More, they're subject to all sorts of false promises. The idea of creating a safe route to Europe for people is becoming increasingly impossible because of pushback, refoulement, border closures and all sorts of other devices. So for years and years, certain safe routes have been taken over by human traffickers, and we should use the possibility of resettlement programs, family unification and safe arrivals in Europe so as to enable that we don't simply use the instruments available under criminal law.
All right. I will now call to the floor Mr. Laszlo, please. You have 1 minute.
Az európai polgárok békét és biztonságot akarnak, nem magdeburgi karácsonyt vagy kölni szilvesztert. Az Európai Néppárt a baloldallal karöltve mégis...
The left continues to be obsessed with migration and punish those countries who say no. There are Hungarian leftist parties. Why did you vote to send more funds to illegal migration? Why did the TISA party vote to prevent Hungary receiving the money that was designed for the protection of our external borders? Why did you prevent, or why did you set out false stories about illicit migration? They continue to hide behind excuses, and this is a price that the Hungarian citizens end up paying. Will these electoral lists show the truth?
Il y a quelques instants, en Allemagne.
A few moments ago, in Germany, a 41-year-old man and a young baby were killed brutally by an African migrant who should never have been allowed to come into Europe, nor should this person be allowed to stay in Europe, and this person should obviously have been expelled a long time ago. This is another flagrant example of the shortcomings of member states, but also of European institutions, who have organised and increased such migration. So we can blame criminal gangs, of course, but what has encouraged criminal gangs is our laxist approach to migration. I can go on by giving the terrible lists of the migrants, Thomas Phillips, and so on, who've been killed because they're white Christian Europeans. So we've talked about these organised gangs of smugglers, and of course NGOs, left-wing NGOs who are complicit and who should be subject to criminal sanctions. If you really want to protect Europeans, if you finally want to reconcile our citizens with European institutions, you should start by protecting our borders and organising the sending back of these people.
Al-Salmani, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner, colleagues. In 1991, I was 15 years old, and my mother made the non-choice to send me with a smuggler to Europe because it was so expensive for us both to come to Europe. There were no legal pathways. She could not come here to work, though she has a master's degree in economics. My father was imprisoned in Abu Ghraib in Iraq for 11 years because he and my mom dared to question Saddam, dared to fight for freedom. That's why the entire family had a death sentence. These are the migrants who you want to punish, who you say are criminals. I hear Mr. Leger and his friends calling for harder punishment. Yes, please do that. We all agree harder punishment on the smugglers. But why punish the migrants? Why always calling them, putting them in the narrative of being criminals? It is not not true. The report they're referring to, is it the UNHCR 2025 global appeal, where they say that there is a rise of 106% of forcefully displaced persons, or 60 million women who are at high risk of being subject to gender equality? We are not treating this, we are just treating the system, the symptoms, when you talk about harder punishment and not the root causes. We have to have a comprehensive approach to migration. We have to build more legal pathways to the EU. Thank you.
Ik zal nu vragen aan mevrouw Strik om naar voren te komen.
Ms. Strick, would you like now to come to the lectern, please?
I'm glad to have this debate today because we really need to have a discussion on the reasons why people end up in the hands of smugglers and criminal gangs. And the reason is that they are forced to. The EU-wide anti-immigration policy hype has caused people fleeing war and persecution to resort to desperate measures to reach the EU. In absence of legal routes to do so, and because of the often state-sponsored violence on their way and the pushbacks they face at the external EU borders. And even worse so, hundreds of millions of EU funds are flowing to Tunisian and Libyan coast guards who are involved in criminal smuggling operations. Libyan actors are being condemned by the UN, maybe that's the report we mentioned, for crimes against humanity. Yet they are fostered and facilitated with EU money. Ironically, EU funding to stop migration has become a core part of the business model of smugglers that we want to break. Indeed, high time to break that cynical cycle and work on a protective approach towards refugees on the move. Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask you to try to stick to your time, please. It's not nice to be interrupted, right? So I will now ask to Mrs. Gallant to come, and you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. This week, Trump himself declared a national emergency on the US's southern border and described migrants as invaders and associating them with terrorists and traffickers. With this dehumanizing and warmongering language, he justifies his migratory policy and the business on the borders with disdain for human rights and the lives of people. The international far right, financed by tech magnates with Elon Musk at its forefront, are using migrants to cover up the true causes of inequality caused by the system, generating a model of social exclusion and racism. My question, Mr. Commissioner, is do we want to follow in the wake of Trump? Do we want to finance detention and torture like we see in Tunisia and Libya with our tax money? This is another way of criminalizing people fleeing persecution. Do you understand the risk of describing people as criminals? We are jeopardizing European peace, the peace of our cities and our neighborhoods, and we're generating apartheid in favor of those who hate. I believe in a Europe and human rights that broaden our democracy.
Mrs., you have a blue card. Do you wish to accept it from Mrs. Khan?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kulan. Thank you for allowing this question. In Germany, in 2023, more than 800 group rapes. Oh, the speaker brought. If you were asked, Thank you very much for accepting the question. In Germany, in 2023, there were more than 750 group rapes registered per day. And the suspects were more than 50% foreign. And of course, we're talking about this conflict. How do you evaluate such figures?
It's very sad that you continue to use false numbers to try to describe a fake situation. The data from the Home Office from your country and mine say the opposite. I just wish one thing. If you ever have to cross a border, I hope you don't find people in front of you who have such disdain for human beings as your group does. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call to the floor Mrs. Jovanovic-Washka for 1 minute, please.
Vă mulțumesc.
Thank you very much. The issue of illegal immigration has started from so-called legal migration, which was brought upon us by Madam Merkel. She really wanted migrants in Europe. We have so many jobs for our citizens. In fact, we don't have enough jobs for our citizens, and we don't have enough jobs for the migrants either. So they are forced to resort to violence. As a lawyer, I am going to tell you that this whole issue of organized crime and migrant smuggling is linked to all of the institutions of the state. At least in Romania, we have prosecutors, lawyers, judges, policemen, politicians, from the highest level possible. Everybody, even the president of Romania, are involved in organized crime related to migrants. They are involved in selling children, selling young girls. They are also involved in drug trafficking. When you get involved in the institutions of the state, that's when you will see how things are. That's when you will finally normalize the situation.
Do you wish to accept it? Please be aware of not, say, false accusation. It's very important in this area. Thank you very much.
Doamnă președintă, stimați colegi.
Dear colleagues, I wanted to highlight something regarding migration. Did you know that Romania has been held on the front step of Schengen for 13 years? Austria has used its veto for 13 years to say that migrant paths are supposedly go through Romania, but there is no proof for that. Frontex has clearly said that migrant smuggling paths were not through Romania, but Romania was had to suffer because of this. So I would like to ask Mrs. Șoșoacă, will Romania be able to recover all the money it's lost until now?
Nu, România nu va putea să recupereze.
No, Romania will not be able to recover the money that it has lost for all the 17 years that we were not allowed into Schengen. We all know that Schengen was a piece of blackmail by Austria, by the European Commission. I was a senator when the presidents of the rooms in the parliament in Romania told me that if we adopt the laws in the field of justice that we need to in order to get into Schengen, we will lose our sovereignty. So that's the only condition that we had to do. We had to lose our sovereignty to get into Schengen. This happened in December 2023, and all the accusations I mentioned are part of penal files. So look it up, because I know what I'm talking about.
I will now give the floor to Mr. Magyar. Please, you have 1 minute.
Köszönöm a szót, elnök. Egy olyan kérdés.
Thank you very much. Today we're discussing a question which directly threatens Hungarian's security, and the Hungarian government has a huge responsibility. This connection between smuggling human beings and organized crime. Well, in October, the Hungarian Prime Minister lied to the entire world and said that these human smugglers were arrested and thrown out of the country. And as my colleague from Fidesz said, also expressed this untruth as well. Viktor Orban, when he tried to have, he tried to determine that it doesn't mean that all of the people, the 2,000 people who were convicted were thrown out of the country. Rather, they were simply let out of the prisons, but no one checked to see if they actually left the country. So no one knows whether these smugglers, these serious criminals, no one knows if there's in Hungary or some other country.
Mr. Ruijten for 1 minute.
President, Commission, dear colleagues, migrant smuggling is a ruthless business thriving on false promises. Smugglers lure migrants with guarantees of safe passage to Europe, but the reality is a nightmare. Vulnerable people are crammed into unsafe boats or left to suffocate in overcrowded trucks with criminals filling their pockets. We need to stop them. But just as relentless as the behavior of the smugglers is the fear-mongering by some colleagues in this House, doing their utmost to shift the blame on the migrants. Let me be clear. Migrants are not criminals, and the testimony of our colleague was very clear. Among them are people fleeing war and persecution, falling in the hands of organized crime networks who treat them as cargo, being instrumentalized, used, tricked and manipulated. We have to stop dehumanization by dismantling the smuggling networks and invest in a humane migration policy and in safe pathways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jorge Buxade Villalba.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. You always want data. Well, jihadist terrorism in Spain, there were over 80 people arrested in Spain last year. And this year, Ceuta, there was a terrorist who travelled to Spain swimming. And these routes are being used by mafias, and the traffickers who are bringing migrants across earn 61,000 euros for every boat that gets to the Canary Islands. And for the residence permits, we had, in the area of drugs, we had people arrested from Pakistan in Barcelona last year. Sex crimes in Vizcaya, the public prosecutor recognizes that 64% of sex crimes against women are by immigrants. Throughout Europe, there is a huge amount of tolerance with crime, especially by foreigners. Or do you want us to talk about Rotterdam? Basically, because the ways to fight this crime require strong leaders and strong decisions, and the people who suffer from this are not in this room. You don't suffer the consequences. We have to change all of this. We need zero tolerance and massive deportations.
Pani Przewodnicząca.
Madam President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, the EU remains helpless in the view of brutal gangs of smugglers who are responsible for 90% of illegal migration. People smuggling generates high profits and is related to a low risk of detection. It is also an element of the hybrid war. And this is the situation that we encounter on the Polish-Belarusian border, where organized criminal networks supported by regimes of Lukashenko and Putin are smuggling people. I would like to refer to the Polish presidency, but unfortunately the representatives are not here anymore, because I'd like to remind you that it was Tusk who was against building a dam at the border, and now the prosecution that has been illegally taken over, instead of focusing on fighting people smugglers, is prosecuting those who fight for the borders. The slogan of today's presidency is security. Unfortunately, the chairs are empty, and this says a lot. They are not interested in this topic at all. However, us as ECR, we are ready to cooperate on this. Thank you.
The next speaker is Javier Sarsalejos.
Gracias, Presidenta. Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. The matter in hand means that we're forced to address one of the most inhumane and cruel dimensions of the challenge of migration. We're faced, obviously, with a humanitarian challenge. There's no doubt about this. However, we're also faced with an enormous challenge in terms of crime, and we have to respond to that. Interpol has identified more than 800 criminal organizations. We're not talking about traditional mafia organized crime organizations. These are are very flexible organisations with transnational components and which are in a position to use different forms of crime, including, without any doubt, the trafficking of human beings. So we need to respond to this using police and judicial resources. At the same time, we need information, and we have to ensure that we can use modern technology. We also need a coordinated approach with transit countries, and we also have to act using our partnerships policies, which I think should come on stream during this period of Parliament.
The next speaker is Muriel Laurent.
Merci, Madame. Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Studies prove that migrants are more often victims of organised crime than perpetrators. We must stop distilling this populist ideology that only spreads hatred. Keeping up a negative discourse on immigration putting these debates on the agenda and building walls and borders is not the solution. Migrants do not leave their countries with the idea of participating in organised crime. They leave their countries because they are faced with war, poverty, famine, and climate events that force them to leave. We must fight against criminal groups in practice and put in place safe and legal routes for migration to destroy the economic model of the traffickers. There is a positive story to migration. If we have serious partnerships with other countries, we can achieve it. I'll say it again. The fight against crime must be a priority and not an excuse for a Fortress Europe policy on migration.
The next speaker is Nikola Bartošek.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Commissioner, in 8 years from the biggest migration crisis, 8.5 million migrants have entered Europe, and 90% of them have gotten here by the help of smugglers. They change the routes, they are very adaptable, and we basically facilitate it by our inactivity. Even terrorists use their services. And as a result, thousands of people we know nothing about get into Europe, and security of our people is threatened. We have just been witnesses of another such act in Germany, where an Afghan asylum seeker caused numerous injuries, including 2 deaths. We must prevent other such tragedies. We have to adopt strong rules. We have to stop the biggest organized crime, the migration business. The European Parliament has all kinds of resolutions, but here European lives are at stake due to unmanaged migration. Let's wake up.
The next speaker is Mario Mantovani.
Grazie, Presidente, Commissario.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody cares if they live or die. This is the title of the UN report on migratory smuggling groups. Even the United Nations recognises that the roots of trafficking are in organised crime. There is 2 sides of the same coin. NGOs encourage illegal landings of migrants acting as taxis. This is contributed to the smuggling of men and women. So what would Ms. Raketa say? She herself was very much involved in human trafficking, and she helped support these criminal boat operators. Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister, and her government have managed to reduce by 60% illegal landings along the Mediterranean coast, thanks to bilateral agreements with African countries. The Italian government has also been persecuting smuggling groups at the global level, and they've also been attacking them by the Mattei Plan. This is the type of approach which the European Union should be inspired by and follow.
From Cecilia Strada, do you accept it? Mr. Mantovani? There's a blue card. Do you accept it? Mrs. Strada, please. Please, you have to take the microphone and stand up so that they can see you where you are.
It's working? Okay. Sì, buongiorno.
Thank you, President. I would just like to ask Mr. Mantovani if he knows that he has actually committed slander. There have been several requests regarding NGOs and the work they've been doing at sea in the Mediterranean. There have been requests for investigations. There's never been a trial. There is no proof of anything they've done. The NGOs simply are not sea taxis. They are not working cahoots with smugglers. So what you said is defamation regarding NGOs. And what you said about Mr. Rucchetti is entirely wrong. Thank you. And obviously it's important that we have the legislation we need to try to stop some of these arrivals coming in the sea. So we've adopted specific legislation to ensure that sanctions be available to hand down on such organisations. Thank you.
Is Elisabeth Rosenberg from UNIDI.
Thank you, Mrs. President, Mr. Commissioner.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest. The traffic of human beings is part of international crime networks, and it's a basic activity for these crime groups. We haven't managed to stop irregular migration. These methods is a source of a lot of money. 90% of illegal migrants come via these routes. We need cross-border cooperation with the authorities of member states. We need to put in place the new pact for asylum and migration and a pan-European returns system in cooperation with third countries. With these irregular crossings, it's more important than ever to increase prevention and a crackdown on these crimes. Thank you.
Next speaker is Juan Fernando López Aguilar.
Gracias, President. Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner Brunner. We've been talking about these criminal organisations and the money they make. There are two conditions for that. First of all, the fact of despair. Last week, 50 Pakistanis drowned while attempting to reach the European Union via the Canaries. They left the coast of Mauritania. And these crossings are very complicated. The second factor is, of course, the complicity, the fact that the European Union fails to address the problem of migration by not providing safe alternatives. These people are fleeing desperate situations. They have no choice but to put their lives in the hands of smugglers who behave in an extremely cruel way with women, children, unaccompanied minors. And in the European Union, there are a whole series of people who are complicit with these illegal organisations. This morning, we heard very pro-European speeches from Mr. Tusk, the Polish Prime Minister, for example, who says that we have to compensate our new approach to migration with increased aid and support. We have to ensure that European resources can give young people in countries of origin new opportunities. We should also provide them with the opportunity of integration in the European Union. So up until now, the whole approach has been wrong, and the time really has come to change it.
Commissioner, I've been on the Balkan route where I saw with my own eyes this activity. A journey from Bosnia to Italy can cost 10,000 euros, and it's very easy. This human trafficking can make traffickers up to 6 billion euros a year, and it has a cost in human lives, but also in security, mafia and drugs. And it's unacceptable that this business should be facilitated by the European Union. In Lipa, they financed a centre that promotes these irregular migration patterns. If we don't act on that, then it's absurd. The European Union has huge responsibility in terms of what it's done and what it hasn't done. Talking about traffickers now, it's a bit late. But now we need to deal urgently with the proposals to encourage returns and pushback, strengthening the external borders of Europe. Zero tolerance.
The next speaker is Vailo Valchev.
Уважаеми колеги,
Dear colleagues, 10 years ago, Angela Merkel said, "Wir schaffen das, we will cope." Well, you failed. 1,265,000 illegal migrants were in Europe. That source is no other but the European Commission. In 2024, the criminals engaged in human trafficking profited over 5 billion globally, says no other source but the UN. Trafficking and illegal border crossings are criminal offenses. For 10 years, political correctness has overlooked the role of organized crime in trafficking illegal migrants and the fact that later those immigrants become part of criminal rings. Irregular migration is a problem for both our social and security systems. It works like a circular formation, trafficking, organized crime groups, financing terrorism. And countries along the borders, like Bulgaria, my country, needs to be supported, and illegal immigrants should be sent back if they don't deserve asylum.
Dear Commissioner, redes de crime organizado estão.
Now, networks, organized crime, which are used by organized crime, it's simply a business with exploitation, with death, especially in the Mediterranean. It's not just a problem of people traveling illegally. Rather, it's an extreme phenomenon of networks of human traffickers who are not just trading in people, but also drugs. And it's a huge threat for our security and safety. We need a robust system that ensures a division of responsibilities among member states so that these criminal networks are rooted out and eliminated. And we have to ensure that how difficult this is going to be, but progress is possible. It's a question of political will.
Do you accept it?
There's a blue card.
No. Then we come to the next speaker. It's Cecilia Strada.
Grazie, Presidente, caro Commissario.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Over the last 20 years, we have tried to shore up our borders to stop irregular migration. Has it worked? No, because all the data says that closing borders is not the solution, it's part of the problem. Every time we close a legal route, illegal ones open, and the traffickers rise in power. We have to break this vicious circle by opening more legal and safe pathways. That's the only way. At the same time, we have to fight those people who are exploiting the migrants. Do you know what just happened in Italy? There was a criminal taken to the International Criminal Court who's involved in human trafficking. He was in Italy at a football stadium. The government didn't send him to The Hague. They sent him back to Libya. Unfortunately, the only thing that we're fighting at the moment is the International Court of Justice and Human Rights.
Next speaker is Antonio Tanger Correa.
Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner, caros colegas.
Dear colleagues, in the most recent report from the UN, it demonstrates what we've known for quite some time. It's not just an estimate, rather, that migration is based on criminal organizations. I'm not going to discuss migrants who have no responsibility for that situation, but rather governments that end up in the situation that they allow criminal gangs in our countries. That's the serious problem, because right now there are armed groups armed gangs, people who have their own rules, and they're on our territory. It's a very serious question, ladies and gentlemen. And recently this happened in my country where there's absolutely no control on the migration in my country. And this increases the level of crime, and it creates an uncertain future for both the people who live there and those people who arrive.
Accept the blue card? Do you accept the blue card? Yes. Mr. Gonsalves, please. Just one.
No, it is. Senhor Presidente, caro deputado.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me start with a fact. In the report that you mentioned, there are no facts where you make this coalition that you're expressing. It's based on the many lies from your party. And in 23 and 2024, illegal migration has been reduced by 40%, and that's a fact. And so another member of your party called migrants rats, and someone from your party also said that migrants and foreigners are stealing young girls. And I've been interrupted by the President. Only 30 seconds allowed. You've already used your time.
So you have the chance to answer.
Bom, isto acho que as malas não têm nada a ver para aqui.
Yes, of course. Yes, I recommend you to read this report from the UNHCR.
É uma coisa, os senhores do seu partido mentem, porque eu vou-lhe dar dados de 23.
And there's data from 2023 included. And there it says that in 2016 and 2023, in that time period, you see a huge increase in crime in Portugal. For example, more trade with illegal drugs, human trafficking. So if you deny that, you can't deny.
Francesco Torselli.
Presidente, Commissario.
President, Commissioner, to explain the links between crime and illegal immigration, it's enough to quote three figures. 360,000 illegal crossings per year of European borders. 90% of those crossings are organized by organized crime. $6 billion a year. That's the money going to the mafia's pockets. There are some people who still believe that the way to fight illegal immigration is to prevent a young woman, a young person, to come in to get political asylum or having a second chance here in Europe. 90% of the cases of trafficking are done at the hands of the mafia. Do you think a human smuggler, who decides when somebody can enter Europe illegally, between a young person who needs help or a young thug who's got a suitcase full of dollars? In my own region, Tuscany, people refused, the authorities didn't want to hear any reference to Nigerian mafia. They thought it was racist. But at the same time, these groups were organizing prostitution and drug trafficking.
Verena Mertens, bitte schön.
Please, you have the floor, madam.
Sehr geehrte Frau
Madam President, Commissioner, the connection between organized crime and smuggling migrants, this is a real threat to our security and rule of law, and this undermines our values. And these people are using modern technology and acting in a very focused fashion. We have to address this by strengthening Frontex. They have to have more funding. They have to have more personnel. Europol needs more resources to address cross-border crime. And the border agency has to not just check the border, but also work against these smugglers. We have to look at the channels that these criminals are using. We have to be evenly armed. And we have to look at these transit countries and attack the their business model. So only by doing so, we have a possibility of defending people and defending our values.
Please, the next time, a little bit slower so that the interpreters have the chance to follow. There is a blue card. Da ist eine blaue Karte.
There's a blue card being offered.
Slow Andras.
Thank you very much. If I understand, you're from the European People's Party, and you have supported the adoption of the EU Migration Pact, which includes an element about mandatory relocation or a €20,000 fine per migrant for each and every member state. Taking into consideration the events of today and the consequential and the permanently happening terror attacks in Germany, are you and is the EPP finally willing to take the relocation element out of the Migration Pact and the €20,000 fine out of the Migration Pact, or do you want to continue with this lunacy? Thank you.
Bitte, Frau Mertens.
Mrs. Martins, I believe we shouldn't be preemptive with such matters, things we haven't completely investigated. Today, it sounds it wasn't necessarily a terror attack. There are plenty of Germans who are psychologically incapable of such an attack. So we don't want to confuse the terrorism with a mental health problem. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Pascal Pira.
So it will have taken several decades of Europe that's wide open for the Commission to finally declare that there is a link between organised crime and the trafficking of migrants. It would seem that this first discovery would lead us to reconsider, but doesn't seem so. Migrant flows being exploited by traffickers is clear, but whose fault is it? Is Frontex doing the work it was supposed to do? No. Frontex agents just give out asylum forms and do not fight traffickers. Is there any dismantling of the network? Never. Has there been a trial? No. Has there been any search for their accomplices? No. Anybody who raises the issue of organised crime and illegal migrants are not making the connection. The reality is that organised crime and traffickers is going to be an excuse to set up safe corridors by which migrants will be able to come into Europe. And that is the scam that is the Migration and Asylum Pact. Fighting the traffickers should not be a propaganda tool to justify this cruel pact with its immigrant quotas imposed on the European member states. The real fight against traffickers is a fight and a priority that people are demanding across Europe. It's your business to do it.
Mrs. Piera, there is a blue card. Do you accept the blue card? A blue card. Carte bleue, oui. There is a translation on the table. You see it on the right side, and then you can put also your language. Tomasz Czerkowski.
May I ask you one thing? I would be really interested. What did the former chief of Frontex do in order to prevent it? In your ranks, there is one of these MEPs. Why didn't he initiate some important solutions? And the second thing, have you ever been to the border? Have you actually visited? Have you actually protected the borders of the EU? I was there, and I was really fighting against these smugglers, and many of them were stopped.
Merci, cher collègue.
Thank you for those two questions, colleague. I'll be very happy to answer them. My first response is yes, Fabrice Leggeri had to leave Frontex because he understood that Frontex agents should not be handing out asylum forms, application forms. The second response is that I used to be a judge and I used to be in charge of an administrative centre for irregular migrants for over 10 years. So believe me, I understand the migratory issue particularly well, because I'm not one of these MEPs who is not connected to reality. I've seen with my own eyes what criminality linked to mass immigration is.
The next speaker is John Diepenveen.
Voorzitter.
Thank you, President. Commissioner Brunner. Ladies and gentlemen. President, the most recent report from the UN reports on human smuggling gives a gloomy picture. Worldwide, we've got a whole series of criminal organizations smuggling people, illegal migrants who are being helped to Europe via the European open borders policy and the attraction of our welfare states, a very easy prey for criminals of this type. These criminals are the direct cause of this illegal migration, as well as drug smuggling and organized crime. They're also closely involved in prostitution and labor exploitation. President, we have to tackle these criminal organizations in a hardline way. I'd like to suggest 3 practical measures to do this. First of all, we must close our European external borders so that illegal migrants have no opportunity to reach the European Union. This would enable us to hollow out the business model of the human traffickers. Secondly, human traffickers must be hit very hard, not just at the national level, but also, above all, at the international level, and this must be done by international cooperation.
There is a blue card from Sander Smit. Do you accept the blue card? Sorry, Mr. Diepenveen, do you accept a blue card from Sander Smit? Sander Smit, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Mr. Diepenveen, I can say after what you've just said, I can support much of what you said, but there's a clear polarization here. Perhaps we can work together to try to find solution to this problem by promoting innovative solutions and working together on the concept of third safe countries so as to enable us to tackle this problem of human trafficking. What do you think about that?
Ja, voorzitter.
President, dear colleague, I'd like to hear what you have to say about this. I'd be delighted to hear what suggestions and solutions you suggest. We're always willing to enter into constructive dialogue. So I'll be delighted to take up your invitation. I look forward to hearing what you have to say. And I think if you listen to what I had to say, you'd have clearly understood what our vision is, but thank you very much for your suggestion.
The next speaker is Philippe Olivier.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, President. You've made immigration a religion because the criminal activity of the traffickers served your ideology. You closed your eyes to their crimes and you became accomplices. You've made them the helpers of your migratory project. You've given roles as well to NGOs. In Cologne or in the UK, there are mass rapes where people who are in favour of immigration don't want to look reality in the face. There's nothing worse than human traffickers. They are violent towards or rape people or even throw them into the sea. This is unforgivable because these criminal organisations, both drug traffickers and human traffickers, create an existential problem for our states. They corrupt public civil servants and journalists and threaten journalists. They take control of entire neighbourhoods. Tolerance towards them only encourages them. Thank you.
Now we come to the Catch the Eye, and the first speaker under Catch the Eye is Vytenis Povilas Andriukaitis.
Madam President, Commissioner. Today's debate was very emotional. Following the taking of power, Mr. President Trump taking power, we have all sorts of imitations, mini-Trumps here in this House. When it comes to establishing priorities, we should think carefully about infrastructure and legal routes into the European Union. embassies and permanent representation should be involved in this work. The United Nations should also be involved in this important task. Legal routes are necessary so as to facilitate the task of qualified individuals who want to come to the European Union, so as to ensure those people don't fall into the clutches of the human traffickers. So we look forward to hearing your proposals.
Presidente.
Thank you, Madam President. For so many years, the left has told us that security and immigration were not correlated. Finally, you're realizing that that's not the case. Organised crime completely depends on illegal immigration. They are the perfect workers to come into these gangs throughout Europe. According to the 2023 UN report on the control of drug and the prevention of crime, migrants pay up to, say, €6,000 to come to the EU. And this feeds into criminal gangs that also includes drug trafficking. This is why our model of migration needs to change radically. Trump is going to do that. He has announced zero tolerance for traffickers and illegal immigrants. If we want to take oxygen away from the mafias, we have to stop these illegal crossings. We need zero tolerance to the mafia, and that is what the Lega has been saying for years, and this is what the Italian government is doing now, and this is what Patriots for Europe are saying.
Speaker is Gadi.
Μαχαιρώματα στο Παγιό λιμάνι.
In Cyprus, there have been dramatic crimes. There have been injuries. There has been police officers beaten up in Lefkosia. There have been knife fights in Larnaca. They have one thing in common. All of the perpetrators were immigrants, not irregular immigrants, as some would say, but irregular. They are people driven out by Hezbollah through Turkey, and now they're entering Europe. Let's be honest. Nobody is safe from Madrid to Berlin to Madrid to Athens. Unfortunately, there were 2 people dead in Bavaria today. Every week, Europeans lose their lives. This Europe of open borders has led to turning it into a crime to celebrate Christmas in a European capital. Let's get back our neighbourhoods and our cities.
It's 1 minute speaking time, so we come now to the next speaker, Kostas Papadakis, please.
5,000 refugees and immigrants have arrived in Crete via Gavdos, some of them involved in shipwrecks, such as the one that took place in Pylos as well. Our coast guards are overwhelmed. They lack the economic funds to support a European government, such as the Greek one. So they end up improvising. They end up having a bilateral pact such as the one between Greece and Egypt. In Libya, we are facing the same situation as happened in Syria. We need to be able to prevent tragedies with European cooperation. Until we get temporary asylum or reception centres or access to rescue services, and so that we can get these people to their final destination applying for asylum.
The last speaker in Catch the Eye is Maria Grappini.
Madam President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, we've been debating migration for over 10 years. Unfortunately, we're only looking at the effects and not the causes, and we are not looking at the reasons why every measure we have tried has not yielded results. People die drowning in the sea, or people die being attacked in the member states. I think, Commissioner, that this is proof that it's more difficult to fix a mistake than to do something well from the beginning. So we need the right measures. On the one hand, we need a clear delineation between legal and illegal migration. We need to catch these smugglers that take the money from the migrants, and these migrants sell everything they have in order to pay these smugglers. And what is happening with these networks? Why is it so difficult to catch the smugglers, to destroy these networks? Because the victims are both the migrants and our citizens.
Abschluss dieser Aussprache gebe ich jetzt dem Kommissar.
Now, as the conclusion, to conclude the debate, I give the floor once again to the Commissioner. You have the floor, sir.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you very much, Madam.
First of all, thank you very much for the contributions. I've listened to each of you, and I'm very glad, actually, that we see solid common ground to work together on this challenge, even though we've got different approaches on some parts of it. I would have had a question, actually, to MEP Mendes, because she was talking about directives. Maybe we can talk about that later, and when we are going to deliver those directives. If she was talking about the anti-trafficking directive, that there was a recast last year, and if she was talking about the directive on smuggling, that has been already presented, of course, to the Parliament. So I didn't quite get that question, but maybe we can talk about that, or Ms. Sippel, we can talk about that later. And then, of course, we have the forthcoming, as I said before, the forthcoming European Internal Security Strategy, which will soon sort of guide our work also to face all the security threats. And honourable members, fighting smuggling effectively, of course, will reduce organised crime and irregular migration, and most importantly, and that is actually the key of everything, the abuse of human life and dignity. And by the way, we will, I forgot to tell you about that before, we will organize the next international conference on the Global Alliance this year, also to take stock of the progress achieved and also to deliver concrete results on the topic. But the success, of course, of this Global Alliance will also depend, I would say, on adopting the strong, the modern, and also the ambitious legal framework that the Commission proposed in 2023. And I'm also glad that the Council has resumed work on the regulation on measures against transport operators that facilitate trafficking and smuggling. So I think all efforts must be aligned, that's for sure. And I can just say, let's make this our common priority for this year. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kommissar Brunner.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. And now we're moving on to the next point on the agenda, and that is the Commission statement on EU financing through the LIFE program of entities lobbying EU institutions and the need for transparency. Let me start by giving the floor to Commissioner Serafin. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Honourable members, let me start by stating the obvious. The Commission shares the European Parliament's objective to enhance transparency of EU financing. That includes transparency of financing through the LIFE programme. And I think that I did manage to convince you that this statement is true when we had an exchange last month in the course of the deliberations on discharge within the framework of the Committee on Budgetary Control. This issue potentially was the issue number one that we discussed last December. The Commission is also actively cooperating with the European Court of Auditors in its ongoing audit on transparency of the funding provided to NGOs. And we look forward to the Court's conclusions and recommendations. We expect to get them still at in the first half of 2025. And also let me remind you that we have a lot of solid measures already in place. First of all, the financial regulation obliges the Commission to publish information about recipients of EU funding in direct management. This information is publicly available on the Commission's Financial Transparency System website. Of course, this obligation applies also to NGOs and entities carrying out lobbying activities. Additionally, the Commission is proactively publishing information on the objectives and results of projects on the Funding and Tenders portal. Last month and today, we were discussing the question of operating grant agreements financing non-governmental organizations under the LIFE programme. Let me remind you that LIFE operating grants support non-profit entities involved in developing, implementing and enforcing union legislation and policy. In line with the LIFE programme, these entities are primarily active in the area of the environment, climate action or clean energy transition. This is what the European Parliament and the Council as legislator have decided. This is the legal framework which we have in place. The Commission remains committed to support organisations that contribute to a vibrant and diverse civil society in line with the LIFE regulation. However, I have to admit that it was inappropriate for some services in the Commission to enter into agreements that oblige NGOs to lobby members of the European Parliament specifically. A series of actions in 2024 were taken to address these reputational concerns. First, specific guidance was issued not only for the LIFE programme, but also for all other spending programmes managed by the Commission. The guidance clarifies which activities cannot be required or financed by the Union. Second, authorising officers were instructed to take urgent follow-up actions such as amending ongoing grant agreements or implementing other necessary measures to ensure compliance with the guidance. And third, for operating grants under LIFE, beneficiaries were invited to propose amendments to ongoing contracts and apply the guidance for future contracts. Looking ahead, the Commission has implemented additional measures for the LIFE regulation, including adapted calls for proposals as of 2024, clear disclaimers indicating that NGO activities are their sole responsibility and do not represent or engage the Commission, detailed guidance for future applicants seeking operating grants. Beyond the LIFE programme, the Commission will reinforce similar instructions for all relevant EU programmes. However, I would also like to emphasise once again the critical role of NGOs in contributing to the development and implementation of EU policies and legislation. NGOs represent civil society's diverse views, defend the rule of law, fight corruption and promote human rights and democracy within and beyond the EU. We do not need to agree with the views of these organisations. However, their perspective helps the European Commission and the European Parliament to make well-informed decisions. That is the line of the Commission, and that is also my line. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Serafin. The first speaker on behalf of EPP is Monika Hohlmeier. Liebe Monika, du hast das Wort.
Monica, you have the floor.
Commissioner, dear colleagues, in der Haushaltsentlastung.
When we do discharge, we see there's massive problems with life, and these have been distributed based on the ENVI General Directorate under Commissioner Sinkevičius. And sometimes this raises a lot of questions. How can you have guidelines in Commission's contracts providing the numbers of amendments for trilogues and for instructions for members of the Council? So how can this be, how could you have, for example, claims against farmers, for example, as part of the program? Fighting free trade agreements like Mercosur is also part of the objectives of the support. Also, we have mass protests, mass mailings, and this is to set the institutions under pressure. So thank you very much. You have to get outside of your network bubble and realize it can't be the DG Envy has simply lobbying other parts of the Commission while pretending that this is the action of lobbyists. So lots of people are receiving this funding from third countries and other external sources. Why wasn't this looked at? If we were looking at Frontex, you would have had special meetings, you would have had an investigation, and committee of inquiry. So you have to have clear guidance, and that guidance has to be fully lined up with EU law. Secondly, you have to have complete transparency so you can follow the money. And thirdly, you have to have checks on this with the internal audit service. So please, as an NGO, yes, of course we want to support them, and we have to have constructive engagement from them, but we have to have a future-oriented society. However, this misappropriation of EU funds and this has to indicate what is the source of the funding. And we have to prevent hidden lobby activism. We need to have a very clear division of powers.
Shahim, for 1 minute.
Voorzitter, laat ik gewoon even helder.
Madam President, if the Commission promotes this, we have to go along with it. So I'd like to talk to that part of the House. In a multifaceted society, it's important you try to ensure that different voices can be heard, and this certainly applies to civil society. That's part of democracy, even if what they say is something you disagree with. Hypocrisy seems to prevail here. If you look at these programs, there are enough pesticide organizations which are being funded by the EU who adopt positions which the Commission isn't happy at all, but they're subject to the same agreements. Why do we do this? Taxpayers' money, we have to control it. We have to know what's happening with that money. That's part of democracy. What would be scandalous would be that large, rich multinationals would be the only organizations which could lobby here thanks to their very deep pockets. You can look around this House, you can see certain numbers, and it'd be interesting to see who those people, what those people have been put in the transparency register. I can tell you that the left-wing members of this House are far more honest than the right. We're always very honest about who we talk to, why, and what we say. That's part of democracy. Censoring people is not part of democracy.
The next speaker for ECR is Dick Eriksson.
It is a very serious misuse of taxpayers' money when NGOs are using contributions from the Commission's LIFE program in order to lobby members of Parliament on green questions. And now the Commission, as the Commissioner has just indicated, has changed the rules in order that they don't have to have this direct lobbying. However, it's still possible to have indirect lobby with workshops and other activities. I would like to ask the EPP, isn't this an excellent opportunity that in the future budget to remove this €2 billion that goes to the activism part of the LIFE program and instead use it for more suitable things, for example, to support Frontex or to use it on our external borders?
Of Renew is Martin Heusig, please.
Dear colleagues, yes, the Commission is funding environmental NGOs to lobby EU institutions. But it does not stop there. The Commission is funding farmers' NGOs to lobby EU institutions, including Copa Cogeca. The Commission is funding industry NGOs to lobby EU institutions. This very House is funding scientists, civil society, farmers, businesses to lobby EU institutions through pilot and preparatory actions, which include also advocacy of the outcomes, meeting with Commission officials. This is what all of us have been voting for. So why do we single out environmental NGOs? Let's treat them all the same way. Are we going to start also investigating in any of the subsidies from CAP were used to bring the farmers to the Schuman Square when they were protesting? I hope not. But let me tell you, I'm really grateful for this funding. As the EU, we fund projects and we want to learn about their outcomes. We want to make better policies so we can make Europe stronger, more prosperous, more socially just, and more environmentally friendly. And this is not going to happen without involvement of all the stakeholders, including those from far away from Brussels. If we want to limit the civil society, those who are the backbone of our democracy, will we start limiting farmers and businesses next in expressing their views? Will receiving EU financial support mean that you cannot advocate towards institutions, or in other terms, lobby? I believe that's not the case. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rasmus Nordqvist.
We live in challenged time where political dialogue and debate are at risk of being silenced. Civil society organizations and NGOs are crucial contributors to our common know-how, our cohesion, and our lawmaking. Without civil society, public policy will end up being dominated solely by interest of multinational corporations. And let me give you one example, PFAS. If we only listened to industry who has money and even receive EU funds as well, some even have politicians on their payroll, nobody would be aware of the destructive consequences PFAS has on us, our health, and our nature. No, it's only because of independent researchers, independent journalists, and a vibrant civil society we know this. And despite all this, we see that the right has been fighting civil society organizations and NGOs for years, and now openly is trying to silence critical voices of regulations and beyond. So I have here a very clear message to those on the right side in this House who still believes in democracy. This is not about green NGOs. This is about democracy. If we only allow NGOs that do not criticize us to receive funds, this would be an insult to the democracy and to political participation. Any healthy democracy must enable a level playing field where the voices of businesses, civil society, and citizens are being heard. Thank you.
The next speaker on behalf of GUE of the left is Jonas Sjöstedt.
Fru talman.
Madam President, this debate is a demonstration of the hypocrisy of the right. There are thousands of lobbyists that represent large corporations and trade associations, and they're the ones who dominate Brussels. They make themselves right at home at the EU Commission and have direct influence when new legislation is proposed. I recognize industry's draft amendments when they are presented by right-wing members here in this House. Member Holmeyer, who just spoke for the EPP, has a well-paid job by Vaughan, a company that receives support from the LIFE program. NGOs and environmental organizations have but a fraction of that kind of resources, despite the fact that they're representing millions of citizens. They're not representing the profit interests of a single company. So this is enormous imbalance here. The lobbyists representing big business are the true problems for democracy, yet it's the NGOs that the right wing wants to restrict. Madam President, I think this is hypocrisy.
The next speaker is Tomáš Zdechovský.
Vážená paní předsedkyně.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, nobody says that the NGOs steal or that NGOs should not be part of the legislative process, but let's do it transparently. Let's not do that someone out of EU taxpayers' money commissions a study confirming their own opinion. The way to do it is to be able to rely on this data. I've repeatedly asked Franz Timmermans, not just here in plenary, but elsewhere as well, to provide the studies accompanying his policies. And he always said there were studies. I've never seen them. The studies were never provided. Or he did, but when I subsequently asked him about the influence of lead on the environment in shot shells, he gave me the study by BirdLife. And that's one of those examples where the trustworthiness of European democracy falters. We can't just commission studies from organizations who are friendly to us. We need independent European institutions which evaluate our proposals and will tell us A or B. And I believe it was a scandal to overlook this in the long term. Now we must do our utmost to come back to transparency, to come back to a functioning rule of law. Thank you.
There is a blue card, Tomáš. Tomáš, there is a blue card. Do you accept it? Yes. Marie Toussaint, please.
Monsieur, vous nous parlez d'études indépendantes.
Sir, you talked about independent students, but your own political party keeps criticising all bodies which are in a position to provide independent scientific studies. For example, in France, we have an organisation which studies pesticides. It carries out studies, and those studies are then buried by the governments, who do nothing with it. In the European Union, we have EU bodies, institutions, whose task is to carry out independent assessment of the impact of certain products on health. However, what are their studies based on? Not data produced by independent bodies, but by the pesticide manufacturers. So, sir, be coherent. If you want to, the chairman interrupt, president interrupt.
Tomáš Zdechovský.
I totally agree with your point, what you said. I am for transparency everywhere. Also, really, if we have a transparent register here in European Parliament, everybody has to register. And there is no difference between NGOs or some commercial lobbyists. And of course, for me, it's really necessary to have it same level of the information. I'm not, with my background, I studied PhD study. And you can find a lot of information around the world. Use this information and please work much more with the universities. They have it many expertise and they have it people who are absolutely independent. Thank you.
The next speaker is Christophe Clergaud.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. In Europe, there is no scandal regarding the use of European funds with environmental NGOs. The only scandal would involve trying to shut down civil society and its diverse voices. Of course, all the same rules have to apply to everybody. But if you believe that these NGOs shouldn't be funded by sectoral funds, In that case, you should provide direct funding so as to enable these NGOs to act as independent experts, producing counter-studies. We need independent experts. We need counterpowers. We have to ensure that the power of industry and big money can be countered by citizens and those representing them. So you in the Commission, if you want to ensure that European democracy thrives and that your own work be improved, you need the work of these people. When you walk around the streets of Brussels, do you feel that the environmental lobbies have taken over everything? No. On every street corner, you see wall plates for lobbies for big business. So if you really are so exercised about this, try and adopt a law limiting the lobbying powers of big business.
Speaker is Sergio Bellato.
Signor Presidente.
President, Commissioner, the European Union has to improve its monitoring and transparency of the use of public funds which are used to fund life projects. Some of these projects have been funded with many tens of millions of euros to reintroduce big carnivores such as wolves and bears on the European territories, creating huge problems for human activities such as agriculture and livestock breeding, and creating imbalances between wildlife species. There was no consideration of this serious damage that could have been caused while using increasing amounts of public resources. This is just madness. To err is human, but to continue is diabolical.
The next speaker is Anna Stürk.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I keep hearing that people deserve to find out what happens with their tax funds. It's not the case. Transparency isn't something you earn. People have a right to know what happens with their money. Transparency is not a solution. It's our duty. And we live now in a time where people are losing their confidence in politics. Of course, it's because we're talking about purchased influence and in transparency. And so there can only be one answer. You have to have complete transparency at all levels. And for that reason, I invite all of you politicians, and do it like the Neos are going to do. We declare all of our spending, all of our income. And that's the only way you can gain the trust of the citizens, because you have done nothing wrong, you have nothing to hide.
The next speaker is Maria Ohisalo.
Dear President, dear colleagues, we are witnessing in real time how countries after another fall into autocracy. And I want us all to think for a moment, is this really the time we want to see the civil society in the EU suppressed? The Commission wants to stop environmental NGOs receiving EU funds from doing advocacy work. This attack has been pushed by EPP, their far-right allies and corporate lobbyists against NGOs and citizen participation. Every resilient democracy needs an active civil society. And civil society requires resources to represent the voices of the silenced, unlike corporations whose financial resources are incomparable. Those who wish to ban advocacy of environmental NGOs receiving EU funds, I ask you, following your logic, should we also ban lobbying of all companies, cities, and other organizations which are receiving the same EU funding?
Mrs. Ohisalo, there is a blue card. Do you accept a blue card? Yes, Mr. Gothink.
Yes, sorry. You're framing this very much as an attack on NGOs, and many of you have done that. Could it possibly enter into the debate that we're actually trying to protect also the integrity of the way laws are made in Europe, that it would reinforce the trust people would have in these laws if we would not have this phenomenon of a kind of shadow lobby that is financed by the European Commission, which is in fact what we're talking about today. And could you please give us a reflection on that? Because we're not attacking NGOs, we're not trying to ban their money, as you're saying, not at all. We're trying to make sure that the laws we produce here are built, can be trusted and can have an integrity to them. So please react to that.
I will answer in Finnish. Kiitos kysymyksestä. Kuten sanoin puheessani, me näemme kaikkialla.
So in my speech I said that everywhere we look, we see how democracy and rule of law is being undermined and trampled underfoot. And one colleague said that a part of functioning democracy is a civil society that functions well. And a non-functioning civil society doesn't work when those democratic actors don't receive any support. So we want the same criteria for everyone. The same kind of transparency should apply to everyone. So do we really see that this transparency also extends to companies, for example, everyone who receives EU funding? Geisel is next.
Frau Präsident.
Madam President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, so at the first time I heard about this matter, I could honestly hardly believe it. The European Commission is paying its own lobbyists. In 2024, there was a rather intransparent procedure, which meant that 15 million euros was given to lobbyists in order to create cheerleaders for the Green Deal. I really have to ask, what kind of a commission pays its own lobbyists, its own boosters? And also, what kind of NGOs are these non-governmental organizations which allow itself to be paid by the Commission, which is a certain kind of government? And what kind of MEPs are we that we give funding to be manipulated? So the Green Deal is supposed to support climate protection. And with this commission, this ends up being a deal between self-appointed environment lobbyists who serve themselves. In order to protect the climate and in order to ensure clean politics, this cronyism has to be cleaned up.
Niklas Herbst.
Frau Präsidentin, Herr Kommissar.
Madam President, Commissioner. At times it's very hard to listen to this debate. All sorts of parallel discussions are taking place. It would be very good if the Social Democrats would actually address the issue in hand. It was something they ignored during the Budgetary Control Committee. Let's be clear about this. We're not talking about specific NGOs. We've just heard of this from Renew. We investigated certain programs. We couldn't find anything. If you look at other areas apart from life where we have similar problems, if there are problems, tell us. I'm chairman of the Budgetary Control Committee. I'll be delighted to look into that. But the idea of just setting out and having these artificial debates is not very useful. Moreover, ladies and gentlemen, rules are only of use if they apply to everybody. What you do is you're defending a practice which apparently everybody thinks is not right, a practice which should apply to everybody. You defend this because this concerns your network, and that's unacceptable. Otherwise, you should say this is fine. We find it acceptable that people in the Commission who are paid by EU taxpayers, NGOs which are funded with EU taxpayers, or indeed MEPs who are funded by EU tax, could lobby so that legislation will be adopted by other people who are also paid by European taxpayers. If you think that's okay, say it. Otherwise, let's be clear. We cannot allow the impression to arise that lobbies are being funded with public money. All of us have a duty, we're politicians, but maybe we should be in contact with the NGOs so as to ensure that we can continue supporting NGOs in an effective and fair way. Otherwise, their role will be in danger in future.
Ina Mendes.
Thanks, Mr. President. Caros colegas.
Dear colleagues, this debate, ladies and gentlemen, is not about the transparency and lobbying. If it was on the transparency of lobbies, then we would analyse the instruments, we would judge the list of lobbyists who are funded, and we would ask the questions that need to be asked. But the debate is not about that. The debate that was requested by the right here is a debate to say that we don't want to continue funding NGOs from civil society representing citizens because we consider them to be damaging to our democratic system. That's the only item up for discussion. So for us socialists, we are absolutely in agreement that the financing rules should be transparent, but we will be fully against the gutting of civil society. It's part of our democracy. We must continue to support them and support their participation in active citizenship, and we contribute to that as the EU. Thank you.
Do you accept it? Yes.
Ms. Mendes, do you agree that we do not debate on financing of NGOs as such, but about the integrity of European laws, of EU laws made in this House, by this House, that the executive power has been financing lobbyism towards us as the controlling power? Do you know what a trias politica means?
Muito obrigada, Sr. Deputado. Eu sou totalmente...
Thank you. I am fully in favour of transparency, absolutely. But given your vehemence to control or to give oversight to civil society, perhaps we need some oversight for those who defend private interests, who have been attacking governments and institutions for quite some time. I'm quite afraid of the EPP because the EPP has been adopting a far-right discourse that they want to gut NGOs and stop funding them.
Zlotowski.
Verehrte Frau Präsidentin, Panie Kommissarzu.
Madam.
Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, we are talking here about this mechanism which is very harmful, costly and ridiculous. The Commission is financing environmental organizations which are lobbying the EU institutions in order to support the Green Deal, which is destroying our economy and destroying our jobs. Brussels is like a snake that is eating its own tail, but at the same time it is devouring the welfare of our citizens. We keep talking about genuine, loyal cooperation. But how can we talk about this cooperation? How can this cooperation be true if the Commission, via lobbyists, is influencing the Parliament? There is no transparency about the objectives and how they were created, the objectives of the Green Deal. This is the main sin of the Green Deal. Today, even Tusk is calling into question the objectives of the euro. And the Green Deal, mind you, is very costly. Every euro spent to try to prove otherwise is absurd.
Accepted, Mr. Zlotowski. There is a blue card for Mr. Clerjot. Yes, please, Mr. Clerjot.
Très simple question, Monsieur le député.
A very simple question, sir. Do you think that the objectives of climate policy... that's not working. Should I ask in English?
Okay, thank you. Est-ce que vous pensez...
Do you believe that the objectives of the EU's climate policy were based on lobbying by environmental lobbies or on scientific data produced in France by the IPCC and in other scientific organizations that will come out of the academic world? Please answer that question.
Oczywiście, że mogę odpowiedzieć.
Of course, I will be happy to answer, dear colleague. I don't think there has been any scientific data or any scientific evidence. And when it comes to Fit for 55, we were just trying to outbid ourselves here in this chamber. Why 55?
45. stanęło na 55. Szanowni Państwo.
In the end, we had 55 as a result of this political haggling. This climate policy is not based on scientific evidence. This is clear. Today, even Donald Tusk has seen the light.
Toussaint.
Bon, trêve à l'hypocrisie. Nous ne sommes pas ici par...
Let's stop the hypocrisy. We're not here because the right and the extreme right want to ensure that EU taxpayers' money is spent properly. No, we're here because those same people have decided to declare war against these non-profit-making organisations, I repeat, non-profit-making, who use volunteers to try to defend the planet, our environment and our health. Don't be mistaken. We know this is not an isolated act. This is the opening salve of a war which has been declared by the reactionary members of this House against those who are defending our lives rather than profits. Today it's NGOs. Who'll be next? Whistleblowers, journalists, scientists, all those people who dare to speak out so as to try to protect the most precious things in our lives: nature, solidarity, democracy. What are we talking about here? 15 million euros from the Life Association, used for associations which depend whales and rivers. Let's talk about the billions which are ladled out by states without any conditionality for businesses and organisations which lobby European institutions for their own personal interest rather than general interest. Those are the same businesses which escape paying taxes, which violate labour law and want to carry on polluting with total impunity.
Mrs. Toussaint, there is a blue card. Do you accept it? Niklas Herbst.
Frau Kollegin.
Madam, you have repeatedly insisted that the point here is to reduce funding. You've repeatedly said that this has to do with reducing funding for the NGOs. Can you give the names of someone who's actually asked to reduce this funding for? Just give me one name of someone actually demanded for this.
Vous me demandez si quelqu'un ici...
You're asking me if anybody here in this House has called to cancel funds for NGOs. Yes, we've had a debate calling for the cancelling of the 50 million euros which are allocated to 35 countries. You, together with Ms. Hohlmeier, have in parallel been leading a battle regarding future EU budgets to do away with that funding. So, if you want to carry out these attacks, do it in an honest and transparent way. Say what you want to do rather than simply hiding yourselves behind all kinds of murky objectives.
I
have two more blue cards. We have rules, however, for blue cards. Firstly, you can't have more than one blue card in the same debate from the same person. And secondly, if you have a blue card, you have to just want to make it very clear. So, Mr. Götting, you have the floor.
I thought we were just getting going, so it was starting to get fun. But I am a bit shocked by simply the framing and sticking to it on your side. We are every time saying this is about the integrity of the system, not about banning NGOs, getting rid of their funding. But the work of the Budget Control Committee, and dear Commissioner, I'm happy you are here, has proven that there is a system of financing what I would call a kind of a shadow lobby, and that's not the good way to go. I have big problems with it, and because it undermines the separation of powers, and it undermines the trust simply in the system, in what we do here. So from the Commission, we need transparency. Give more people access to what is in these agreements. I'm sure that if all of you would read those documents, I'm sure that we could maybe have a different kind of debate. And also we need to know, is this an incident restricted to life, or there were other topics mentioned? Where is the rest? Is this a practice that has evolved over time and simply gotten a bit out of hand? Or what is exactly happening here? We need to know. And lastly, we've seen it with the nature restoration law last time. Commission officials were working on the communication campaigns of a network of lobbyists that were funded by the Commission. Is that still happening today? Thank you, Commissioner.
There is a blue card. Do you accept the blue card? Mr. Gerbrandy.
Ja, dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, President. I'd like to thank Mr. Goping for such a broad picture. I think he's aware of the fact that a whole series of other organisations get money in this way via contracts. I was very surprised to hear his comments in the media where he just focused on environmental organisations. I think that colours his position very much. So my question is, are you in principle against this type of funding? This clearly affects a whole series of organisations which I think all of us want to do their work. So the Waardhestel organisation, for example, which is working hard to defend the rights of people who were wrongly accused of fraud during the benefits scandal in the Netherlands. No, I'm not in principle against funding for civil society. As you know, Christian democracy is based on civil society, so stop framing this in this way. Stop framing us as opponents of NGOs. The first NGOs in Europe were Christian democratic organisations. So I'm in favour of NGOs getting funding. But what I'm not in favour of is them then using that money to go and lobby Commission representatives, undermining our work. And we're talking today about LIFE. That's the programme we have information about. We haven't got information about other programmes, but that's what we need. Thank you.
Next speaker is José Cepeda.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Well, we're witnessing a debate that is surprising, to say the least, because really talking about a lobby that anybody could do in our society. The Commissioner earlier was talking about wanting active civil society, and I do too, but that's what NGOs are for. The EPP is trying to distort or manipulate the LIFE programme, which I think has a very positive impact on the whole of society. Could you imagine the work that NGOs are doing to raise awareness about what happened in Spain with the extreme weather event, the Dana? There are enough controls within the EU, and we have to be rigorous with them so that all of these financial rules that the EU has and the Commission has on any organisations, including NGOs, are implemented. They have a very an objective which is very much in line with the far right in this House, and that's very worrying.
Tomasz Stachowski.
Pane kolego.
Dear colleague, one more time, would you really like it? Would you really like it if the Commission were to hire NGOs connected to the Patriots movement, say, to lobby either against or in favor of the Migration Pact? Would you really like it if we used a part of our money in a way that's contrary to the interests of the EU? What would you say to people accusing of being an enemy of the Green Deal? These come from the NGOs you mentioned.
Dear colleague, you're a Democrat like I am. So I would lay down my life to let anybody speak from a different political current. What I won't do is allow any institution to fund NGOs just because they're in favour of this. So you seem to be only in favour of funding NGOs that agree with you. I'm not. I'm a Democrat, and I want civil society, all civil society, even those who think differently to me, can have a voice and can have their opinions heard to influence all of us who are present here today in this House. Of course I do. And that's what we're working on. And that's what we're going to keep on fighting on, for democracy in this House too.
Is Bert-Jan Ruyssen.
Dank u wel, voorzitter. Geachte commissaris.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. We don't want to be lobbied using European taxpayers' money. What's been happening with the LIFE programme is simply unacceptable. However, I would like to take a broader view of this. The Commission can't simply fund all NGOs, all and sundry. Article 183 of the Financial Regulation is very clear about this. Matters for which the EU has no competencies, where the EU can't adopt policies, are not eligible for EU subsidies. So think about marriage and family, ethical questions such as abortion, euthanasia. Nevertheless, the Commission has been providing money for promoting abortion and gender ideology via NGOs. That's not right. That's a flagrant violation of Article 183 of the Financial Regulation. So, with all the respect I have for NGOs and civil society, I think that all support for NGOs must be subject to critical evaluation. We're talking here about some 4,000 NGOs in 150 countries, so we're talking about quite a substantial group.
Daniel Freund.
The next speaker is Daniel Freund.
Danke, Frau Vorsitzende.
Thank you, Madam. Environmental protection organizations are fighting for biodiversity. They're fighting for our water and our rivers, and they're doing this vis-a-vis the EU, and they do it well. And I fear, for that reason, conservatives and the extreme right want to make their work difficult. You have to know that enterprises have spent 6 times more than the NGOs does for lobbying here in Brussels and Strasbourg. So it's fine to give the NGOs a little bit of money so they can even participate in the discussion. That's part of the treaty. And so, Mrs. Hohlmeier, it's that you're leading this attack against NGOs. You yourself are on a board of directors where you receive 25,000 euros a year. Well, this is the kind of amount of money that the Live Fund has been giving out. So is that transparency? Have we created transparency about that by the Commission? But of course, the problem is only on the side of the NGOs. So my impression is that we're not talking about transparency, but if you ask enterprises, or if you look at CSU members, that's not what you're saying. Thank you.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much.
The blue card, yes.
Lieber Daniel, ich bin ja Denunziationen.
Daniel, well, I've got used to your kind of remarks, but just to put this dryly, are you against registering things in the Transparency Register? There are organisations that should be signing the Transparency Register and don't. We're not calling for resources to be cut. We're just talking about transparency for the payouts. We don't want to find ourselves in a place where the Commission is paying lobbies to come to us, when there are mass mail send-outs putting us under pressure. I mean, the Commission is supposed to be an honest broker. Don't you think that that's a valuable principle? Well, the EU Lobby Register, or the so-called Transparency Register, is there for all organisations which do lobbying towards the EU. There are enough organisations that are funded for research projects or whatever, but never actually interact with the EU institutions or involved in legislation or anything like that. To force them to sign up for the lobby register, well, I don't know. I would like all recipients of EU money to be transparent so that we know who gets the money. I think that would be more important.
The next speaker is Céline Imar.
Monsieur le Commissaire.
Commissioner, while the United States are trying to conquer Mars, the European Union finances NGOs for lobbying, 5.5 billion euro, so that they can attack our companies who are already overburdened, asphyxiated with costs, etc. And the NGOs have become the professionals for trying to capture public monies. And who are they? They seem to be attacking people who are innovating in the European Union. apparently Erasmus is in the hands of Islamist experts. And the Commission didn't know this as well. They're always attacking foreign interference, but they seem to be able to accept that the environmental NGOs are very active and attack the police in France. I demand urgently consolidated data about these NGOs whose raison d'etre seems to be to destroy our way of life. And I also wish to have an evaluation assessment before allocating monies, otherwise we can turn to the order of the CAP. We need transparency of their accounts as well. All of us are subject to transparency of accounts. Europe cannot be, Europe is a power at the service of its citizens. Thank you.
Mind that if you once had a blue card, there is not a possibility for a second one. No, then you have no blue card. Jean-Marie Germain. Jean-Marc, sorry.
Mes chers collègues.
Colleagues, Commissioner, we started with a relief today, the end of the nightmare of the Hungarian presidency of the EU. A good piece of news. Prime Minister Tusk says that Europe is strong. That means having a defense capacity, but it's having a social and ecological Europe. I fear that by questioning the Green Deal, the Polish presidency is opening the Pandora's box. If you understand on the right, your vote for the Green Deal is the manipulation by the NGOs. Mayotte hasn't been devastated. There haven't been serious fires. You know what Shell spends on lobbying? 4 billion euros. And for the NGOs, it's 2 billion that the EU puts into the LIFE program. And this financing is financing advocacy by environmental organizations. That's been questioned. Mr. Sarafa, for my group, I ask you to consider this decision. Transparency, yes. Muzzling whistleblowers, no.
The next speaker is Lena Schilling.
Dear colleagues, what just happened here? We have seen NGOs being attacked, such ones that work for women's health and abortion rights, as an example, just a few minutes ago. We are seeing multinational cooperation with very strong interests, spending hundreds of millions of euros lobbying, and the voices of civil society and NGOs are being questioned in this debate. And this is happening at a time when our democracy, our human rights and the future of our planet are already under attack from all different sides. These brave voices in the civil society, environmental activists, human rights defenders, NGOs fight also for us, for our rights. And it's almost a joke that we are having this debate today, where we have so many real problems and struggles. We're talking about 0.006% of the EU budget, a tiny bit, but it makes a difference between democracies and corporate greed. Commissioner, I thought the Commission's guidelines say to step up in EU's engagement with civil society, not to step down. Please do that.
Mrs. Schilling, there is a blue card. Do you accept a blue card? Mr. Bernhuber, please.
Ja, ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. Well, are you not worried that millions of euros that are supposed to be for nature conservation that go into salaries for various groups of people here in Brussels who are doing lobbying us members, that they are sending out mass emails and taking part in demonstrations, rather than using this money to plant trees or to protect animals? Instead, they're influencing members.
Sie, Herr Bernhuber.
Mr. Bernhuber, you of all people, I find this absolutely fantastic. That's rich. Of course we work together with NGOs and civil society. It doesn't mean that we allow ourselves to be influenced. I think it's important that we should talk to different people and listen to different voices and use that to help form our opinion. That's what we're elected to do. We need to ensure that there's good representation. If you come from civil society, you'll know what good work people in civil society do, how valuable it is.
Herbert Dorfmann.
Kolleginnen und Kollegen,
Colleagues, of course, NGOs are important. They're important for democracy, and NGOs can be supported with public money. But in that case, they also need to be transparent. Otherwise, they lose credibility. I'll give you an example. For some years now, there are NGOs that have been made wolves to be a mantra for all forms of environmental protection, that it's great to have wolves everywhere in Europe. And they do this with support from the LIFE program. If you want an example, there's a letter on the internet from the president of an Italian natural park, and he described exactly this situation. Always the same experts, the same conferences, no access to those who have a different opinion. Always the same research institutes that get the money and that get the main source of finding from it. But are they really thinking whether we're supporting democracy in these cases? So read the article by Franz Timmermans, which I think is much more illustrative than anything I could say.
Jaume Asens Jodra.
La sociedad no existe.
Society does not exist. There are only individuals. Do you know who said that? Thatcher, when she declared war on organised civil society. You seem to be inspiring from her to take money from the NGOs because as far as you're concerned, you've just got companies and then individuals as mere passive viewers who are not participating in public affairs. That is the cultural and political project of the right. And what you want is a Europe where public policies can only be influenced by multinational companies, or yours, Mrs. Hallmeyer. Obviously, you don't want NGOs talking about environments, but it is our obligation to remind you that rights are not just gifts that have fallen out of the sky. Without NGOs, we wouldn't have an 8-hour working day, nor would there be women sitting in this chamber, nor would sick people and patients be properly treated in hospitals. Society exists because we have organised civil society fighting for our rights. Democracy, we should never forget, is not just a spectator sport. Thank you.
So the next speaker is Angelika Winzig.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues, the social Qatargate scandal showed that NGOs need more oversight. Unfortunately, when we voted in Parliament, the left and part of Renew didn't vote in favour of our transparency resolution. But NGOs must say what their business model it is and what their objectives are. That's the same in any company. It can't be the case that the European Commission pays an NGO for influencing members left green policy against agriculture and business, and that with European taxpayers' money. That's the case. You spoke about companies before, Mr. Freund. Companies must show everything if they ask for grants, and if they get these grants, they are very complicated calculations they have to submit. So don't confuse this with companies, please.
Now we come to the Catch the Eye, and the first speaker on the Catch the Eye is Sander Smit.
Voorzitter, de Europese Commissie blijkt...
President, the European Commission has been subsidizing environmental activists with public money. It's a green lobby trying to influence the parliament. This is something that has to be exposed. It's a green lobbying scandal. This is European taxpayers' money, and it's being used to influence the democratic decision-making in this House. In a democracy, President, Commissioner. It's unacceptable for the executive to manipulate the legislative authorities. There is a division of power in the institutions, and now we need to respect the rule of law in our institutions. Each of these scandals needs to be investigated.
Doamna președintă, domnule comisar, stimați colegi.
Chairman, Commissioner, dear colleagues, I noticed that quite many of you have forgotten the title of this debate. I'm a member of the Cont Committee, and in my opinion, we should have discussed the transparent financing for the LIFE programme. We've talked about a lot of things, and we forgot the original topic. I don't think there's a single member of parliament who wants the NGOs to disappear. I founded NGOs in my own country, but I wanted transparency. The committee and executive branch has to be under control of the parliament. We want to have NGOs, but we want these NGOs to be controlled just like an SME is controlled when they manage European funds. Some of you quite honestly look guilty when you took the floor. We don't want the NGOs to go away, but we want their functioning to be transparent, and we are, after all, responsible for how the European money is spent, and the executive must be under parliamentary control. Thank you.
Gerben-Jan Gerbrandy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm afraid I have to say that this was not a very good debate. And the reason for that is that we simply do not have the relevant information to have this debate. Nobody has seen the contracts that we're discussing. We don't know whether these are only dealing with green NGOs or NGOs in other fields or civil society in other fields. We simply do not have the information. The Commissioner did mention that there is some smoke. My proposal is that we get these documents as a Parliament and we discuss them in the Budget Control Committee. That is the first statement or question to the Commissioner. Otherwise, we are discussing something that we do not have any knowledge about. Second question is, I understand that the Court of Auditors is going into this matter in a much broader way. How do we deal with the financing of NGOs? My proposal would be that, again, we prolong this debate after we have received this investigation by the Court of Auditors, and we don't have these kind of debates without the proper documentation available to all MEPs. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kostas Papadakis.
Today's discussion, this is a reminder of bygone times, but there are many unclarified things, lobbying on transparent registers, etc., lobbying on behalf of big companies, and many large amounts of money involved, and we have the digital transformation, etc. We're talking about the LIFE programme. It's been going for many years, and there's been arguments on the left and right, and we are saying that there are a lot of competition about what NGOs are financed or not, which companies and states are supported. Okay, but we don't see anything from the Communist Party of Greece. We voted against these lobbies being supported. So we're on the side of the people's, on the struggle of the people against the monopolies and the lobbies and entrenched interests, and against exploitation.
Because the interpreters must have the chance to interpret the speeches. So the next speaker is Alexander Bernhuber. Or was it not? You first had and then you withdraw? Was it by accident or not?
No, it's fine to have speaking time on a very important topic.
I think a lot has been said, so I think we have to focus on the heading of the title. What do we use? How do we properly use the money that's there for environmental protection and it's not used for lobbying activities? Nobody has ever criticised that monies should be cut. It's just about the way that this money is spent and that transparency should reign. I am a farmer myself, and I do get money from the European Union. And every euro that I receive, you can see what's been done with it. And we see the NGOs are getting hundreds of thousands of euro. There's an overall budget of 40 million euro, and you can't really see what's happened with that. Or with the 700,000 euro, has it been, whether it's been used for lobbying of MEPs? And this has to change. And this is why we're having this debate. And that's why we need important steps taken.
Speaker under Catch the Eye is Vytenis Povilas Andriukaitis.
Gerbiama posėdžio pirmininkė, gerbiamas komisarė Petras Serafin.
Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues, as a former commissioner who was responsible for food safety and health, I have worked hard on the European Health Platform. There were 11,000 organizations which were registered on that platform. There were also other platforms where we had hundreds of thousands of organizations that were registered. And I was attacked because of things like glyphosate and intensive farming and alcohol. We should not conflate different issues. There are lobbying organizations and there are NGOs. If you put too much responsibility on the shoulders of NGOs, then many of you would find problems. Their funding is very limited. They tend to be weak. The NGOs are weak, and that's not the same thing as lobbying. It's industry that carries out real lobbying. They are trying to use lobbying to distort competition. That's why this proposal is logical.
The last point, ich bitte den Herrn Kommissar.
Could I ask the Commissioner to reply? Thank you.
Serafin, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, Madam President. Well, I believe that it is important to clarify a few facts so that we indeed carry out a debate which is based on facts. Fact number one, there is a life regulation in place. There are operational grants foreseen in that regulation. It is possible, it is completely legal, and I would even say it is desirable to support NGOs to take active role in the public debate that we have here in Strasbourg or in Brussels. That is the life regulation reflects the decision of both co-legislators, of the European Parliament and of the Council, and I believe it should be also like that in the future. Fact number two, we are not having that debate because there is lack of transparency on the side of the Commission. I think even Madame Hohlmeier has mentioned that within the context of the discharge procedure, there was the access to some agreements, and that is indeed why we have this debate. Of course, I mean, it has to be done in a way that guarantees confidentiality of the agreements which we sign. But why do we have those agreements? Why do we have this debate? And this is fact number three. Because indeed, in the agreements which were signed, there were clauses which were obliging NGOs to carry out very detailed, specific activities targeted at specific MEPs or specific services in the Commission. And, well, it is not illegal, according also to the assessment of our legal services, but simply it is inappropriate. And that is why, and this is fact number four, we have issued guidance, we have carried out the review of the contracts which were in place, and we have called also NGOs to cooperate with the Commission and to change those contracts. Therefore, there were questions, indeed, we talk about LIFE programme today, but if our guidance, and I believe our guidance is effective, if our guidance is to be followed, then you will not find contracts like that we are discussing today, neither in the LIFE programme nor in any other programme because the guidance have been already issued last year. And they have been issued, I have also to openly admit, because of the debates that took place between the Commission and the European Parliament in the context of the discharge, of the discharge procedure. So I would like to repeat what I have said also at the beginning. It is important to have a voice of the NGOs heard also here in Strasbourg and in Brussels. There is no question of cutting financing to the NGOs that are engaged in the European public debate, including in the context of specific legislative initiatives. This is not the line of the Commission. And the last reflection which I had also listening to this debate is that, well, it is our common responsibility, the responsibility of the Commission, of the European Parliament, but also of the NGOs, is to protect high quality of public debate in the EU. Everyone has the right to express their views and advocate their cause. At the same time, we must respect those who hold different opinions. But I believe it really matters also how we express our views, and I believe we can do better. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kommissar. Ich schließe hiermit.
Thank you, Commissioner. That concludes this debate and moves us on to the next agenda item. Now, that is the debate on cases of violations of human rights. The first case we have before us is the case of Jean-Jacques Wando in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The first speaker on our list is Walter Beke for 1 minute 30.
Voorzitter, collega's.
Madam President, colleagues, for more than 8 months now, the Belgium-Congo citizen Jean-Jacques Wando has been in prison, has been tortured and has no medical treatment. He's been sentenced to death without there being any proof, because supposedly he was involved in a coup d'etat, or attempted a coup. 36 other prisoners were sentenced to death. In Congo, the death sentence is being used again before, even though there was a moratorium for a long time. The health state of Mr. Wando is bad. He is getting no medical treatment. Colleagues, I'd like to ask you to concentrate on this. Together with you, I'd like to make a sign against the death sentence, against torture, against indecent treatment for his release before any other proof comes to light. It's not just about Mr. Wando. It's about human rights and basic fundamental rights. A due process and medical treatment. That's a right that everybody should enjoy. With the introduction of the death sentence, that goes against all of that.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd now like to give the floor to Elio Di Rupo for 1 minute. Madam President, colleagues, in addition to what Walter Baker has said, then it is true. In 2023, 1st of August, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo asked the Dr. Lucien Deschaux to take over the direction of the Congolese secret services. This was a professor, a surgeon, and had issued from the military school. And the doctor asked Jean-Jacques Wando who had also been a professor, a teacher at the a military school in Brussels, to assist him in this task. So when Jean-Jacques Wando actually travelled to DRC, he found himself in the middle of a sea of crocodiles, figuratively. So he was told, it was said that he was involved in the coup, but there's absolutely no credible proof that this is the case, and he's been sentenced to death. And what we're asking is that he be released, because there are no credible elements that can be verified. Yes, thank you very much. And now, the author of the resolution, Mrs. Catarina Vieira, has the floor for 1 minute.
Dear Chair and dear colleagues, Belgian Congolese national Jean-Jacques Wando was sentenced to death by a Congolese military court on the baseless accusation of being the mastermind behind the May coup attempt. This is, let me remind you, a civilian. Not a single piece of evidence has been presented to date. His situation in prison is rapidly deteriorating, and he is in urgent need of medical help due to his heart condition and diabetes. We may also not forget that besides Wando, 36 others were also sentenced to death. All of them civilians, all of them trial before a military court, which is of course against international law. This is not only an urgent appeal to the Congolese authorities to immediately give Mr. Wando the medical care that he needs and to drop the charges against him. This is also a call towards the European Union and the Belgian authorities to do more to free their own national and also a Belgian civil servant. Let us protect this EU citizen from unlawful persecution. It is the absolute minimum. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. The floor now goes to an author of the another resolution, Mayor Kilonen, for 1 minute.
Dear President, dear colleagues, dear Commissioner, personalities, today we address the urgent and deeply concerning case of Jean-Jacques Wando in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The arrest and possible death sentence of Mr. Wando is repression against those who dare to speak truth to power. And this creates an environment of fear and erodes the fundamental freedoms that are the bedrock of any democratic society. As members of the European Parliament, we must strongly condemn these actions. Let us not forget that our actions here send a message beyond these walls. By standing with Jean-Jacques Wando, we reaffirm the EU's unwavering commitment to human rights, democracy and the rule of law. These are not just European values. These are universal ones, deserving of our full support wherever they are under threat. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And on behalf of the S&D, I'd like to hand the floor now to... No, sorry. Well, first of all, Thomas Fröhlich, who is also an author. Sorry, I'd overlooked you. President, ladies and gentlemen, the European Union has transferred billions to the DRC, and the idea was to improve the justice system. That improvement obviously has not happened because 37 people have been condemned for an attempted coup. They've been sentenced to death, and Jean-Jacques Wando is one of these, a Belgian citizen who had taught at the military school in Brussels. Apparently, there's a photograph of him with the leader of the coup, and that is the only piece of evidence. And then a receptionist, somebody who disappeared, and then under torture, inculpated Jean-Jacques Wando. Obviously, well, I respect other countries' other customs, but what's happening in the DRC does require a response. We can't have a situation where billions that go to a country to improve the justice system, whose military court then sentences a citizen of the European Union to death. So that's failed. Thank you very much. And then on behalf of the group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats in the European Parliament, Ms. Marit May, 1 minute.
Ja, dank u wel, voorzitter. Collega's, commissaris.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Colleagues, Jean-Jacques Wando's case has already been described. There was no fair trial. He was sentenced to death, together with 36 other people. It's important that the European Parliament should speak out against this and express our support for him and for his release. This is a Belgian Congolese citizen, and it's important that the Parliament should support human rights activists, journalists, and other experts in their freedom of expression. They should be able to say whatever they want, even when they are threatened with death. So it's important that we, as a European Parliament, work closely together with the European Commission to try and ensure that people have freedom of expression. We need to express this clearly to the state of the Democratic Republic of Congo that there needs to be a release.
Now, Thierry Mariani on behalf of the PFE.
A death sentence is a sentence that our parliament can't accept. Let's not forget that the DRC is a sovereign state with its own justice system. And when it comes to this attempted coup d'etat, there was an attempt against the democratic institutions there. Mr. Wando is sentenced in first instance and has appealed. So the justice has not given its final verdict. So why is this Parliament rushing to interfere in a legal affair which is none of its business? So it's incoherent. We're talking about one person here. There's a war in the east where there's a massacre of the population in that part of the country. What is the EU doing? It has signed with the ruler who was re-elected democratically, and there have been deals done for critical raw materials. Nothing has been said about that by the EU. For 20 years, Brussels is closing its eyes to a situation but there is a Rwanda gate after the Qatar gate. So I ask for justice for this. You're asking for justice for this supposed putschist. I'm asking for justice for the hundreds of thousands dead who have been dying for European interests since 1998, and we have been exercising a complicit silence on that.
Thank you. There are no requests under Catch the Eye, so now for the Commission, Mr. Magnus Brunner.
Thank you very much, Mrs. President, ladies and gentlemen, honourable members of the Parliament. Yes, we are, of course, very concerned about the overall situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo, namely in what regards, of course, human rights. In this regard, on all relevant occasions, we have been raising with the authorities the need for protecting freedom of expression, combating hate speech, ending support and collaboration with armed groups in the East, and promoting accountability also for serious crimes. We are talking about the case of Jean-Jacques Wando, whose case has been described here in detail already. He was charged with participation in the alleged attempted coup in May 2024, and subsequently also sentenced to death, along with, as we heard before, 36 other people in the first instance in September 2024. And while his procedure his appeal procedure is still ongoing, we are, of course, seriously concerned with the conflicting announcements also that have been made on the use of the death penalty in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And following the death sentence for those 37 individuals, including, of course, Mr. Wando, the European Union issued a spokesperson statement in which we reiterated our very well-known position of a total opposition of the death penalty in all cases and in all circumstances. And I quote, "The death penalty is incompatible with the inalienable right to life and is cruel, inhuman, and degrading. It represents the ultimate denial of human dignity, fails to deter criminal acts, and makes miscarriages of justice irreversible." And we have furthermore reiterated our commitment to the need to guarantee the right to fair trial and also respect for the rights of the accused in line with international law obligations to which actually the Democratic Republic of Congo has subscribed. And in addition to the case of Mr. Wando and the 36 others condemned to death, which we monitor, of course, very closely, we were recently alarmed by announcements of the Justice Minister of the Democratic Republic of Congo on the planned execution of 170 gang members. We have used already bilateral channels to convey our messages also to the Congolese authorities to avoid any death sentences and executions. If, however, executions were to be carried out after actually 2 decades of a moratorium, this would, of course, represent a serious setback to the rule of law in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And it is worth noting, I think in this context also, that the President of the Republic of Congo specified in his annual address to the diplomatic corps on January the 18th in Kinshasa that no execution has to take place following the suspension of the moratorium, and the only category of convicts being sentenced to death are the terrorists. We use every opportunity to call on the Democratic Republic of Congo government to reintroduce the moratorium, and we stand ready, of course, to engage more also in the justice reform in the country. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. The debate is now closed. I have 7 draft resolutions, and the vote will be tomorrow. So we now move on to the next debate on the agenda: systematic repression of human rights in Iran, notably the cases of Pakshan Azizi and Vrisha Moradi, and the taking of EU citizens as hostages. So I would like to ask the authors of the resolution to take the floor, and the first is Thomas Dechovsky for 1 minute.
I'm sorry, I usually wait only for women also. Sorry that I am here a little bit late. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that we have to say that Iranian regime is really the criminal what are systematically attacking the people what are living in Iran. And I'm very happy that we have it here, very good resolution. What is talking about the Kurdish activists, but what is also speaking about Christians what are living under the pressure of Iran's Islamic regime. This is first time in European Parliament where we openly speak about people who are converting to Christianity and they are under the pressure. And this is the victory of this democratic institution. And I'm very happy that so many really fraction here in European Parliament, so many groups supported this text. I think it's a very good compromise, and thank you all the colleagues what you were negotiated this text. Is it not so, I will not trust to democracy, but I can continue, and I'm very happy that we really send it very strong signal that democracy is for us something essential. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. The floor now goes to another author of a resolution, Evin Inchir, for 1 minute.
The heinous murder of Gina Amini in 2022 sparked a powerful movement that resonated throughout Iran, throughout Kurdistan, the Middle East and beyond. Since then, courageous voices are chanting woman, life, freedom. However, the human rights situation in Iran has worsened dramatically, and with over 900 executions in 2024 alone, targeting women, minorities, political dissidents and those involved in this feminist revolution. Repression persists, highlighted by the recent death sentences for two brave Kurdish women, Paksan Azizi and Verishe Muradi, and over 50 other political prisoners. The regime employs brutal tactics, including tortures and arbitrary arrest of EU citizens like Dr. Ahmed Reza Jalali, to pressure the EU to release the regime's criminals. The EU must unite to secure the release of all political prisoners. Our citizens deserve to return home, and every and each Iranian deserves the right to live in freedom and equality. The oppressive mullah regime will ultimately be consigned to the dustbin of history, but that requires our unwavering support for the brave people who risk their lives every day.
Yes, thank you very much. And the floor is now to the author of a resolution, Carlo Ciccioli, 1 minute.
Thank you very much. This resolution is a step forward in combating the death sentences in the Iranian Republic. But we need to do much more. We need to put an end to the impunity that the theocratic regime enjoys, and we need to put on the necessary pressure. Around 900 executions took place in 2024 alone, and last week Amnesty International called upon the Iranian authorities to postpone Beraz Hassani and Mehdi Hassani's death sentences. The brutal repression of political dissent by the regime and the execution of all of these prisoners has to be stopped. Power should lie in the hands of the Iranian people in their search for freedom. They should not fear execution. We have to be firm and clear. There needs to be a time frame for free elections in Iran, and we support the Iranian people.
Thank you. The floor now goes to Petros Austrevicius, author of a resolution.
Mr. Commissioner, dear colleagues, the mullahs regime in Iran survives at the cost of endless repression. Iran's courts have become a place for handing down long prison and death sentences. The confessions of prisoners and detainees are extracted through psychological and physical pressure and torture. Last year was bloody in Iran, with over 900 executions. We continue to call for a halt of the executions of Paksan Azizi, Risha Moradi, Bahruz Erzani, Mehdi Hassani, and at least 54 other political prisoners on death row. We also call for the release of dozens EU citizens being held hostage in Iran. The EU policy towards Iran must be proportionate to the crimes committed by the Iranian regime. I urge the European Union to designate ERGC as a terrorist organization. I urge the EAS to exert the necessary influence on the Iranian regime to stop the mass executions and to bring our citizens home. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And the floor now goes to Mrs. Neumann for 1 minute.
Paksan Azizi cared for the wounded and displaced in Rojava, helping those fleeing from the brutality of ISIS. Verishe Moradi fought against ISIS herself on the front lines in Kobane, defending not only lives but also human dignity. In a normal country, these two would be heroes. In Iran, they face death row. For the first time in years, the regime threatens to execute women political prisoners, and these death sentences are nothing but acts of revenge. Revenge by the Islamic regime against women, against Kurds, and against the ideals of woman life freedom, self-determination, and bravery. Revenge because so many still dare to speak out, and the only response this regime knows is to crush dissent by brutal force. Yes, the henchmen of this regime can imprison people, but this will only amplify the unstoppable call for freedom. Pakshan and Verege embody everything this regime fears: Sun, Sendegi, Azadi.
Thank you very much. And the floor now goes to Silvia Sardoni, as author of a resolution.
Sono al secondo mandato.
Well, that's my second parliamentary term in this House. And once again, here we are denouncing the situation of human rights in Iran. Once again, it's an Islamic regime that is attacking the rights of people. The left-wing feminists are all silent. I remember when you were all silent because you were afraid of losing votes. If the EU does not respond to this, it's as if it's turning its back on these women who are in solitary confinement on death row and tortured. Christians, Kurds, Baha'i, all of these are victims of religious discrimination and persecution. We cannot condemn Iran without mentioning the Islamic basis for the regime. Not a single person has mentioned what kind of regime we're dealing with here, an Islamic regime. So apart from the useless resolutions, what is Europe doing again to fight the terrorism that's supported by Iran?
Yes, thank you very much. I'd now like to give the floor to Isabel Serra Sanchez, as author of a resolution, for 1 minute. Thank you. The death penalty should be abolished throughout the world, in Iran or the United States, but throughout the world. There are 2 female activists, Kurdish women, who are sentenced to death in Iran, Pakistan, Azizi, Rusha, Maradi. And their crime was to oppose the Iranian regime, fight for women's rights, and defend and be part of the Kurdish minority. They're political prisoners. And so 2.5 years ago, we had the Woman Life Freedom movement, which was launched, to reject the torture and repression that they suffered at the hands of the Iranian regime. The political prisoners have to be released. Human rights have to be defended always. So, and then there's the issue of humanitarian visas, that women are changing the face of the world. And turning to the far right, you like to instrumentalize the fight for women's rights for your own Islamophobe arguments, but women's rights have to be defended everywhere, in Iran, in Palestine, Saudi Arabia, or even in the United States, where we can see that a sexual aggressor is president of the country. We have to fight for women's rights. Yes, thank you very much. On behalf of the group of the European People's Party, Christian Democrats, I'd now like to give the floor to Reinhold Lopatka for 1 minute.
Thank you. As so many colleagues mentioned it before, the regime in Tehran is among the most brutal on earth. It has been desperately trying through all means, including murder and torture, to suppress civil society and the nationwide protests following the death of Mahsa Amini. Countless demonstrators have been arrested and death sentences are regularly carried out. The Iranian regime is a long-term threat to its own citizens, to Israel, to neighboring Arab states, to Ukraine, with the drones and other support it provides to Russia, and to EU citizens who are taken hostage. The actions of the Iranian authorities are shocking and absolutely unacceptable. We must support the civil society as well as EU citizens in the country and widen restrictive measures against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And on behalf of the group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats in the European Parliament, the floor goes to Ms. Chloé Riedel for 1 minute.
Cécile Collère est professeure de français.
Jacques Paré is a retired maths professor. Olivier Grondeau is an experienced traveler. He's 33 years old. And these three people were brutally kidnapped during a trip. They've been imprisoned by the Iranian regime with false accusations of a plot against the regime and spying. No trial, no evidence, and they have been kept in conditions equivalent to torture. They have no furniture. They are kept in their cell where they sleep on the floor 24 hours a day. They only have 30 minutes to go out and get some fresh air. So how can we allow this slow death to take place for nothing? They are simply hostages. They are being used by the Iranian regime as blackmail against us. This is a regime with no respect for life that kills its own children every day. I have no idea what Cécile, Olivier and Jacques feel in their prison without any prospect of leaving. But I insist that the EU should call upon their unconditional and immediate release for Olivier, for Cécile and for Jacques.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the Patriots for Europe group, Margarita de la Pisa Carrion for 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, honourable members. Over 1,000 executions in 2024 in Iran, including 24 women. This is a country where we have a radical Islamist regime, and their laws already violate human rights and the dignity of people, in particular women. The history of Iran for quite a long time now has been characterized by massacres. We have the Ayatollahs, the terrorist police. They kill women, torture them for very trivial crimes, such as showing their hair or not wearing the chador properly. Some of us try and denounce the crimes of radical Islamism which are coming into Europe as a result of illegal immigration, and we're accused of hate. We know, of course, that there is multiculturalism, but that doesn't, unfortunately, limit some of these things. We condemn these crimes. The European Union has to be firm when it comes to condemning radical Islamism, to make sure that it doesn't cross our borders, so that we can put an end once and for all to regimes like that of Iran and protect the Iranian people. Thank you. The floor now goes to Javier Zarzalejos for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. Iran again, death and repression brought about by the Islamic theocracy. Hostage-taking, among others, European citizens, mass executions are the tools of repression used by a faltering regime. The Supreme Court, on the same day, by the same judge, upheld the death sentence on Pashkan Assisi, but also on Behrouz Ghezani and Mehdi Hassani. In 2024, it's been said, over 100,000 executions. 12 prisoners were hanged in New Year's Day. So, in the current reshaping of the strategic scenario in the Middle East, it is high time to define and implement a fresh approach to Iran, a new approach that must start by standing firmly behind the Iranian people and the democratic and secular resistance of Iran. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And the floor now goes to Francisco Assis for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner. Well, I think it's worth taking the floor to refer to the Mujahideen Association of the Iranian regime. Many members are kept in the Evin prison. Many of them have witnessed the mass killings that took place in the late 1980s by the infamous death squads. Members of the Mujahideen have suffered terrible accusations, and from prison they have expressed solidarity to all of those on the death row. They have called for support, including hunger strikes. two members of the Mujahideen had their condemnations reaffirmed by the state. Both of them were submitted to physical and psychological torture. Amnesty International has called upon the Iranian state to cancel the execution of these two dissidents. The parliament must do the same.
Thank you very much. And the floor now goes to Isabel Benjumea for 1 minute. Yes, thank you, President, Commissioner. Once again, this parliament is raising its voice in a united way in order to denounce the atrocities perpetrated by the Iranian regime, a regime which, according to information, has executed 1,000 people in 2024, a regime that oppresses principally women, but oppresses anybody who opposes the mandates coming from the regime itself. So the important question is just how long are we in Europe, from the Commission, from the Member States, from the governments, how long are we going to maintain diplomatic representations in Iran? For how long are we going to allow Iranian ambassadors being allowed to be in our Member States? And for how long are we going to refrain from strengthening sanctions against Iran? We are raising our voices about what's happening. We share the pain of the victims, but we have to do a lot more, and I would like this to be the case. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. The floor now goes to Alessandra Moretti for 1 minute.
Il coraggio delle donne.
The courage of women scares the Iranian regime. Paksana Sisi is a Kurdish activist in the Evin prison, the same prison where Cecilia Sala was held. These are two women with very different origins, but they are united by this prison, which is a symbol of oppression. The Iranian regime is most scared of women fighting for their freedom. The regime responds with death sentences. 900 last year, with isolation and torture and particular oppression of ethnic minorities. We call for the immediate release of Pakshana Sisi, Risha Moradi, and all of those people who have been unjustly incarcerated and sentenced. As this Parliament has requested on a number of occasions, I would stress the need to put the Islamic Revolutionary Guards on the list of terrorist organizations of the EU. We've had enough of hypocrisy. Human rights must know no borders. Women, life, freedom.
Yes, thank you very much. And the floor now goes to Jessica van Leuven for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. The ability to stand here as a woman and speak freely is both a right and a privilege. Pakshan Azizi, Barishe Moradi, Behruz Esani, and Mehdi Hassani. 4 names. But there are many, many more. Those people are not violent criminals. These are brave, courageous people. It is for them that I stand here today. Some ask today, does it matter? Will what we say and do here change anything? Well, when we raise our voices, we send a message. Not only to those suffering under tyranny, but also to those who impose it. Silence allows oppression to thrive. Speaking out challenges it. If they were brave enough to speak up, we cannot simply stay silent. Because if we do not speak up, the Iranian authorities can continue to silence their voices. I encourage you all to use your voice, to raise international awareness, and to open the debate on what we can do. Because this is not about us. This is about standing with the people of Iran. Let us use our power to unite and strongly condemn the executions and suppressions by the Iranian authorities and increase support for Iranian human rights defenders. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And the floor now goes to Lucas Mandel.
Niestety nieobecny. Nie mamy zgłoszeń w procedurze catch the eye, w związku z tym proszę o
who isn't present, Mr. Mandel. There are no requests under catch the eye, so now Mr. Brunner for the Commission.
Thank you, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, members of Parliament. The EU strongly supports the fundamental aspiration of the people of Iran for a future where their human rights and also fundamental freedoms are respected, are protected, and of course are fulfilled at the end of the day. The new Iranian government pledged to shift Iran's policies, but unfortunately, to date, these pledges have not been followed by concrete action. On the contrary, actually, the space for civil society is shrinking more and more, and the pace of executions also is alarming. Each year sets a new terrifying record with more than 900 executions only last year, as we've heard before. And in this very critical context, the two female activists, Bakshan Azizi and Verishe Moradi, were recently sentenced to death. And this is really appalling. There are no instances where the use of capital punishment to suppress domestic dissent is justified. And it is so crucial to hold the Iranian authorities accountable for human rights abuses and, of course, violations also. And following the killing of Mahsa Amini and the subsequent crackdown of protests, we spoke out very clearly and adopted 10 packages of targeted sanctions, and we will, of course, continue to strongly support also the UN mechanisms for accountability, including the independent fact-finding established in the context of the 2022 nationwide protests. And at the same time, we continue to use our direct channels with Iran to urge the authorities to pursue a coherent policy towards the abolition of capital punishment, and also to respect, of course, the human rights and the fundamental freedoms of the Iranian people. But unfortunately, we also have other issues of concern with Iran. The European Union strongly rejects Iran's continuing distressing practice of arbitrarily detaining foreign civilians. The recent release of the Italian journalist Cecilia Sala and the German-Iranian activist Nahid Tagawi is welcome news, of course. However, notwithstanding these positive developments, there are still a number of EU citizens still arbitrarily detained by Iran. Compared to 2 years ago, the number of EU citizens detained in Iran has decreased, but this is, of course, not enough. We want to see the release of all our citizens under arbitrary detention without any delay, and we will not rest until all EU citizens are released. It is worth recalling that our efforts to free European citizens come in support of our member states, of course, who have the primary consular responsibility and with whom we have strengthened our coordination also in these issues, and also the specific circumstances for each of the detainees are quite different. There is no one-size-fits-all solution to get them out of detention. However, to be able to work for the safe release of our citizens, the European Union and its member states, of course, must keep open diplomatic channels with Iran. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję. Zamykam.
Yes, thank you very much. The debate is now closed. I've received seven motions for resolutions, and the vote on this point of the agenda will be held tomorrow. This brings us on to the next debate on the agenda, and that is the case of Boualem Sansal in Algeria. I'd like to hand the floor to Christophe Gomaz, author of a resolution, for 1.5 minutes.
Madam President, colleagues, 7th of November 2024, a French Algerian author, 75 years old, a laureate for his novels, has been arrested and has been in hospital many times. His life is in danger. His crime. To understand what is happening in his country and say it. This imprisonment is not an isolated case. Amnesty International says that 300 people are in prisons in Algeria. Journalists and religious minorities have had stepped up action against them. This country would like alerts us to the situation. It's unthinkable that this regime should further repress Algerian and European citizens. In 2023, we had a resolution calling for Hali, the journalist, so silence would be complicity. I ask you to support this and call for the unconditional and immediate release of Bourlem Sansal. There was a 2005 agreement between the EU and Algeria which calls for the respect of fundamental rights. And there are European funds for the democratic development of the country. This resolution, we had negotiations yesterday with support from all the groups, and this is a strong signal which I think is deserved in this case.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'd now like to hand the floor to Marta Mido as an author of a resolution for 1 minute.
Madam President, Commissioner, Bourlem Sansal is a free spirit, a prize-winning author, a political dissident. He was arrested last year because he had dared to express himself, complaining about the social and political situation in his country. He was accused of attacking the security of the state. He is now imprisoned and faces the death penalty. Now, this is a big issue for Algeria in a country which, ironically, was chairing the United Nations Human Rights Committee. Now, this cannot be instrumentalized by anyone. That's why the Parliament must call upon the Algerian authorities for the immediate release of Bourlem Sansal and all those arbitrarily detained for using their freedom of expression. We must condemn the repression of fundamental freedoms, freedom of the press, freedom for our Algeria.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Helmut Brandstetter as author of a resolution for 1 minute.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Commissaire.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, I don't agree with what you say, but I shall fight until the death to defend what you say. And this was Voltaire, quoting Voltaire. If we take a look at the case of Bourlem Sansal and his arrest, this violates freedom of expression, and his arrest is not an isolated incident, but forms part of the broader oppression of anybody who criticizes the regime. Hundreds of people have been arrested for such trivial crimes as saying #anti-government. The Algerian people are entitled to enjoy the same rights and freedoms as people in Europe, and the prosperity as well, because they're all linked. So it is absolutely essential that the Algerian Criminal Court make sure that the rule of law is properly respected. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mathieu Vallée is author of a resolution for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Since November last year, Bourlem Sansal, a great writer, is a political hostage in Algeria. Despite efforts, Algeria refuses to hand over his citizens. France and the EU have given €1 billion to Algeria. We have a government in Algeria which humiliates a citizen of an EU country, France. My question, in the resolution, there's a fear of facing down with relations with Algeria. Is our money worth more than the life of a man? We should denounce fundamental rights violations, and Why is not the case in Algeria, in the case of this man who is ill and who's a citizen of a EU country?
Yes, thank you very much. Catarina Vieira, as author of a resolution, you have the floor for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Dear Chair and dear colleagues, on the 16th of November 2024, French-Algerian writer Boualem Sansal was arrested, charged with national security-related offenses, a charge often used to silence government critics by the Algerian authorities. His trial has shown several flaws and denial of rights, as Mr. Sansal was interrogated without his lawyer present. And we know the situation in Algeria is severe, with an estimated 200 regime critics being imprisoned at the moment. Journalists, critics, and other Algerians struggling for democracy are under severe pressure. The EU should do more to support them, raise their cases with the authorities, speak out in public, and make sure that there is strong human rights conditionality applied for EU funds to Algeria as to any other country. Our founding values of democracy, rule of law, and human rights should be at the core of EU-Algeria relations. We must practice what we preach. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję. Pani poseł w imieniu Grupy Europejskiej Partii Ludowej Chrześcijaństwa.
Yes, thank you very much. On behalf of the group of the European People's Party, Miriam Lexman, 1 minute.
Dziękuję bardzo. Freedom of religion and belief is a cornerstone of human dignity and a fundamental right that must be upheld universally. Since 2017, the government of Algeria has systematically prosecuted Christians and Ahmadiyya Muslim minorities. Hundreds of individuals were arrested for their religious beliefs and activities. Many places of worship have been forcibly closed. To illustrate the severity of these activities, in the past 7 years, the Algerian gendarmerie has forcibly shuttered over 50 churches of the Protestant Church Association. This troubling reality is not an isolated case, but a part of a broader, alarming trend that of an increase in attacks against religious groups and non-believers. That's why it is requested and strongly requested to proactively and robustly respond in line with Article 10 of the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. Protecting these rights is not just a responsibility, but is a moral imperative. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję. Pani poseł.
Yes, thank you very much. On behalf of the group, the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats in the European Parliament, the floor now goes to Raphael Glucksmann for 1 minute. Yes, thank you very much. Boualem Sansal will sleep tonight again in prison. 69 days, 69 nights that this great writer is in a jail for having written and spoken. 69 days of shame for his jailers. Dear colleagues, the Algerian regime, just like any totalitarian regime, is afraid of the pen. Just remember how it trembled when faced by protests by its people. We see that today Boualem Sansal is sharing the fate of other people who've criticized their regimes, like a writer in Iraq, for doing exactly the same. Yes, Europe can help, Commissioner. They must help to achieve the release of Boualem Sansal. We should not just sit back and not do anything. We have to repeat that we are not free for as long as Boualem Sansal has to sleep in jail. Thank you very much. And then on behalf of Renew Europe, Mr. Bernard Guetta for 1 minute.
L'indignation. Indignation, of course. Indignation to see Algeria plunged into censorship and arrests of opponents. Indignation to see a renowned writer in prison. And just to quote Kateb Yassine, he has this war booty, which is the language French. Indignation to see Algeria depriving liberty. indignation, yes, because sorrow even more, because with the sea, mountains, desert, gas and oil, Algeria should have abundance in everything. Few countries have all these natural riches, and there is a mixture of cultures seen in few other places. Kabyle and Arab, Ottoman and France, Muslim, Christian and Jewish. Algeria could be the most universalist of countries, and California. But today, unfortunately, it is the prey of predators cultivating historical rancor so that they can rob their country even more and muzzle it and ruin it.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie pośle.
Yes, thank you very much. And the floor now goes to Nathalie Loiseau for 1 minute.
Je ne suis pas d'accord avec...
Well, I don't agree with what you say, but I will fight to the death to defend your right to say it. Well, I don't know if Voltaire actually said it, but it's certainly run through the centuries as a light in the darkness. Today, the name I'm saying is Boualem Sansal. I don't always agree with everything he said, but that doesn't matter. The place of a writer is not in prison. Boualem Sansal does not belong behind bars. It's as simple as that. It doesn't matter if it's the Algerian prison system that has put him behind bars. If he was anywhere else, I would want him liberated too. I have no particular bone to pick with Algeria. I was born after independence, and I am keen on my own independence as well. I think we should all be asking for freedom for Boualem Sansal without any thoughts in the back of our mind, without any reticence. This is an old man in a bad health condition, and he is being muzzled, and I think that should offend all of us on whatever side of the Mediterranean we're on. A country that treats its writers badly is a country that ruins its future.
Yes, thank you very much. Which brings us on to Catch the Eye. I have two requests. First of all, Sebastian Tinkanen for 1 minute, and I'll just... So you have the floor.
Arvoisa Madam President, Boualem Sansal, his crime was to criticize religion. Islam doesn't know the word freedom. Salem Rushdie was the victim of a death attempt, and there was a death sentence imposed on him in the 18th, and his crime was to write against Islam. And there is all the uproar in the press. Charlie Hebdo, in that case, that led to even more serious things and death threats. And Samuel Paty and showed his students these cartoons. A week and a half later, a Muslim cut off his head with a knife. We have seen enough of this in Europe to do enough. The Islamization of Europe must be stopped.
Yes, thank you very much. Yuma Hassan, 1 minute.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, chers collègues.
Thank you, Madam President, colleagues. Since the beginning of this term of office, our group has been asking for a resolution on one of the worst terrible crises around the Democratic Republic of the Congo and other crises around. So here we have a Franco-Algerian subject against a background of diplomatic tension between France and countries in Africa and North Africa. A former employee of the authorities, he actually supports extreme right views which are identitarian, and it does not support the movement of millions. He was not arrested for what he said about colonialization, but he's been arrested for his other statements. So this is a big issue when we're thinking about the partnership agreement with Israel.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Commission, Magnus Brunner.
Honourable members of the Parliament, thank you for this very rich and intensive debate that actually confirms also that the importance of the European Union gives to human rights also, and including in its relations actually with partner countries. This is also the case, of course, for our relations with Algeria. The respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, including the freedom of expression, constitutes, in fact, a key element of our relations with this country, and it has been enshrined in the EU-Algeria Association Agreement and also reinforced after that in our partnership priorities. Algeria is a close neighbor and an important partner of the European Union, with which we must, of course, maintain an open dialogue based on mutual respect also. And therefore, the arrest of Boualem Sansal constitutes a very worrying signal, especially in a country whose constitution explicitly protects freedom of expression. And we are, of course, closely following this case in full coordination with the French authorities and continue to share our concerns in this regard also with the Algerian authorities. Concerns also extend to the right to a fair trial, which implies a fair and public hearing by an independent and impartial court, and Boualem Sansal's age and health conditions should also be taken into consideration and would definitely justify at least his provisional release. The decision by the Algiers court in December to reject this request should be definitely reconsidered. The article in the Algerian Penal Code based on which Boualem Sansal is apparently charged is very vague also and subject to various interpretations. We remain really hopeful that the Algerian judicial authorities will eventually consider that the facts that have motivated the arrest of Boualem Sansal are protected by the right of freedom of expression. The right to a fair justice also implies a reasonable timing. This is fundamental, and even more in the case of a person who is 75 years old, seriously ill also, and has already been in prison for more than 3 months. So, honourable members, to conclude, I would like to assure you that human rights, of course, will remain a fundamental part of our dialogue at all levels with Algerian authorities, and that we will remain fully engaged in the case of Boualem Sansal. Thank you very much.